This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire. The two umpires, Paul Baldwin and Ben Debenham, making their way out to the middle. Before I introduce our guests for today, let's do a quick sound check around. There we are. They're waving their hats in the top tier of the Spenkarma Pavilion, and that's good news because we're going out live. All is well with the world. The commentary is going out across Hove and across the internet as well. So that's great news. It's also great news to have Richard Ray back with me again this morning. Good morning, Richard.
Morning, Harmsy. Good morning, everybody. It's another lovely day down here in Hove. Not quite as hot as well, so a little bit better conditions from a playing point of view, but another fascinating day in prospect.
It is. You look horribly fit this morning. You've got your shorts and your trainers on. I reckon you've been for a run.
Yes, indeed. Down the coast before it got too hot. It was lovely down there, down towards Littlehampton.
Right, well, Richard's looking fit and healthy. We've been joined as well, or we are going to be joined by journalist Sonia Twig, who's joining us today. Is going to be our third voice for the day. Delighted to welcome Sonia, who's a journalist, works for The Independent. She just made me very jealous by telling me that she covered the Ashes. She went to Pakistan for cricket last year, so we're going to hear from Sonia throughout the next 2 days. And Sonia will be joining us at 11 o'clock. And then at 11:30, the Sussex cricket chair, John Philby, is going to join us for 3/4 of an hour. So if you have cricket messages or questions, I should say, for John, please send those questions through the email address sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. And you know, it's for all. It's for Sussex fans, it's for Leicestershire supporters. Cricket questions. We'll try not to make it too Sussexy, of course, but please send those messages. It's not too often you get a county chair prepared to come and be grilled for 45 minutes, so make the most of it and send your questions through. Ari Carvelos is going to get things underway for Sussex, running in from the C end of the ground. He bowls the first ball of the morning to Colin Ackerman, who's forward to a ball of good length and punches the ball to mid-on, fielded by Chetishwar Pujara. And there is no run. We've got an update coming to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in just a couple of moments' time. The field, there are 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a forward square, well, a fielder at square leg, just in front of square, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance as Carvelos is on his way again. Figures of 1 for 10 in his 6th over. He comes in and bowls, and Ackerman lets that ball drift by outside of the off stump, and there is no run. A slightly overcast morning in Hove, but some patches of blue sky above the ground. And the forecast is good for the rest of the day, which is great news.
Lovely and sunny where you are at the moment, Adrian.
Sarah, the weather's not too bad. There's a bit of cloud above the ground. There's some patches of blue sky, a bit of breeze. It's much more comfortable than it was yesterday, I have to say. So fingers crossed we're going to get a full day's play as we did yesterday. And it was an intriguing day yesterday. Sussex making 262 in their first innings. Leicestershire then 68 for 2 at the close of play. We're in the first over of the morning. It's a game that both of these sides need to win if they're going to stay in contention for promotion Division 1 of the county championship. So 3 more good days of cricket in prospect, but Leicestershire this morning haven't added a run so far. They're 68 for 2. As Carvelos is back to his mark and comes running away from us. In and bowls to Ackerman, who defends and plays that into the offside to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. So just a reminder of our email address if you'd like to get in touch with us during the day, which is sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. And as I say, the Sussex cricket chair, John Philby, joining us just after 11:30. So please get your questions in to John, or else I'll have to think of some. As in comes Carvelos running in over the wicket bowls, and that's the first run of the morning as Ackerman glides that ball down to fine leg. It's fielded way down in the distance by the overseas Indian left-arm bowler Jaydev Benadkat, who gets in the throw, and it's 1 more to the total. Ackerman goes to 18. Colin Ackerman, who's on his way to Durham for next season. And Durham's gained, very much Leicestershire's loss. He's a fine player, Colin Ackerman, and we were talking yesterday about the game down here last year where he made 277 not out, which is his highest score in first-class cricket, as Carvelos runs away from us. In and bowls, and driving down the ground is Rishi Patel, straight to mid-off, fielded there by Tom Ains. The end of the opening over of the day, and Leicestershire are 69 for 2. Ackerman is on 18, Rishi Patel is on 36. Just a reminder that Sussex bowled out yesterday for 262. Finn Hudson-Prentice top scoring with 65. I spoke to Ari Carvelos at close of play yesterday. If you want to see that interview, it is available on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed, or also on the club website as well. Always good to see Ari. You seem to have a bit of a fan club here yesterday, helped by the fact that he hit a big 6 into the pavilion as well. The first time he was saying this season he's made it into double figures, so he was very pleased, was Ari Carvelos. Rich is back with us, and it's going to be Anad Kat who's going to bowl the second over of the day from the Cromwell Road end.
And he's going to be bowling to Colin Ackerman. 18 not out for Ackers, one of his last innings for Leicestershire. Nerdcat's coming around the wicket, bowls. Ackerman just checks his instinct to drive there. It just shaped into him a little bit from the left arm. Worked it out into the covers, looks at the bottom of his bat, looked in super Nick Ackerman yesterday, and going to his 17, he only faced 24 balls, he hit 3 fours, and he looks determined to go out on a high note. He's had a great 7 years, really, one way or the other, with Leicestershire, and it will be very, very sad to see him go up to Durham at the end of the season. Anad Kat is in, bowls outside off stump. Ackerman leans forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Still got the 3 slips in, first thing. Sussex are looking for that early breakthrough. They know, Harmsy, what a key partnership this is between Leicestershire's probably 2 top batsmen of the season.
Yeah, and actually Ari Carvelos said exactly that in his interview last night, when he said, you know, those 2 wickets were really important last night, and he said, we know this is the important partnership now.
Anad Kat charges in, bowls, bounces a little bit, but Ackerman plays it well, gets on top of the bounce, steers it down wide of third slip through the vacant gully, and of course without a third man, that is 4. That did lift on Ackerman a little bit, his head snapped back, but he got on top of the bounce, played it pretty much as well as he possibly could in the circumstances, picks up another boundary, moves into the 20s now on 222. Sussex know full well how dangerous a bat Ackerman can be. 270 odd did he get here?
277.
277.
Yeah, a ridiculous score, wasn't it?
He and Vian Mulder broke the county championship record for all counties. In goes Anad Kat, bowled him! Straight through Ackerman, off stump is out of the ground, might just have held its own, off the seam, straightened on him. Well, we're praising Ackerman to the skies. Let's praise Jaydev Anad Kat as well, because he's produced an absolute beauty. Ackerman on the back foot, arguably could have got forward, straightened on him, hit the top of off stump, knocked off stump out of the ground, and that is a huge breakthrough first thing for Sussex.
Well, it is, and we were speaking yesterday about Jaydev Anad Kat and talking about his performance up at Durham, which I have to say I felt was a little disappointing in his first game. He only took 1 wicket up at Durham. Hasn't been over in England very long, and I just wondered whether we would see the best of him. I didn't think we did yesterday, but that's a great start for him, and that's what you want from your overseas bowler. You're bringing in somebody for the last 3 games of the season, games that Sussex have to win if they're going to have any chance whatsoever of promotion. And he certainly bent his back, and that looked like a quick delivery, Rich. Did you think he wasn't quite far forward?
Yeah, just looking at it, he definitely could have got forward to that. It might just have straightened a fraction, did enough anyway. And, well, off stump out of the ground, what a lovely sight for any bowler, however experienced, however much an international. And even Anad Kat celebrated, and rightly so. Sussex celebrate with him, 73 for 3.
And Ari Carvelos was saying last night how important he thought this partnership was. Rishi Patel's had a wonderful season. He passed 1,001 runs yesterday, which was a wonderful landmark for him. Colin Ackerman in such good form. And what about the rest of the Leicestershire order? Because you felt yesterday, Richard, or I think a couple of people got in touch and said they wondered if it was just a little thinner this week.
No question about it. They'll certainly miss Mulder. Obviously, Hanscom now is back in Australia. So that sort of middle order that's powered a lot of their performances this season has been broken up. And it's Umar Amin who comes to the wicket now, who's just signed for the last few games of the season. Pakistan international, but not for a long time. And he's been playing club cricket in Nottingham, so a little bit to prove as Unadkat over the wicket to Amin, who leaves outside off stump. Good lift, good bounce from Unadkat.
The most popular man in Hove has just arrived in the press box. That's Jamie Burnett, who's distributed the lunch vouchers. So thank you, Jamie. I say the most popular man. He's a Tottenham fan, so I'm not sure how
and
popular
what happened to the
really.
cake yesterday? Yeah,
Yeah, and he didn't bring cake yesterday. Yes, we mentioned that loudly as he walked back past outside the door, actually.
Not that we're hinting much. Unadkat. His tail very much up, comes in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls again. A leave from Umar. I mean, again, good carry, good over from Unadkat. Conceded 4 from the first ball, but even that was a good delivery that lifted on Ackerman and then produced a real beauty to dismiss the South African. 73 for 3 after just 2 overs of the day.
So a great start for Sussex. Who's that wandering around? Looks like Bertie Foreman just down below us. Oh, he's waved. He
gave you a wave?
He did. Yeah, off-spinner, young off-spinner, 19-year-old. Played for England under-19s.
Chewing gum.
Last year, yeah.
Don't know if I...
No, we don't. No, we're a bit non-chewing gum, aren't we, really? Anyway, that belies our age, Richard. In comes Ari Carvelis racing away from us. In and bowls to Patel, forward, plays into the offside and no run. How much dependence now on Rishi Patel here, Richard?
A huge amount, really. He has very much taken on a senior role this season. And one of the key words, one of the big words we used about him yesterday was that although he's quite a flamboyant player and mentioned all the number of boundaries he's hit so far this season, he's added patience to that technique as well, and he's going to have to be patient this morning.
3 slips go down. Carvelis in bowls. Patel drives. He took his hand off the battler as he drove that into the covers. Fielded there by Jack Carson, and there is no run.
He's Sussex elegant player as well, though.
Yeah.
He's got a left-hander's elegance in a right-hander's body, if that makes any sort of sense.
You can tell the Sussex tails are up that early wicket.
Yeah. Good volume out there.
Carvelis running up here from the C end of the ground. Those of you who don't know Hove, he's running up the slope. He's in and bowls to Patel, who's solidly full of ball. A good length from Carvelis, who's got impressive figures in his 7th over. 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Which is 73 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray. Sonia Twig is going to be our third voice, be joining us just before 11 o'clock. John Philby, the Sussex cricket chair, will be with us just after 11:30. So please send your questions into John, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Carvelis bowls and Patel is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And that's not intended to be a purely Sussex cricket conversation. If Leicestershire supporters have got questions for a county chair, please send them in. It's not too often we get chairmen coming and having a natter, so please take advantage. And also welcome to Bob O'Pears, who's with us today as well. He's watching us in the commentary box. I don't know why on earth he'd want to watch Richard and myself, but he is. So it's good to have Bobo down here as well. So we've got a little clan in the commentary box today. As in comes Carvelis bowls and Patel plays to mid-on. There is no run. Good tight cricket this, Richard. Carvelis keeping the pressure on. And Adkat's picked up the wicket, but important that the Sussex support bowlers keep things tight as well.
Umar Amin has played just the 1 innings for Leicestershire and made precisely 0 runs as a duck, so he has a little bit to prove.
In comes Carvelis and bowls, played into the offside, and there is no run. So a maiden over from Ari Carvelis, 7 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 1 for 11. Leicestershire 73 for 3 this morning. If you're late on parade, you'd have missed the wicket of Colin Ackerman, who was bowled in the 2nd over of the day by Nadkat for 22.
The sun comes out and the ground looks a picture as ever. Just somehow works here at Hove. There's no uniformity to the ground other than most of the sort of buildings are white. But from our commentary box, you can't see the ugliest building on the ground or behind the ground, which is a really revolting block of flats In goes Unadkat and bowls to Amin, who looks to leave, and as he does so, the ball bounces up and clips the bottom of the bat and trickles towards the slips. He twiddles the bat in his hand, affecting a nonchalance that I suggest he doesn't really feel at the moment.
That's where the chairman lives.
Is it? Well, I don't mind the white flats that we're looking at, but really, the ones behind us really are horrible sort of 60s.
Yeah, who were the architects back in those days?
Lord knows, but it was an awful building. In goes Unadkat and bowls, goes past the outside edge with a ball that bounces and leaves Umar Amin and beats him to the wide. Super bowling.
Spending his back here is Unadkat. We didn't see too much of this at Durham, but his tail's up now.
He's looking like the bowler I suspect Sussex hoped they'd signed for these last few games of the season. And another couple of wickets now, and they really will have Leicestershire firmly on the back foot.
We've had our first question in, which has come from Julian. So thank you for your question, Julian, for John Philby, the Sussex chair, which I will put to him when he comes in here just after 11:30.
The cat is in and bowls thick inside edge, but Umar Amin has got his first runs, plural, for Leicestershire. He's squeezed it past Henry Crocombe. And on the leg side, Crocombe pursues the ball towards the mid-wicket boundary, gets about halfway there, loses his cap in the process, gets his throwaway to Carter, but Amin picks up a couple, 75 for 3.
Did you watch the rugby last night?
I did, wasn't it an epic?
Whoa, crumbs. The last 10 minutes.
I must admit, I have Welsh connections, but I was shouting for Fiji those last few minutes.
And when he dropped the ball at the end.
Yeah. You could hear the groan, couldn't you? In goes Unadkat and bowls. Slightly squared up is Amin, but he gets behind it on off stump, drops it out into the offside. Pujara is first there from mid-off, and there's no run.
It wasn't an easy pass, though, was it, that he got? He did have to sort of,
didn't it?
Yeah, it was difficult. But even if he'd scored that try,
he would have
had to convert it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
So it was a brilliant game, though.
It was.
But I really liked at the end where they were all consoling each other as well. I thought that was fantastic at the end of a brilliant game of rugby. Really good.
Unadkat is in and bowls straight, bat in front of pad, leaning across the line, playing across the line slightly. Umar there, but good contact, clean contact, pushing the delivery out into the leg side. No run.
So did you say you are part Welsh, Richard? Or you...
No, but Welsh connections.
Right, okay.
That is all.
They'd have been biting fingernails then.
Oh yes, I think you could see it in the Welsh boys' faces, couldn't you? At the end there was no great celebration. They were just intensely relieved. But it was lovely to see that they consoled. Unadkat is in, lovely delivery that bounces, an appeal for a call behind, he's gone. Umar Amin doesn't look over impressed with the decision, and Unadkat didn't kind of go up straight away, but the slips did, the wicketkeeper did. 2 in 2 overs from Unadkat, and Leicestershire now really are in trouble. Umar Amin fails again. He goes caught behind for 2, and Leicestershire this morning have lost 2 key wickets. Ackerman and now Amin, in adding, well, just 7 to their overnight score. They are 75 for 4.
We did say last night at the close of play we felt that Leicestershire had their noses in front, but we did tweet last night saying a couple of early wickets this morning, and that could all change, and that's exactly what's happened. We were talking to the ground staff yesterday. They were saying there's just a little bit more bounce in this pitch than there have been in some of the wickets here at Hove this season, which have, I think it's fair to say, favoured batting sides.
Well, I'll tell you what, I hope that the ground staff, and I'm sure with the encouragement of the side, of the playing staff, are looking at this and saying, yeah, we'll leave some more grass on next year too. These are better cricket wickets for me.
I couldn't agree more.
And I think everybody watching would agree. It's much more of an even contest between bat and ball, and a much more entertaining cricket as a consequence.
Well, though VM Mulder, who made a double 100, and Colin Ackerman played here last year in that wonderful stand for Leicestershire, and let's take nothing away from Leicestershire in that, but 700 for 4. I think in the whole match there were 14 wickets over 4 belting hot days, and I did disagree with the Sussex coach at the end of that game. He said, "Oh, what a good cricket wicket," and I said, "Well, I don't think it is. I'm sorry, I don't think that's not what the Championship is all about." And he was saying, well, bowlers need to learn to get batsmen out. And I said, well, yeah, but come on. I didn't think that was great.
One or two interesting comments coming in about that dismissal.
Ooh, in comes Carvelos, bowls. Forward comes Patel, and he gets a single down to fine leg. And I'm looking forward to watching Rian Ahmed bat, the leg spinner. Comments?
Yes, those who've watched the replays, I'll quote one of them. He did not get near it.
Right. Well, that seems pretty...
it was just a slightly curious appeal because everybody went up behind the stumps straight away, so it clearly hit something. But Unadkat didn't immediately go up, and he saw everybody going up behind.
That's true.
And went up in sort of sympathy with them as much as anything.
The sun is out as Carvelos is in and bowls, and forward comes Ahmed, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Would he normally bat at 6, Rian Ahmed?
He's good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he plays, when he does like to attack the ball, I think probably he's a more natural 7 or even whisper at 8. But he's got the ability to bat 6, or, if not higher. I mean, he's got 500 first-class runs at 38 this season.
Carvelos in bowls. Ahmed, his hit. I think that was around about the thigh pad. The ball dribbles out on the offside, but the Sussex at the moment are appealing for everything. They're right in this match this morning, having picked up those 2 wickets. Sonia nodded behind you when I said, could Rian bat at 6? And I wouldn't mind betting that you interviewed him in Pakistan. Yes. So we'll get Sonia to talk about that when she comes on commentary.
If you ask Rian, he'd tell you he's got the ability to bat at number 1. And he certainly has got a wonderful eye, and he does not lack confidence.
Oh, well, it's good to see. And we all loved watching him bowl yesterday. It was a real treat. In comes Carvelos. Bowls to Ahmed, who's... Well, for a moment, I thought he'd played on. He was looking to punch that one away off the back foot through the offside. And the ball dribbled down in front of him. Almost Carvelos is the perfect foil here for Unadkat this morning because he's pitching the ball up, he's bowling a very good line, he's not giving any relief to Leicestershire here. The flag's fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. It's fresher on the south coast than it was yesterday, but it's a beautiful day for watching cricket, and an absorbing one at that as Carvelos is in and bowls and up, and he's caught behind, and another wicket goes down. That was a poor shot. The ball was outside of the off stump. It's a ball he didn't need to play, and he's nicked the ball through. Ollie Carter takes the catch, and Sussex are in dreamland here. They picked up 3 wickets in the opening 5 overs of the day, and Leicestershire, having begun the day 68 for 2, are now 76 for 5.
Yep. Pushing at a wide-ish delivery that, as you say, he could very easily and should very easily have left. Took the edge, and no question about that one. So the middle order has come and gone in very short order, and now Rishi Patel, who has added just 1 to his overnight score, is left watching the carnage at the other end.
Well, all is not lost for Leicestershire because Ben Cox, on loan from Worcestershire, but signing for Leicestershire permanently next season, is coming in. Now, he's a fine player, Ben Cox. I've seen him down the years make many runs for Worcestershire. But he's coming in here and he's having a good long chat to Rishi Patel, who, as Richard said, had left his bat, gloves and helmet on the ground as he wandered out to have a little natter away to Ben Cox. He's probably saying something like, just play straight, Ben, don't take any chances, and he's not really doing much. But Sussex have really fought back this morning.
They have.
You said yesterday, Richard, you felt 262 wasn't quite as bad as it seemed.
I thought they were in the game. I think the general feeling on both sides was that it was about 30 or 40 below. About 300 was about par, but it's looking at the moment very competitive.
Carvelos in and bowls, and is the LBW's 4. Carvelos thinks he's got his man. That's probably the best appeal of the season from Sussex. They were all up. Everyone, apart from Pujara, who was at mid-on, who looked sort of rueful at the appeal. Anyway, a wicket for Harry Carvelos. Wonderful figures. 8 overs. 2 maidens, and he has taken 2 for 12. And Leicestershire this morning have lost 3 wickets. They're 76 for 5. Rishi Patel is still there, he's 37. Cox is yet to score. The men out this morning, Colin Ackerman for 22, Umar Amin for 2. In that last over, Rihan Ahmed for a duck.
I can only assume it might have been a little inside edge that might have saved Ben Cox there, because it otherwise looked tolerably adjacent. No wonder Carvelas hands on ahead. Another look at it on the replay between overs. Inside edge, perhaps. So Rishi Patel to face Unadkat from around the wicket. Leaves outside the off stump. A moment's normality on a hectic second morning so far here in Hove. 76 for 5. The Fox is in all sorts of bother now, and I suspect if you offered them first innings equality from this point, they would bite your hand off. Being clapped in the slips as Unadkat is in. Patel calmly defends on the off stump. Head right over the ball, blocking it out into the offside. Run. Allsop, Clark. First and second alongside Carter.
Well, Sussex haven't won a game in the county championship since April. The very first match of the season is the game that Sussex won against Durham. Since then, they've drawn 9 and lost 1.
And that cat is in down the leg side, bounces an appeal for a catch behind, but that was optimistic, and Unadkat didn't bother doing so. It was taken on the run away to the left, might have brushed a sort of thigh pad or something like that, but his bat looked to be a long way away from that one. Enthusiasm and adrenaline perhaps getting slightly the better of the Sussex slip cordon there.
Yeah, and Paul Farbrace has said continually this season that the thing with a lot of these Sussex players is they don't know how to win. He's been very open about that, and there's been situations in games when he felt that they need to put the foot on the throat almost. Perhaps this is one of them.
And that cat is in, outside off stump, on with the arm, and Patel lets it go through. Yep, they have a grand opportunity here against a slightly weakened Leicestershire side. Perhaps with the one-day cup final on their mind, they'll insist it isn't. And several of the players obviously in this side won't be playing in the one-day cup final. Ben Cox among them, he can't. The wicket comes from Unadkat and bowls to Patel, edges, but on top of the bounce, and steered it as much as edged it down towards third slip. Bounced a couple of times before being stopped to his right at third slip.
I'm going to make way at the end of this over for Sonia, who will come and join you, Rich. I know you've got an update to do at 11, and then we'll switch around again and get Richard back on with Sonia. Sonia, who's a journalist, works for The Independent, covered the Ashes, so we're all green with envy. But great to have Sonia with us here today in the commentary box.
I've worked for the Indy for many years. Not for a while though. In goes Unadkat and bowls, nicely turned out towards mid-wicket by Rishi Patel for his second single of the day. Matthew Bates on the stream. As a neutral, that decision to give Umar out was a disgrace. Must be 2 inches of daylight between bat and ball. And Matthew is not the only one to comment to that effect. Hence the reason, presumably, that Jadal Unadkat didn't really initially appeal. And a very good morning to Sonia. Morning.
Good morning.
Interesting first half hour.
Definitely, as Carvelas comes in from the sea end and it's defended back to the bowler, forward defensive by Patel. Yeah, it's been a much more exciting morning than I thought it would be at 10:30 today.
Much more exciting morning than Leicestershire hoped it would be, I suspect, as well. 3 wickets in the first half hour.
Yeah, it was all nicely poised at the start of the day after last night, but it seems to have drifted slightly in favour of Sussex at the start of the day. As Carvelis starts his run-up again. Quite an interesting run-up, actually, as he comes into bowl, and it's defended towards backwards point for 1 run. Just sort of pushed that, found the gap, easy single. Score moves on to 78 for 5.
It's not the most sort of fluent, is it? It's a slightly sort of stuttering run-up.
I think he sort of runs on his toes rather than sort of flat. It's not very long either. Sometimes you see fast bowlers with these incredible flowing run-ups, but his is quite sort of concise.
You always think of someone like Holding for that respect, the sort of beautiful sort of flow, but Carvelis doesn't float, but he's effective on his day, and this is his day so far.
As he runs in again from the sea end, this time to Cox, and it's gone. Got him. Leicestershire lose another wicket.
What a leave, or not, as they say.
Well, they do talk about 2 types of leaves, but I think that was just completely misjudged from the batter there.
Whether it came back at Cox, well, one assumes it must have done, because otherwise that was the sort of misjudgment that is rather hard to understand.
Well, we'll just see on the replay now. It does come back in quite a long way, but it wasn't particularly wide to be leaving at anyway. It was sort of that line just outside off stump that you sort of expect batters, especially at this level, to be playing at. And Leicestershire in trouble, 78 for 6.
All sorts of trouble. I've got to go and update BBC Radio Leicester. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the day from Carvelis. He's bowled very nicely so far. To move on to... He's got 3 wickets from his 8.3 overs for just 13 runs. He seems to have really come into his own this season.
Yeah, he has, and he had a very serious knee injury at the end of last season and spent much of the winter months in the gym getting himself fit again. But the thing with Eric Carvelis, and he's now Sussex's leading wicket taker this season, I think that takes him to 32, is that he's not express pace, Sonia, but he nips the ball around, and he's always at the batsman. He bowls a good line and a length. He's a hugely popular figure as well. He's a big man. He spoke to me last night. He just thoroughly enjoys his cricket and works really hard on his game. So I'm delighted that he's got these figures. I mean, 3 for 13 are terrific figures, but that was an error of judgment, wasn't it, from Ben Cox? I mean, he's let that ball go and he's ended up being bowled. But what a start for Sussex, picking up 4 wickets this morning. 4 wickets for 8. Is that right? Is it say 76 or 78 on the scoreboard?
78.
Sorry, yeah, it's my glasses. 4 for 10.
Carvelis comes in again to the new batter, who defends this into the leg side, picked up by mid-on. Just keen to get down the wicket and not make the mistake that his former batter did and let the ball swing. He sort of came down to try and counteract that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wonder if there's a bit of nip here this morning. Often with these half-10 starts, you know, perhaps the ball does move around a little more. Didn't do much yesterday because Sussex got off to a fly yesterday, but Sussex really on a roll here. As
Carvelis starts his run up again, and this is again defended into the leg side, but he finds the gap and it's an easy single. Score moves on to 79 for 6. Yeah, Carvelis has had an interesting story as well. It's one of those stories that cricket fans really like, you know, getting that chance quite late on, and because he's 29, he's sort of only just come into county cricket, and I think that's something that, you know, those players sort of 24 in club cricket look at and go, maybe that will be me, and it's one of those things that you really like as a cricket fan. As Carvelis starts his run up again from the sea end, up the hill, and Rishi Patel defends this to down the ground, along the floor, and picked up by mid.
Yeah, and also it's an interesting story as well, the fact that he's a South African, but he's played cricket for Greece. Yeah, really good, and he's wandering down to find leg. I'm sure he'll get it. Yesterday, the southwest corner stand was really, really busy, and he was getting an ovation every time he walked down there, so he had a thoroughly enjoyable day, which just reminds me to say before Richard comes back in, the Sussex Cricket Museum is open today. If you want to go and have a wander and have a look through, it's by the Spenkarma Pavilion. There's a book sale over there as well, and yesterday I was told lots of books were sold, so if you're on the ground, you haven't been to the museum, Keith Ridge, who's the curator of the museum, and his volunteers do a great job. So please go and have a look around. And lots of, it's not just old memorabilia it's in. There's lots of modern stuff as well. So don't feel, it's a crusty old museum, I don't want to have a look. It really is worth a look. And it's going to be a Nadcat who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end around the wicket in and bowls and forward prods. Scriven managed to work the ball down to fine leg, and suddenly a big onus now on Rishi Patel. I mean, he's still there. He's probably watching from the other end thinking, what on earth's going on?
I know, it's just what you don't want as a batter when everyone sort of falls apart around you and it's now completely on you to hold the entire innings together, which I don't think it's sort of too much to say that he really is the glue that can get Leicestershire to something here, because otherwise it's not even like in the case of Sussex where people made starts but didn't necessarily go on to make big scores. They haven't even done that today.
Nedcat in again, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Patel, and there is no run. He just needs someone to bat with him here, doesn't it? Just not take any risks, just leave Patel to accumulate and pick up runs, because Leicestershire are in a fair pickle here.
Unfortunately, that was never going to be Rayan Ahmed. I think he's a stroke player.
But sometimes you can come off in those situations, can't you? And, the Sussex first innings score of 262, you might think, well, if someone coming in and playing some shots, it means that Pujara has something else to think about in terms of field placing. And Nadcat is in, bowls, Patel defends down the ground, and there is no run. Richard is coming back, so I shall make way and leave you with Sonia and Richard.
Yeah, I think there is a bit more movement on offer today. I think when I was making my drive down from London this morning, it seems quite humid. There's quite a lot of moisture in the air that can typically help bowlers. I'm not sure how it usually behaves here. I'm sure you get a lot of interesting sort of weather with being so close to the sea. I can imagine it can get quite foggy sometimes. I know it can do in Brighton. But it's sort of clearing up today.
Nadcat is in, bowls outside off stump, pushing it across the right-handed Patel, who steps forward but leaves. It's funny, I played a lot of my cricket on the east coast of Yorkshire, up in sort of Scarborough, and we used to get frets up there from time to time. Never been to Hove when there's been a sort of sea fret where that little, what are we, maybe 200 yards from the sea, something like that, maybe 300 actually. It's close enough to walk down during the lunch intervals, but it isn't sort of literally on the coast, so to speak. But certainly when the tide comes in, the conditions can change. Nadcat is in, back foot defensive shot to the straight ball from Patel, back down the pitch goes the ball.
Well, I'm not sure anywhere does sea fret like Scarborough. I remember going to watch a game there and you couldn't see more than about 20 metres, and an hour later it was bright sunshine, but obviously the game start had to be delayed, and it can just sort of appear from nowhere in Scarborough. It's quite incredible.
I remember being there once reporting on a game when Inzamam was making one of his fairly rare appearances when he had that season not a full season in the end, at Yorkshire. And a sea fret came rolling in as round the wicket comes Nadcat and bowls. Patel again is defending middle and leg, this time pushing the ball out towards Pujara at mid-on, and it is the end of the over. I don't think Inzi had seen anything quite like it. It was freezing, as one of those freezing sea sort of fog mist things, frets. And he came out with about, must have been 8 layers of clothing on, including a woolly bobble hat, much to the amusement of the Yorkshire faithful.
Well, I remember when Sri Lanka came over, and I think they were playing a test match in May, and it was in Durham, and you just sort of felt for them.
Yeah.
Just, welcome to England. By the way, it is summer, but it's also 9 degrees, and you're in Durham.
Yes.
As Carvelis starts his over to Scriven, who's on 2 from the sea end, and it's defended into the leg side, gathered by mid-on, and there's no run.
Dick Powell on the stream. Patel is a class above. Glad he's signed a new contract. Must be in the minds of the England selectors for the future. Needs someone to stay with him. Kenton. Where's Carvelas been all these years? Already nearly 30, yet nobody's really given him a chance in that time.
As Carvelas starts his run up again into Scrivens, and this time it's pushed more into the leg side, but still no run as mid-wicket is able to get round easily. Yeah, he's 29, born in Johannesburg, but has played one T20 international for Greece against Italy in July 2022. So a bit of an interesting story, but you know, it is quite nice to see that even if you are sort of 27, 28, you can still get your chance and impress in county cricket.
He's certainly impressing this morning. 9.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 14. His overall figures, including his effort yesterday.
Just a tinkering with the field as mid-wicket comes in closer as Carvelas comes in again, and it's edged here on the pad. Big appeal, but nothing from the umpire. Sort of looked quite high.
Definitely.
There have been some big appeals this morning. Some, we saw the one that people on the stream thought was slightly controversial earlier on, but yeah.
Absolutely don't blame the slips for going up. All you can do is ask the umpire, leave it up to them.
And obviously if you don't ask, then even if it's out,
Exactly.
It's not given. As Carvelas comes in for the third ball of the over. And it's defended comfortably. It was a sort of shout there, but it's defended into the offside, straight at cover, and no run.
Yeah, good theatre. Creating a little bit of tension and putting Tom Scriven under pressure. Scriven's been brilliant with the ball this season. It's been a breakthrough season with the ball for the former Hampshire all-rounder. But I emphasise the words all and rounder because he can bat as well, for sure.
As Carvelas comes in again, and it's defended towards backwards point, but the fielder has dived and prevented the ball finding the gap. Kept the pressure on, no runs off the over so far, and Leicestershire on 80 for 6.
Yeah, this is what he's done really well, Harry Carvelas. Not beating the bat all the time, but he's keeping the pressure on via the scoreboard as well, not giving the Leicestershire batters anything to get away. Scriven does have an unbeaten first-class half-century to his credit this season.
Carvelas in over the wicket to Scriven, who lets that ball go through to the keeper. Bowled really nicely here, and that's the end of his over. No runs. Good solid maiden. He's taken 3 for 14 so far this morning.
Patel and Scriven have a mid-wicket chat. Patel began this morning on 36 not out, which took him to exactly 1,000 for the season. Carvelas, he developed quite a nice little fan club down there last night. It was a really good crowd last night, helped by the fact it was a free entry. Good crowd throughout the day, but they rather adopted Carvelas down there. Round the wicket comes Unadkat and bowls. Patel strokes it back up the wicket towards him. He puts out a big left hand, slows the ball, and the fielding completed by mid-off, running across to his right, who has tended to be Tom Haynes, and it still is. Haynes bowled nicely last night as well. Wobbled it around, got a little bit of seam movement. How old's the ball now? 30 overs old, so still should be fairly prominent. The seam be nice and hard, plenty of shine still on it as in goes Unadkat and bowls outside off stump, and a very safe leave from Patel, taken falling away to his right by the mulleted Ollie Carter.
Mullets are sort of coming into cricket, aren't they?
Oh, it's awful, isn't it? But is it awful? Maybe I might have.
Well, they're very common in Australia.
Well, yes, you expect. We have a lot of Australian listeners, so I won't say anything about them being 40 years behind the time.
I think they're probably coming back in Australia.
Unadkat down the slope, bowls Patel. Stays just about on the back foot, although he's leaning forward as he blocks that one out towards backward point.
Do you think we'll ever get sort of a county where most of them decide to go for the mullet? You know how there was a point at Surrey where most of them had the sort of
top knots.
No, the sort of long thing not quite a mullet, but a sort of slightly longer at the back, down the middle, and shaved sides.
Did they?
There was a period where quite a few of them had that.
Hopefully not. Around the wicket stays Unadkat, comes in and bowls to Patel, who again is all care and attention as he blocks that one on off stump out towards point, where Finn Hudson-Prentice is lurking underneath his wide-brimmed Sussex sun hat. Batted very nicely yesterday afternoon, Hudson-Prentice, for a half century. Looking very valuable, those runs at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking like there's quite a lot on offer for the bowlers, which has not always been the case at Sussex this season. We've seen some quite big scores here, but this one is definitely offering a little bit more off the seam.
And it's good to see. Nadkat is in. Patel is turning it nicely off his leg stump out towards mid-wicket. Shorter boundary on that side of the ground, and fielder out on the square leg boundary moves across, gets to the ball sufficiently quickly to prevent any chance of a second. Patel continues to make steady progress in singles this morning. He's moved on to 40. And while there has been chaos at the other end, he's been a calm presence for Leicestershire. And they need Scriven to dig in and give him plenty of support. Again, that sort of short, Pujara's posting himself at that short-ish mid-wicket for the clip in the air as Unadkat looks to swing it in to the right-handed Scriven. Pujara is in action there as it's turned towards him, and it is in the air for a couple of feet, but Scriven pretty much got on top of the bounce and turned it out to the India Test star and the Sussex skipper. End of the over, 81 for 6, Patel 40, Scriven a couple, and what have we had? 3 overs without a wicket falling, so perhaps Leicestershire are just returning a little bit of calm to proceedings, but they have an awful lot of work to do to repair the damage done this morning. 10 for 4 it was at one stage, 78 for 6. It's not that much better, 13 for 4 now.
Well, I think you might have taken it at 10 for 4 as Carvella starts his over from the sea end, and it's defended straight back to the bowler by Patel. Just sort of settling into the game a bit now. I think neither batter really wants to or can afford to take any risks or try and push the scoring on too quickly, and the bowlers are looking quite comfortable as Carvella sets up for the second ball of his over. To Patel, who defends that again straight back to the bowler. The fielders are in a sort of ring. There's not the sort of close mid-wicket that you see to Scriven, but there's not too many players out on the boundary, just fine leg out, which allows them to keep the pressure on the Leicestershire batters, as they've done quite successfully this morning. Some interesting press-ups from the fielder at point, just staying in the game, potentially warming up. As Patel on to 40.
Yeah, if it's Haynes, he is probably warming up. I would imagine he'll be next on. As
Carvellas comes into ball, and it's let through to the mulleted wicket-keeper by Patel.
Hudson-Prentice, yeah. So it looks like he's going to come on and replace probably Unadkat, who probably has it in his contract how many overs he gets to bowl at any one time, I would imagine.
And there's a lot on bowler management at the moment, isn't there? Especially fast bowlers.
There is.
We've seen so many injuries this year, so I'm not too surprised, because bowlers are so carefully managed until they hit 18, and it's sort of strange there isn't anything after that, as Carvellas comes in again and bouncer this time, but it's over his head without troubling Patel. But a nice change of what he was offering, clearly trying to look for that key wicket.
Yeah, it's interesting. Leicestershire are managing their 18-year-old fast bowler Josh Hull very carefully. He's missing this game, rested for this game, with a view to playing a big role in the one-day cup final, in which he's played a role pretty much throughout the competition. He missed one game with illness, but he was rested for 2 championship games in a row, so all Leicester supporters hoping he hasn't got any problems.
It's Corellis in over the wicket, and it's close. There's a big shout there. He's left that, but it must have been close to something, because he sort of stayed in a squatted position after he did leave it. But it's a dot ball, and Leicestershire still on 81 for 6.
Look at the replay just to see how close it was, but the reaction of the batsman suggests it wasn't too far away. Here we go. Couldn't have been much closer.
Well, we've already seen one leave go on to hit the stumps today as Carvelis in again, and this time it is played by Patel into the leg side, but straight at Pujara at mid-on. The end of the over, Leicestershire on 81 for 6, and Carvelis has bowled 2 successive maidens.
Yeah, it's been brilliant this morning from Harry Carvelis. Wickets and no runs really conceded, 3 for 14 from 11. His overall figures. Foxy Phil on Twitter, imagine signing Harry Carvelis for your fantasy side this week. Can't imagine many have, but if you did, you're looking good. So we do have a change. Adcat is now coming off, and Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl his first spell of the day from the Cromwell Road end. 5 overs, none for 15 yesterday. Changes to the field. Strengthening the offside, Pujara. He's got that short mid-wicket in again, as Hudson-Prentice comes in and bowls to Scriven, who is reaching for that one a little bit, but getting on top of the bounce on the front foot defensively. Picked up.
It's an interesting one, because both the batters are defending quite comfortably and sort of making an effort to defend, but if the runs don't sort of happen somehow, you can't really defend forever. You do at some point have to push the score along, especially being as far behind as Leicestershire are. So I wonder when we'll see that.
Hudson-Prentice bowls. Well, we are going to see a few runs there. It's squeezed out on the full by a drive from Scriven. A good diving stop to half stop to his left at backward point by Jack Carson. Saves 1 run in the end, because the ball went on down the slope at a much slower pace, was picked up just inside the ropes at third man, but Scriven and Patel quickish between the wicket. Patel's a big man, but he runs, he's got quite a quick loping run, and he usually makes the most of his opportunities, and he made sure that there were 3 there for Scriven, who moves on to 5. Hudson-Prentice is in, bowls to Patel, who defends on the back foot, dropping the slightly short of a length delivery out into the offside. And there is no run. Patel is usually a fairly sort of quick scorer, so once he gets in again and once he feels a little bit more established at the crease, which is an odd thing to say given he's 40 not out, but obviously was only 36 not out at the start of the day.
I think someone has heard you about fantasy, because someone has said on the stream, has said this guy signed Carvelis last week.
Hudson-Prentice is in. Patel is looking to drive, but ends up steering it out towards mid-off. Presumably that is Tom Seabub. Is this guy himself. He's probably rightly boasting about the fact that he signed Harry Carvelis. Well done, sir.
Good fantasy cricket signing, definitely.
I would imagine he wouldn't have cost too much. With respect to him, that sounds rude, doesn't it? You don't mean it to, but his track record this season. Slips go down. They've crept a little bit closer as Hudson-Prentice is in and beats the outside edge. I say beats the outside edge of Patel's bat. He may just have dropped the hands on that one as it just bounced and left him. Have a look at the replay, but it was a super delivery.
I have to admit, I did think he sort of dropped and watched it come over the bat and judged the length quite well, actually. As you know, casual slip fielders with their heads in hands, but might be one of those where the batter was firmly in control of the situation.
Hudson Prentice getting movement, is in, bowls edged, and it bounced short of Ollie Carter. That one just did swing away a little bit, found the edge, but soft hands from Rishi Patel, and it bounced well short of Carter, who almost took it on the second bounce, diving away to his right. Behind the stumps, end of a testing first over from Finn Hudson Prentice. Nice outswing for the right-hander. Patel remains on 40, Tom Scriven on 5, 84 for 6.
And we're going to see a change of bowling at the seat end as well, with Carvelis having finished his spell. Tom Haynes will be bowling from the seat end. He's had a decent year, Tom Haynes. The Sussex just warming up with a few balls to the mid-on fielder. He's got his high score against last year as a batter, but it does bowl a bit as well. As he comes in from the sea end with the wicketkeeper standing up, and it's driven straight at point for no run. Yeah, slips have just come up quite a long way here, and wicketkeeper Carter is standing up to Haynes, who before this had bowled 4 overs, taken 1 wicket for 23 runs, so slightly more expensive than the bowlers we saw earlier today, as Haynes starts his run up again into Scriven, who defends it towards square leg for no run. Just looking at the flags, I think there's quite a lot of breeze around, which might be sort of helping Haynes as we've seen him get that drift into the batters so far.
Yes, sort of lovely westerly breeze, sort of running into it this morning and then turning around with it behind, which is perfect. But it is a little bit stronger today, but it's warm.
As Haynes in again, and this time it's sort of clipped and he's found the gap by Scriven. Looks like they're going to come back for 2. Yeah, the fielder's got there fairly easily, but it does sort of race away down the slope there. Just sort of clipped off, no particular power, just pushed into the gap, and the score moves on to 86 for 6.
Morning to Mike Jelfs on the stream, pointing out optimistically Leicestershire need less than 30 to save the follow-on. Black humour is a Leicestershire trait in recent years.
I think it's a cricket trait, isn't it? Certainly as an England fan, sure, England fans in the 90s had a lot of black humour about that period, although I'm too young to remember it, fortunately.
2 short mid-wickets now.
Yeah, definitely targeting that leg side.
He's seaming it back into Scriven, who does like to play across the line a bit.
That's Haynes in over the wicket, and it's defended by Scriven, but he's missed it, and it's gone sort of skidded straight through to the wicketkeeper there. We'll see on the replays in a minute just how close that was, but the bounce seems to be a bit variable. We saw that, bouncer from Carvelis that bounced over the tall figure of Patel's head, and that one just sort of looked like it skidded quite low. From Haynes, who starts again, just the one slip in, the other one's gone to the mid-wicket position as Scriven drives at that to the short boundary for 4, straight through the covers. Lovely shot, just a little bit of width on offer, and he's moved on to 11 from 17, and Leicestershire move on to 90 for 6.
Scriven showing he can play on the offside as well.
And he's forced to change as well because the fielder has just had to go out to deep square leg, so that gives him a little bit more to aim at. They're still too close on the leg side with Haynes coming in again, and it's defended to cover, just looking for that gap that he found the previous ball. But at the end of the over, Leicestershire 90 for 6.
What's that? 20 minutes without a wicket. That's good news for the Foxes. partnership now. They come together when the score's on 78, so all of 12 for the 7th wicket so far. 11 of them scored by Tom Scriven. They're going to have to get through to at least lunch and beyond, really, and then beyond, really, these two, if Leicestershire are going to build any sort of response to Sussex's first innings 262, as Hudson Prentice comes bustling in down the slope and bowls to Rishi Patel, who is solidly forward on off stump, steering it with a slightly angled bat out into the offside.
It's just an interesting field placement. They've got a sort of what looks like a very short slip with a helmet on.
Creeping ever closer, isn't he? At sort of third stroke fourth, and he is, as you say, 2 yards nearer, hence the fact that he does have to wear the helmet. He's within range. Goes Hudson Prentice and bowls very straight. Back goes the ball straight down the pitch to Finn Hudson Prentice, who, in the grand tradition of Sussex hairstyles, has a slightly eccentric Sussex hairstyle.
Why not? I mean, you see all the England women's players with these sort of really clever plaits and things. Why shouldn't men be allowed to have interesting and innovative hairstyles as well?
Indeed. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls. Patelis hits on the pad. I thought he was hit on the pad. May have been a little bit inside edge. It trickled back past Hudson Prentice on the onside. It must have been a combination thereof. It sounded very paddy. And it went back past the stumps on the onside. Patel seized the opportunity to call Scriven through for a quick single. He's had to work very, very hard for his 5 runs this morning, Rishi Patel, but he is still there and looking determined. Hudson Prentice turns, comes down the slope and bowls to Scriven, beats him on the outside edge, appeal for a catch behind. Concerted appeal that is turned down by umpire Baldwin. The outswing beat him, and just a sign from the second slip that it might have been bat on pad, brushing pad that caused the noise, and certainly it was Clark who made that signal. The decision accepted, as it should be, with equanimity by the Sussex fielders. I have to go and do an update. I'll do one more ball and then leave you with Adrian. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls. Scriven is turning it to mid-wicket, again playing slightly across the line off the straight, but getting plenty on it. 91 for 6.
As Pujara just bringing himself across into the leg side, just tinkering with the field slightly. There's still that sort of short 3rd/4th slip for the final ball of the Finn Hudson Prentice over.
Delighted to say, Sonia, that John Philby, the Sussex Cherries, but he's not coming in commentary just yet, so you're fine for a while. Keep going, you're getting Sussex lots of wickets, we like it.
As Finn Hudson Prentice comes in from the Cromwell Road end, and it's defended into the offside by Scriven. They've got still two close catches on the leg side, so clearly looking to try and force him to play into the offside, and they've got that sort of short catcher as well, which I have to admit I haven't actually seen very often.
No, it's Sussex have certainly got their tails up this morning. Tom Haynes will carry on. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. We'll be giving an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a minute. I'm Adrian Harms. John Philby, the Sussex Cricket Chair, will join us in about 5 minutes' time. Sonia Twigg, journalist with the Independent, is with us as well for the next couple of days. So delighted that Sonia is here. And you've picked a cracking day as well to come down as well. Yesterday was very hot here yesterday. It's warm today, but there's a bit of a breeze, and you can see the flags on the clock tower scoreboard are fluttering away as Tom Haynes makes his way in to bowl to Patel, who solidly forward plays out into the offside, and there is no run. I think he's doing really well here, Rishi Patel. I mean, he's having there's sort of carnage around him, isn't there? Wickets are falling, but he's a fine player. He's probably having to rein in his natural attacking instincts here.
Yeah, he is. I mean, if you talk to any of those involved in the England setup, they would say, attack no matter the situation. But he really has held this innings together. And if you can imagine what it would be like without his runs, it would be an almost disastrous picture for Leicestershire.
Haynes in bowls, and forward comes Patel, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. I know you live in London, Sonia, but I detect an accent there as well.
Yes, I spent 6 years up in Sheffield.
Right, at university or?
University, and then I lived there for a while afterwards.
Right, okay. Well, Sheffield likes a place to live. You clearly enjoyed it.
Oh, it's lovely. It's beautiful. Lots of cricket.
Yeah.
I think there are 2 women's teams there now, which is good.
In comes Haynes, running in and bowls, and Patel just flicks that down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 42, and Sussex to 90. Sorry, Leicestershire to 92 for 6. I'm just slightly distracted, so I'm just waiting for our update, and then we'll change things around here in the commentary box, and John Philby will join us. Is cricket your main sport, Sonia, or did you, living in Sheffield, I thought you've got to have a football team?
Well, my football team's Liverpool, unfortunately. I am the generation that I was 6 and I loved Michael Owen, so that's made my decision for life.
Why did you love Michael Owen? Because he scored lots of goals, or because he was Michael Owen?
He scored lots of goals for England.
In comes Haynes, bowls, and forward comes Scriven. He punches that into the covers, and there is no run. Keeper Carter is standing up to the stumps. There are 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. I say mid-wicket, he's a very shortish mid-wicket. James Coles is in there. He's about 2 cut strips away from the bat, but far enough away so he doesn't need to wear a helmet, but he's got his hands on his knees as in comes Haynes and bowls. Scriven defends on the onside, and there is no run. So Leicestershire this morning have added just 24, I think that's my bad maths.
I think so, yeah.
And have lost 4 wickets.
Yeah, it's been a sort of period where they've really got to weather the storm, and some very good bowling from Sussex. I mean, Carvelis in particular was offering absolutely nothing. We saw those 2 successive maidens from him towards the end of his spell.
Yes.
Latest update.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. A glorious day down here at Hove, and so far a glorious morning for Sussex because they picked up 4 wickets this morning. Leicestershire resuming on 68 for 2, but they rather stumbled to 93 for 6. Rishi Patel is holding things together for the Foxes. He's 42 not out, but wickets this morning: 2 for Ari Carvelis, who's taken 3 in the innings and bowled beautifully, and 2 for Jade Evanudkat, who's taken a couple of wickets as well. So Sussex on top here. Leicestershire are 93 for 6. And we're going to have a change around in the commentary box. So I'm going to quickly change over my headphones. And going to be joined by the Sussex chair, John Philby, who's just taking off his jacket. He looks like he's getting ready to sort of get stuck in, is he, John? He's got a very smart white and pink shirt on as in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls and played into the offside by Scriven, and there is no run. John, good morning to you.
Good morning, Adrian. Lovely to be here. Beautiful day, isn't it?
It is, and really good to see you. You look really well. Have you been you look like you've been on a fitness drive or something to me?
If only. If only.
Well, you do look very fit and well.
Thank
which
you.
is good. You've enjoyed the summer, which is great news. Lots to talk about, John, and I'm sure we'll get lots of questions as we go through the next 45 minutes or so.
Sure.
In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery by Hudson Prentice, beats Scriven outside the off stump, and there is no run. Let's just very briefly talk about the cricket. Sussex haven't had many good mornings, but this is a really good morning for Sussex.
It has been a good morning. Yesterday, your interview with Ari Carvelis last night, I think, gave the clues. He said, didn't he, that he was going to come and put in a match-winning performance.
He did.
And sure enough, this morning, he's gone part of the way towards that, and let's hope he can carry on.
Hudson Prentice, lovely sunshine from the Cromwell Road end. 3 slips go down, bowls, and he's caught behind. Another wicket goes down, and Scriven is on his way. He waits and looks at the pitch. But Sussex are in dreamland here. They picked up 5 wickets this morning, the latest from Finn Hudson Prentice. Well, we did say in commentary yesterday, or Richard Ray rather said, he felt that 262 wasn't as bad a score as perhaps it looked. And Ari Carvela said another 30 or 40 would have been handy for Sussex. But Sussex have bowled really well here this morning. Another wicket goes down. And Sussex in a great position here. Tom Scriven has gone for 12.
But Sussex are in a great position. Rishi Patel's batted really well, hasn't he?
He has.
If it wasn't for him, he really has looked incredibly solid, and he's had a very good season. Everybody knew he was going to be, one of the main wickets needed, and we still haven't got that wicket yet. So he's got 42, but it has been a very good morning for Sussex, yeah. And I hope the viewers, your listeners, don't think I turned up just because this has been going well, because we did arrange this last night, Adrian.
You did, and let's make that perfectly clear. John did come up to me last night and said, could he come on the airwaves this morning, which I agreed. And just to say to our Leicestershire listeners as well, this isn't just going to be all about Sussex. This is about cricket fans in general. It's not too often that you get a chair of a county cricket club prepared to come and take some perhaps difficult questions, some easier questions live on a live broadcast. So, and I mean this sincerely, John, thank you for coming up, because there are not many county chairs who do that. So if you are a Leicestershire fan or just a cricket fan in general who thinks, I've got a question that I'd like to put to a cricket chair, then please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We've got a brief break in play because Chris Wright is coming wandering out, who's going to be playing in Sussex colours next year, which is interesting. Lots of good things around the club, but John, I want to talk specifically as well about the initiative that's happening up in Crawley with the indoor school and Sussex really reaching out. And I understand Cheshire Pujara was there last week talking to some of the young cricketers who are up there, so we talk about that as well. But I guess this is the shop window, John. The first 11, however we want to look at it, this is the shop window. And I think it's probably fair to say from the correspondence that I get that it's been a disappointing season for Sussex so far. Would you agree?
Yeah, yes, without any doubt, it has been disappointing. Paul Farbrace was expecting better results. I was expecting better results. Our supporters were expecting better results.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Wright defends onto the onside, and there is no run. And these were Paul Farbrace's words, not mine. He said in an interview last week, many of our supporters may think we've gone backwards.
He may have said that.
Yes, he did.
And there may be supporters who think that, but I think that's wildly inaccurate. We haven't gone backwards at all. Several of the young players have had developmental seasons that haven't quite produced the results that we wanted.
Hudson Prentice in over the wicket and bowls. And he knocks out Chris Wright. Well, one stump is out the ground. He looks at the wicket, does Chris Wright. I don't know if he was suggesting that kept a little low, but on the way, Chris Wright is on his way. This is a quite extraordinary morning for Sussex. They've now picked up 6 wickets this morning. Possibly the follow-on might come into play here. We shall see. I never quite understand with follow-ons the thinking around captains and coaches. But Hudson Prentice picks up his 2nd wicket of the morning, and Leicestershire, having begun the day on 68 for 2, are now 93 for 8.
Extraordinary morning, yes. And all 4 of the bowlers have bowled well, haven't they? They've given nothing away. They've offered no loose balls for the batsmen to score runs easily, and obviously it's a pitch with a bit of extra grass on it, so it's moving around. We've had some nice over cloud cover, which has now gone away, but that was very helpful. And the bowlers were saying at about 10:15 this morning that they thought these were perfect bowling conditions. So yes, it's been great, fantastic.
I'm just going to read an email to you, John, as a new man has come to the crease, who is Brad Curry, brother of Scott Curry. He's a tall man, is Brad Curry, and Rishi Patel.
Well, it's Scott Curry. Brad is our Brad. This is Scott who's come to the wicket, yeah.
It could well be that Rishi Patel might carry his bat here, which doesn't happen every day in county championship cricket. So an email here from Julian, and I'll give you time to digest the email as we go through, John, as Hudson Prentice runs in from the Cromwell Road and 3 slips go down and bowls, and Curry is back and in not too confident mode, plays it into the split cord, and there is no run. End of the over, 93 for 8 at the end of that over. Julian says, does the county intend to back coach Paul Farbrace during the winter by bringing in quality players? Or are we going to continue to muddle through with players that are clearly not good enough, supplemented by older, injury-prone loan players who are offloaded by other counties? Does the county have a recruitment policy? It all sounds a bit amateurish to me. Now, all I can do is read the emails, so I just wonder about your answers to Julian, John.
Well, first of all, we do fully intend to back Paul Farbrace, yes. We appointed him as a coach less than 6 months ago, and he's started the job, and the job is to turn this current squad into a team that can compete at the top of the First Division in the County Championship.
Here comes Haynes and bowls. Vitelli's forward down the onside, and there is no run. The word I would pick out there, John, would be this current squad.
Well, the vast majority of this current squad have huge potential and are extremely likely to be part of the future of Sussex cricket.
Haynes was on his way in then, but Patel wasn't quite ready. As Haynes wheels round. Just the one slip in place for Rishi Patel, who's 42 not out. Haynes is in bowls, and Patel glides that through. That's a lovely shot by Patel. He's only going to get a single, though, and important for Sussex to keep it to a single, and appreciated by the crowd in the Spenkarma Pavilion, because that gets Scott Curry on strike. 94 for 8. Patel goes to 47.
So, I mean, the essence of it is, yes, we are playing to support Paul. Secondly, we do have a lot of faith in our young players. Thirdly, we've already recruited Chris Wright, who's one of the most reliable seam bowlers in the country, to join us next year, and Danny Lamb, who's an all-rounder of huge potential from Lancashire.
In comes Haynes bowls, played to the offside by Curry, no run.
We will be seeking to add to that. Recruitment isn't as easy as just saying, oh, we'd like to get hold of this, that or the other player. But yes, we would seek to add to the current squad. But having said that, we've got huge faith in this batting lineup. Haynes and Allsop.
Haynes in again, bowls outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is
Clark and Carter will all be part of our future, and will develop further after this year. Carson is a highly rated off spinner who's going to spend his winter with England Lions or England's full team in one form or another. And we've got to develop a group of seam bowlers, and that's a piece of work in progress.
Haynes in again, bowls played into the offside by Curry. There is no run.
But Hudson Prentice has had a really good season, and we've seen him bowling today, we've seen him batting today. He's definitely part of our future. So I'm not really sure who these players that Julian is talking about who are not good enough. I don't think there's any of our players who are not good enough. Some of them are not experienced enough. Some of them haven't. Some of them are not fit enough. Some of them haven't worked quite hard enough. But there's none of them who are not good enough.
In comes Haynes over the wicket and bowls, and played by Curry into the offside, picks up a single, footed by Jack Carson, who shies at the stumps, but Curry, in fairness, was home, and there is no run. I'm the one who has to ask the difficult questions here, John, but there are people who say to me, and I see a lot of supporters home and away, and they would say in answer to what you said, well, results speak for themselves. They won one game this season, and a lot of these young players have had a lot of opportunity, perhaps haven't taken them. Paul Farbrace said in an interview last week that he felt that some of the players may not be part of the future, and that more experienced heads were to come in. So that seems to be rather at odds with what you're saying.
Well, if you could name me one player that's playing in this team that isn't part of Sussex's future, I'd like to know who it is.
Well, that's not for me to answer, is it?
No. But if one of your listeners would like to write in and tell me, condemn any one of the players on this pitch, then I'd like to know who that is.
Okay. In comes Hudson Prentice running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, bowls and edged by Curry into the slip cord and fielded by Clark, and there is no run. And I think, I choose my words carefully, I don't think condemn is the right word.
That is condemning. It is. Julian's emails basically saying these players are not good enough. Well, actually, we think they are good enough, and we back them. We back Paul Farbrace. We accept the need for a spine of experienced cricketers. I'll come back to that in a moment.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls and forward comes Curry, plays to mid-on, there is no run.
Two of the more expensive players on our roster have this year been Steve Finn and George Garton. Between them, they've bowled 24 overs in all forms of cricket. That's a very difficult situation for the head coach to manage. Steve Finn has sadly had to retire. Nobody wanted that to happen, but that has had to happen. And with George Garton, it's a question of managing him and his workload to see how we can get more out of him.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and forward comes Curry, players down the offside, and there is no run. Very sad what's happened to Steve Finn, John, and no one doubts that Steve has worked incredibly hard to get himself fit, and he's had this. But there were suggestions when Steve came that Steve did have an injury, so was that a risk? I mean, and a lot of people talk about recruitment at the club. Was that an error?
We've got a new team in place. We've got Paul Farbrace involved. We've got a brand new cricket committee which includes Chris Adams and Ian Gould, and those are the people who are making the decisions about our cricket.
In comes Farbrace.
That group of three people.
It comes Hudson Prentice. Sorry, just gets a singled as Curry down to third man, fielded by Jack Carson. Down in front of us presents a boundary being taken, but it's 3 more to Brad Curry. He goes to 4 with a total to 98. Great, good round of applause for Jack Carson.
So I'm very confident about Paul, and I'm very confident about the wisdom that he receives from the likes of Ian Gould and Chris Adams, and I'm very confident that our cricket-related decision-making has been very sound this year and will continue to be.
Right.
And I have every confidence in our talented young cricketers.
Okay, thank you for that. Lots of question coming through, so I'll try and read some of them, John, as in comes Hudson Prentice down the hill and bowls, and the ball balloons over the top of Rishi Patel through to Ollie Carter. There is no run. I was at Durham last week. Marcus North came and joined us on commentary. He's the director of cricket. Is that a role that still exists here at Sussex, or is that a role, because Marcus North is very much responsible for the recruitment at Durham, and he was talking about targets and how they recruited Ollie Robinson into their squad and how they went about doing that. Is there something similar here at Sussex, or is that under Paul Farbrace's?
It's Paul Farbrace's job. We don't believe in the need for a director of cricket.
Right. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and it's played by Patel. He's going to pick up another boundary here. Nicely played by Rishi Patel, and it runs down to the boundary for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 4700 up for Leicestershire, 102 for 8.
It's a job that we have had before. People might have observed that it didn't necessarily produce the results that we wanted, and we think that having one person who's responsible and accountable for the performance and the results of the team and the recruitment of the players, we think that in a small organisation of our size, that's the way to go.
Right. So that's completely. Is that not too much for one man to undertake, John, or do you think that's completely manageable?
I think it's completely manageable with the support that he has. He has 4 full-time coaches that he works with. James Kirtley, Grant Flower, Sarah Taylor and Ashley Wright. He has the support of the board director Ian Gould and the cricket advisor Chris Adams, and I think between that lot there's plenty of wisdom, and spending another £150,000 on a director of cricket isn't money that Sussex Cricket has got, nor do we need.
Okay. I was asked yesterday, whilst I was walking around the ground, by a member who came up to me who said Sussex are in a very healthy financial position, which is great for everybody involved with the club. As in comes a Naddat who's changed ends, punched into the offside by Curry, and there is no run. Who said Sussex are in a great financial position. That's wonderful. So everybody's delighted about that. Does that not mean, though, that Sussex might be in a position to say, actually, we could spend a bit of money bringing in a couple of quality players? That was the argument. So
no, it doesn't mean that. No.
Okay.
We are this year. Our business is going to lose some money. There's not any extra money to put into the playing budget next year.
And had Cat in and bowls, and he beats Curry outside the off stump through to Carter. There is no run.
The longer term plan is that the rental income that derives from the new Tate residences will enable us to grow our cricket budget, and that's that's how we plan to grow the cricket budget, but that isn't going to happen in the immediate short term. We currently spend somewhere in the middle in terms of the amount of money that counties spend on professional cricket. We're roughly in the middle of that.
Cat in again round the wicket, bowls, and took his hand off the bat there, did Brad Curry. Just sort of fiddled the ball to square leg, and there is no run.
I think we ranked 9th out of 18. That means that there's plenty of scope for us to improve our performance on the pitch, and that's what we'll be looking to. We'll be looking to be more efficient. We'll be looking to recruit better. We're looking to develop our young players, and we've got every confidence that our cricket budget is enough to enable us to compete in the First Division.
Now Cat is back to his mark here at the C end of the ground and runs away from us. Comes into bowl, played into the offside by Curry's going to get run to backward point fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. We'll finish on performance in a minute, John, because there are lots of other questions, but I mean these are the burning questions that people regularly get in touch about. So it's very good of you to answer them, and your staunch defence of the current squad. And John has put it out there. He said, if people think any of the other players aren't good enough or shouldn't be part of the future, well, John said, name who they are. So there's the opportunity. If people don't feel these younger players are good enough, which ones in particular do they not feel? So John's very staunchly behind those. In comes the Nagcat bowls, up on his toes. Is Patel plays the ball down the track, and there is no run. So just to sum up the last 10 minutes or so,
Can I just say one more
yes,
thing?
Of course.
In saying that, if anybody wants to condemn our 18, 19 or 20-year-old cricketers, feel free to do that. But I think that's pretty... I think that's... It's not particularly thoughtful to write off 18, 19 and 20-year-olds in a career that can go on for 15, 16, 17 years. And most of these players in the past wouldn't have been playing at this level at this time.
Okay,
so
well,
I'm not... It's not for me to apologise about what's happened in the past. That I'm looking forward at the future, and I believe in our talented group of cricketers. And actually, last year we had 5 under-19s play for England and 2 in the England Lions. If you look at that with a clear perspective, that tells you that the future is very bright for Sussex.
I would say, being devil's advocate, there's none in the current England under-19 side. They're playing in the Test match.
Well, Henry Rogers has been in the team, and he did score 166 at Lords on Friday in a MCC schools team that scored 250. Mike Yardy thinks he's the most talented young cricketer that he's ever seen. So I think that there's scope. We will be adding him to our group.
Comes Hudson-Prentice, bowled and punched away by Curry, who's playing a dab hand here for Leicestershire. Picks up a couple of runs through the covers. It's going to mean that I think Sussex won't need to worry about whether they should enforce follow-ons and all that sort of thing, which I think is never a bad thing anyway. Leicestershire go to 105 for 8. Curry goes to 7. So that's a name for the future.
And the other name for the future is Zach Lyon-Cachet, who made 100 for the second team last week. He's a lad from Oxford, again very highly rated. The pipeline looks very good.
Right. But we can expect during the winter to see some additions. As Paul Farbrace said, we need some gnarled old pros who have been there, done it, seen it. Can we expect to see a couple of those?
Well, we've recruited 2 already.
Yeah, but he says they need 3 more.
Well, that would be a question of how we afford that, and I'll look.
Did you hear his interview last week? Because that's what he said.
I did hear it.
Yeah, that's what he said. I'm not making it up. In comes Hudson-Prentice down the hill, bowls, let go outside the off stump. That's what Paul Farbrace said last week, and they were his words. Gnarled old pros who've been there, who know how to win.
We do, and we'll be doing our best to enable that to happen without any doubt.
Okay. Thank you, John. I think that's probably enough on sort of asking about performance. I do like you enormously. I don't want to sit here and have to ask you all these awkward questions, but...
I don't regard them as particularly awkward, actually. I mean, you haven't asked me an awkward one yet.
Good. OK, well, that's good news. So one here from Clive Edwards from Aldwick. as in comes Hudson Prentice down the hill and bowls and driven onto the onside. Curry's going to get another run here. He goes to 8 and the total to 106 for 8 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms with John Philby, who's the chair of Sussex Cricket. A question to the chairman: if a women's match can be played at Arundel, then why not some men's games? I understand the costs involved in staging matches there, but Arundel is probably the most beautiful ground in England, if not the world! ! It's a disgrace the ground no longer staging county and indeed tour matches as it's done for decades. Discuss, says Clive. I'd just give John a moment just to think about the answer to that. But thank you, Clive. If you've got a question for the Sussex chair, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Hudson Prentice and bowls and Patel defends on the onside. There is no run.
I think disgrace is a strong word. The simple truth is that we stopped going to Arundel during the COVID years, when at the start of last year we looked at the fixtures for this year. There was one fixture in June and one in July, and if we take county championships games away from Hove, then we've got the people who are members here who get very little, almost no cricket. I completely agree with Clive and everybody else who thinks that outground cricket is essential. I completely agree with the idea that Arundel is one of the most, if not the most beautiful ground in the world.
Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls. Patel hammers that one away. He doesn't quite get it all. Could he be caught at mid-off? It'd be some catch. It just drifted over the head of Henry Crocombe. And Patel taking a chance. Signs here that maybe he's decided it's time that a quick 30 or 40 might be very useful to Leicestershire. He goes to 48. Thank you, John. 107 for 8.
I completely agree with the idea that we should get back and play at Arundel, and we will be working with people at Arundel, and most importantly with the people at the ECB, to get a fixture list that works well for Sussex cricket. And at the moment we don't have that.
When is that likely to happen, John? In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls and let go by Curry outside the off stump, taken by Carter. No run. End of the over, 107 for 8.
It looks like the 2024 season is going to be broadly similar to this year. It's slightly different because there's a World T20 Cup which is being played in the Caribbean and America during the middle of late June and early July. So next year the Blast will be in 2 chunks. And there may be a window for a county championship match to be played away from Hove next year, and we'll look at that. But our main priority with the fixture list is to get a balanced fixture list with games throughout the season so that you can move games more easily around. Clive also did say that he understood the costs involved in moving to Arundel, and the costs involved are not insignificant. And that is another factor. We need to get financial support to enable us to move a game of that type to there.
Harry Carvelos back into the attack. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 14 for Harry Carvelos, who runs up the hill away from us. He's in and bowls to Rishi Patel, who's decided the time is to attack. He hammers the ball. Is he going to be caught? Pujara is underneath it. It's a great catch. Oh, it is a terrific catch by Cheteshwar Pujara, literally down below as he gets a bear hug from Tom Haynes, and all the Sussex players converging from all different parts of the field to congratulate Cheteshwar Pujara. That was a wonderful catch by the skipper. Rishi Patel clearly deciding the time had come when he needed to go on the attack. It hung in the air. Pujara had to run back into his side. That was a really, really good catch. The skipper setting the example. Catches win matches is the old maxim, and Rishi Patel is on the way for a defiant 48. Off 120 balls, he gets a good round of applause from the knowledgeable Hove crowd. Wonderful from Pujara. Now Leicestershire with just 1 wicket left.
Well, it was excellent innings by Rishi Patel, but that was a fantastic catch. Anybody who knows Hove, running down the hill, it was coming straight towards us, Adrian, wasn't it? It was high in the air. Pujara must have run 20 yards from his position at mid-off and caught the ball. Sorry, his position at mid-on, and he caught the ball over his shoulder and managed to stop himself going over the boundary as well. It was a brilliant catch.
It was.
And fantastic for Sussex. And the joy on the players' faces. If anybody's got any doubt about how much these players want to win, how much these players care about Sussex cricket, that moment summed it up. It was pure delight for everybody. So It's been a good morning, Adrian.
It has. 7 wickets Sussex have taken. Well, I hope if we did that justice to the catch from Cheteshwar Pujara.
I think you did. I think you described it brilliantly. And so, to the Arundel thing, it's very much on our radar. We very much want to do it. I think that the use of the term disgrace is a bit unfortunate, and we're working on it.
Andy Beale has been in touch. Sorry, this does come back to selection, but I will read this email out to John. He says, "Hi John, Keith Greenfield came in for a whole host of criticism from a wide section of fans last season. Would you not agree that some kind of director of cricket is needed to assist with the off-the-field issues, such as contracts and things like visa issues for overseas players, to allow Farbs to coach? In comes Carvalhais, bowls outside the off stump. There is no run. This is Eric Carvalhais' best return, 4 for 14. As a huge fan of this county, I find it really hard to continually listen to the criticism of these young men who have the potential to lead us on to a highly successful period for the club. When people say we need to go out and sign these quality players, where are they coming from? The results will come if we all get behind the boys." So it sounds like you've got a fan there, but picking up from Andy's email there, he also talked about a director of cricket maybe releasing some of the load from Paul Farbrace.
There's a fantastic man called Colin Bowley, who's the cricket administration manager, and a lot of that admin work Colin does.
Carvalhais in bowls, let go outside the off stump, no run.
And Paul Farbrace receives a lot of support from Ian Gould and Chris Adams, and indeed Rob Andrew, the chief executive. So there is a group of people supporting Paul. At the moment, we don't think we need... What we think we've done is created clarity and a clear line of accountability and a clear line of responsibility. And in Paul Farbrace, we think we've got the best man for the job, and we're doing everything we can to support him to enable him to do that job.
In comes Carvalhais, bowls, and he beats...
But it is a fair... Andy's making a very good point. Andy's a very good man, and his heart is in the right place. And the points that he's making about the criticism of our young players, I share that with him. And you heard what I said. If anybody wants to tell me any of these players that they think should be condemned, please feel free.
Well, you're on 5 Live Sports Extra here on BBC Radio Sussex. Welcome to our listeners across the country as in comes Eric Carvalhais in and bowls, and through to keeper Carter is no run. So a warm welcome. I'm Adrian Harms. John Philby, the chair of Sussex Cricket, is sitting next to me. So you are broadcasting to the nation, John. So
fantastic. It's
not too often cricket fans who get the opportunity from whatever county you support or follow or general interest in cricket to speak to a chairman of a county cricket club. So we're very grateful that John gives up his time and is prepared to do that. So thank you, John. So cricket fans across the country, now is your chance. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Get in touch and ask your questions. Here comes Eric Carvalhais over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, a good tumbling save by Ollie Carter. There is no run. An email from Bruce. I will read your email out, Bruce, but I think you need to be specific. I don't think this is really fair for John to comment on this. He says, does the chairman think it's acceptable for professional cricketers to vape during the tea break? I don't know whether you mean that Sussex cricketers or cricketers from another side. Do you think be a bit more precise about that, really, Bruce?
I'll just say I'm not aware of any Sussex cricketers vaping, but by all means, let me know.
Christopher's been in touch. Christopher Day, he says, when is the Mushtaq art-made pavilion or statue being unveiled at Hove? Our legends really should be honoured. I personally love what Somerset do with pavilions and stands named after players. It shows real class. I'll leave my view. Yeah, we'll get the rest of that email. So statues for players and honouring players who've done a great job for the clubs. In comes a Nadcat down the hill, bowls to Brad Curry, who works it into the offside. He picks up his 9th run, and Leicestershire to 108 for 9.
It's a very good point about honouring players. I'm very proud to be the chair of the Sussex Cricket Museum, which you can see from where we're sitting, Adrian, and in there's a huge amount of memories and recollections and honouring of our former players. The question of stands and statues, that's mainly financial investment, and it is on our minds and on our agenda. Yes.
And Nedcat running down the hill. Bright Sunshine bowls to Salisbury, who plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Just to recap what's happened here for listeners to 5 Sports Extra who are joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex. Leicestershire resuming this morning on 68 for 2. They've lost 7 wickets this morning, currently 108 for 9. Harry Cabelos picking up 4 wickets. He's taken 4 for 14. Head of an Adcat has taken 2 for 23, a couple of wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice, and 1 for Tom Haynes yesterday. A game that both sides really need to win. And Adcat in down the hill, bowls defended by Salisbury into the offside, and there is no run. Lawrence has been in touch, John. He has a question. He says, how adversely affected have we, meaning Sussex, and I would imagine this would apply to some of the, I hate using this expression, smaller counties, been affected by the 100? Time to think about that. As Cat wanders back to his mark, 3 slips and a gully in place, backward point mid-off, mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, almost at the square leg, but close enough to have hands on hips or hands on knees and not walking in. As in comes the Nadcat bowls, and it's in the air, and he's going to be caught by that man, and indeed he is. The wicket is taken. Tom Haynes takes the catch, and Leicestershire are bowled out for 108, and this morning they've lost 8 for 40. Another wicket for a Nadcat, that's his 3rd. Sussex yesterday making 266. So the follow-on could be enforced, but the way Tom Haynes has gone running off suggests to me that Sussex are going to bat again, John.
It's not my decision. I'm sure everybody would be very pleased to know. I think that the pitch is a used pitch, and you would expect that it'll get harder to bat as the game goes on, and that therefore Sussex would make use of the pitch now. But having said that, generally pitches at Hove get easier as the game goes on, so there's an interesting decision for the captain to make, but I'm sure he'll make the right one.
So thank you for that. I've got loads of emails here, so let me just one here from Gary, who says, you talk about the 100 effect.
Effect of the 100. So the major negative impact of the 100 is the impact that it has on the fixture list, and the fact that we have so little cricket in our business to sell at the time that we want to, so little cricket to give to our supporters to come and watch, so little cricket for our players to play. There's no second 11 cricket while the 100 is going on. We've got lots of young cricketers who would like to be playing second 11 games. So that's the main negative impact. There are then some other impacts around cash, the amount of money that is spent at the bigger grounds that doesn't get spent at our ground. But we do get a payment, as everybody knows, a fee of £1.3 million a year as compensation from the ECB for not playing in the tournament. So those cash things probably offset, but it's more to do with the lack of cricket and the lack of opportunity for us to create passion for cricket in Sussex by putting on really good matches at Hove all throughout July and August. That's the main problem.
Bruce has been back in touch about the vaping episode. I will read this out, Bruce, because you've been good enough to reply. He says, I don't want to drop anyone in it or name any names, but during our county game at Headingley this season, I personally saw one of our first team regulars who was playing that day vaping during the tea break. Feel like that should probably be brought to the attention of the coaching staff, and maybe a warning put out there. At least do it in an area where supporters don't have access to. He says he appreciates the commentary and the chairman answering all the questions.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Bruce. James has been in touch. Question for the chairman, or potential question for John. Given the youth movement at Sussex, to what extent is he concerned that as and when these players do become stars, in inverted commas, they will end up and leave to bigger counties with bigger budgets, as we've seen with a number of young players at counties, including Sussex? As this is a risk, does it not make it dangerous to push for a youth movement, says James?
I mean, that is a good and fair question. In the last 2 years, we haven't lost any players, and at the moment, we're signing up our young players to longer-term contracts, and we're doing everything that we can to protect ourselves from that. We have a strong faith in our ground and in our practice facilities and in our indoor school and in our gym and in our ground at Blackstone, our academy ground there, that these provide excellent practice facilities for players. We have strong faith in our coaching group, and we believe that we can continue to keep our best players. James is absolutely right to say that will be tested as these players develop. But I listened last night to an interview that Jofra Archer did with Lewis Hatchett last week, and in that he said he would never think of leaving Sussex. He regards Sussex as his home, and that's the sort of culture that we want to create. That's what we want to have at Hove. That's what we're working towards, and we're doing our very best in that regard. But yes, of course, it must be a risk.
Gary's been in touch. Good morning, Adrian. I've just arrived home, delighted to see Sussex ripping through the Leicestershire batting lineup. Maybe I should go back out again. Perhaps you should, Gary. Leicestershire bowled out this morning for 108. 4 wickets for Ari Carvelas, who's bowled beautifully this morning, as did Nadkat. He picked up 3. My question for John is, whilst it's still possible that Sussex will be promoted this season, if we do somehow achieve it, does John think that we'll be equipped to survive in Division 1, or would another season in Division 2 be more beneficial with the addition of some quality experienced players to support the younger brigade?
That's a very penetrating and also very fair question. I personally think that if we can get promoted, we need to get promoted. The players will want to be winning games, and the result of winning those games is that we'll get promoted. And it'll give those players more incentive and test them more when they get into the First Division. So we have to want to win, yes. But I can well see the point that another year of consolidation for some of this group would be very helpful.
This may not be a question for John, but I will ask it. It's come from Steve Oxford. He says, "Hi, Adrian and John. A simple question. Archie Lenham has hardly been used this season. Will he be here next season for any or all of the 3 formats? Kind regards, Steve Oxford."
Yes, he will be here next season. He's contracted, and unfortunately Archie has had some stress fractures of different types in his back over the last year or so. So he's missed a lot of cricket through injury. He hasn't even been able to play league cricket, never mind county cricket. So he's playing in the second 11 game that's just started at Blackstone this morning against Glamorgan, and I think he's down to bat at number 4, and he's very much a future part of the plans.
Brendan Gallagher's been in touch. A quick note for John. He says it's about our overseas players. We've had 5 this season, with Pudge, our main man, and a rotating cast of 4 others. I appreciate this is a problem all counties face. Could we not get one of that support cast to be a season-long loan signing so they can become part of the scene and really settle in? In past days, it would be a top young Aussie, South African or youngster from the subcontinent, perhaps playing their last full year before becoming a Test player and being needed elsewhere. So overseas players.
It's another really good question. Part of the changing world of cricket. I think that this year we've been slightly less reliant on players coming in for 1 or 2 matches. People will remember the T20 campaign 2 years ago, where we had 3 or 4 different players who played 1 or 2 games each. We think this year we've been much more consistent. Nathan McAndrew did a really good job for us in the county championship and the T20. Then there was the period where Henry Shipley came and played a few games to fill a gap. As you say, Pujara has been the mainstay. Shadab was brought in specifically for the T20, and when the opportunity came to sign an Nadkat, it would have been irresponsible for us not to take the opportunity to bring in a bowler to help us win these last matches, and it was felt that we would do that. We would absolutely love to recruit a young Viv Richards and have him with us for the whole season, but it is a completely different cricketing world now. I think the plan that Paul is working to is to create a group of players, of which the 5 that we've named may well be part of it in the future, who are the types of players who recognise Sussex as their English county, and they come back and they play for us whenever they're available. I think that that's a more likely way for us to go. The other thing that you might observe is that the way to afford the gnarled old professional cricketers that Paul mentioned is that you have slightly less reliance on overseas players, and you spend some of the budget on overseas players that you might, on English players that you might have spent on overseas players, because as people rightly observe, it's quite a difficult thing to do these days. So you might see, and this is a pure speculation, but you might see, as cricket develops, fewer overseas players playing just because of the costs and the.
I just wonder if that's a market that Sussex might be looking at.
Yeah, it would be. That is exactly right. Yeah.
Thank you. Jan, I think I pronounced your name correctly. I hope that's correct. He says the pricing at Hove at the moment is ridiculous, in my opinion, and specifically hinders young people from watching cricket. £25 for a day of county cricket and £30 for a blast game is a lot of money when you factor drinks, transport and other costs. This is especially jarring when Hove is almost never at capacity. Why is there no discounted tickets for the under 25 to 30? I've just turned 23. I've been working after university for the last 7 months. How is it fair for me to be taking the same price
to everybody who wanted to come to Hove? We've done that 3 times this year, and we feel that that's a very good way to offer encouragement for people to come to the ground.
Right, in bowls, Clark defends down the track, no run.
So there were 3,500 people, or over 3,000 people here yesterday, and that is something that is part of what we do, to offer free cricket. So that people can come and enjoy the greatest game. And we were blessed yesterday with amazing sunshine and a very good day's cricket, so that worked extremely well for us.
If any of these questions you want to reply to personally, John, just let me know, and I'm sure people are happy for me to forward emails on. Leslie has been in touch and comes right, bowls, Clark defends into the offside, there is no run. Hi Adrian and John, this isn't a question, but I totally agree with everything John says. The youngsters have been good because in all cricket teams you can't rely on the higher experienced players all the time, and I've seen that in club cricket as well, despite playing levels differences. I do understand everything John says as well, that we can't criticise anyone this year at all when it comes to performances and the behind the scenes of the club, as that's horrible to do. We have to be positive, we have to keep going. I really enjoyed watching Sussex this year. I'm still a huge fan of Sussex cricket, and I can't fault any of the players and Paul this year. So thank you for your email, Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie, that's great to hear.
In comes Wright, plays into the onside by Clark. There is no run. So we do read out all the emails that come through, as long as they're clean, of course. Simon has a question. He says, good morning, what is the future of Ollie Robinson? I know he has a central contract, but he rarely plays for Sussex. He's either injured playing for England, or I'm informed playing golf in Portugal. I think that's reference to a social media post that Ollie posted a couple of weeks ago. I understand how the club has no debts, so why can we not go for a top-class Aussie bowler for next summer who will play all season in at least 2 of the 3 formats? In comes Wright. Bowls, Clark, that one rather bounced on Tom Clark. He plays it to backward point, there is no run. So, future of Ollie Robinson, first of all.
So, Ollie Robinson's future is with England. He has a central contract for this year. I'm sure he's expecting, and we're expecting, that he'll get a central contract for next year. And as such, Sussex Cricket have very little control over how he plays, how he trains, what he does, his life in general. Absolutely no control. So I can't really answer that question, I'm afraid, because I don't,
He comes right, bowls.
We don't know.
Plays into the offside.
As far as this mythical Australian is concerned, it would be absolutely wonderful to bring in an Australian that's going to take 80 wickets in the county championship and bowl at the beginning, at the end of every blast match. And anybody out there who can suggest who those players are, I would be absolutely thrilled and delighted to hear from them. We'd love to do that, yes.
So there we are. Simon, thank you for getting in touch. John Malone says, question to the Sussex chairman. He just says, I think the team is still developing with the youngsters. Injuries to key players and international call-ups have restricted progress. Keep watching the next few seasons. So John looks like he's a fan. I don't know whether to read this next email out or not, because I don't particularly like to mention players, but you did say, John, is there anyone who you think you would name?
Yeah, go on.
I don't know whether to or not, really. In comes Salisbury running in over the wicket. Sussex in their second innings and let go by Tom Clark. That didn't miss the stumps by very much through to keeper Cox. There is no run, 3 without loss. One player who, in my view, is not up to the level of first-class cricket, he's talking here about Sean Hunt. He says he doesn't take enough wickets. There is a view that you back young players, but there comes a point when enough chances are given and you have to make that decision that players are not good enough for this level. That's what Steve is saying. So you asked.
I'll respond to that.
Okay, thank you. As in comes Salisbury running away from us. 3 slips go down. In and bowls. Clark defends into the offside, no run.
Sean's 21. When James Kirtley was 21, he was playing for Sussex second 11. He'd hardly bowled at all for Sussex. Fast bowlers tend to develop slightly later as they develop. Sean started the year really well, and he got us into a winning position in the game at Bristol against Gloucester.
Salisbury again runs away from us in and bowls. Clark works this to backward point. There is no run.
He's had some injuries. Darren Gough, Andrew Flintoff. You name a young fast bowler. They all had injuries as young men, and we need to be patient with these guys. Sean has got all the attributes, both the pace, the height, the bounce, to become a top quality fast bowler, and we need to be patient with him. But I completely agree, he's not had a great year this year, but there's no reason to think that he won't in the future.
Salisbury runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Tom Clark. He's in and bowls. Clark defends onto the onside, no run. James has been in touch. He says, nobody is looking to come down on young cricketers, just for the people who put them in a position to fail, and we failed to take some responsibility. Defending the indefensible, we're a professional club and not a development team, says James.
Well, Paul Farbrace has had 6 months in the job, and I'm very confident that he's going to make the difference that James is looking for.
Comes Salisbury running away from us. In and bowls to Clark, who defends, and there is no run. James was in touch earlier. He asked a question, John, about budgets, etc. And he says, thanks for reading out the email. I would just like to say it's very impressive that John has agreed to come on and respond to your questions, which have been challenging. This level of transparency and genuineness, even if I don't wholly agree with all the answers, is incredibly impressive, and is not something we see at most sports clubs and not just cricket. I'm not a Sussex fan, but would love to see this at Notts Cricket and also all the teams I follow across other sports. In comes Salisbury, bowls to Clark outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. 3 without loss. 3 to Clark. Haynes has yet to score. So thank you, James. That's a nice email. And I always say this with John. I appreciate John coming up. There are difficult questions that people want to ask. Unfortunately, I'm the person who has to ask them. John doesn't take offence, which is great. So it's a very open discussion. It's a forum where people can express their views in an adult manner. So thank you for your questions, and thank you, James, for your question. Teddy's another one who's got a question about Ollie Robinson. What's the situation with Ollie Robinson? With Garton, he's coming into his last year on his contract, from everything I've read, and looking to keep him, John. This season has been a step forward already. We've got more bowling points and will lead. Sorry, I'll read that one in a moment. In comes Wright and bowls. Haynes plays into the offside. I think really what Teddy's getting at there is the situation regarding Ollie Robinson. I understand his 3-year deal is coming to an end, so I think people expecting or hoping that Ollie's going to re-sign, John.
It would be normal for a player with an England central contract, and Jofra has had this arrangement for the last 2 or 3 years to get annual extensions. When Ollie had his 3-year contract, he wasn't an England player. Now that he's an England player, the normal thing would be annual extensions, and I know that there's an offer on the table for that to be signed.
In comes Wright, bowls played into the offside by Haynes. Oh, that sounds encouraging. So
there's no benefit to us in giving a longer term contract for a player over whom we have no control whatsoever.
Okay, so contract on the table for Ollie Robinson. And in fact, it leads on to Tim's question. Tim from Cranley, just over the border in Surrey, who says, any update on Archer and Robinson? When do we like to see either at Hove?
Well, Joffrey's here today.
In comes right and bowls. Pulled away by Tom Haynes, and that's gone for 4 runs. I thought for a moment it had been fielded at wicket, but he thumped back to Tom Haynes. He's on his way, Sussex 7 without loss. Haynes goes to 4. Joffrey's here today doing some fitness work? Or?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, I don't expect you to know the latest, but I mean, is he bowling? Does he?
He's not bowling at the moment. I think he's bowled a bit of left arm spin, but he's getting towards the end of a rehab period.
Right.
And then everybody's hopeful that as the winter progresses, he'll start playing some cricket somewhere in the world.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah, I mean, we're very proud of Joffre, and
comes right over the wicket, bowls. Haynes defends back down the track. There is no run.
And all of the people at Hove have done a great job supporting him, both through his early successes and then through his more recent trials and tribulations. And we will continue to do that, and that's why Joffre's signed another contract, because this is his home. So that's going to happen, is it? Signing a new deal? I was aware that something was in the wind. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, okay.
I heard, as I say, I heard that interview with Lewis Hatchett last week.
In comes right bowls, and Haynes with a play and a miss outside the off stump through to keeper Cox, no run.
In which he said that I've got no intention of ever leaving Sussex. It's my home.
Wonderful. Yeah. That's good to hear. Steve Harris, who's probably the supporter who lives furthest away, lives up in Aberdeenshire, but he does come down and watch games. I don't know if you know, we had a listener from Northern Ireland who came over, flew to Gatwick, got the train down to Hove. He brought me a picture of a lovely part of Northern Ireland as well. So we've got listeners all over the place. As in comes right, racing in, bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays to mid-on. There is no run. I think we'll get another over in before lunch. I have to say thank you to Sonia, who's here to do some commentary today. Hasn't had much opportunity so far today, but we'll get you on straight after lunch.
Sorry, Sonia.
And to Richard as well. But it's great to get it. And we've had lots of emails saying, you know, how good it is to have you on, John. So
good, thank you.
Steve says, well, wait till you hear this email. I'm only joking. He says, good morning, Adrian. What a great morning to be at Hove. So it suggests you're here, Steve.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of John, and he is good for the great club. His passion and common sense is obvious. Whilst listening, I've been looking up the batting averages over the last 3 years since the youth policy kicked in. In comes Salisbury. In and bowled and defending is Clark down the onside of the track, no run. The points I would make about the disappointment of this season, and I'd never condemn any Sussex player for form or inexperience, are Fujairah's excellent batting average is 54, less than last season, or is being missed. No one bar Coles has materially improved their batting averages. Tom Clark isn't improving, but is young. Fitness and injuries appear to be a problem. A big thanks to John for creating a club that is sustainable. That, for me, is the most important thing. Once the horror of the 100 is in the rearview mirror, things will improve. In comes Salisbury bowls, wide of the off stump, taken by Cox. There is no run. So I think Steve is, he's a big supporter of yours, John, but he's saying he's slightly questioning the batting improvement.
Yeah, we all are. The batting is undoubtedly, especially given the great quality of the batting pitches at Hove. These results are disappointing for the individual batsmen. They will spend a winter working really hard at their game with Paul Farbrace, with individual development plans for all the players. And they will do better next year. I couldn't be more certain of that, Adrian.
And the coaching set-up, I mean, obviously Grant Flower works with the young batters as well. Is that the plan to stay?
Yes.
In comes Salisbury bowls and Clark defends into the offside. And talking about Paul Farbrace, often Paul works with franchises during the winter. Is the plan for John to be here next winter, or will Paul be going away to various franchises?
I'm not aware that he's got any franchise commitments over this winter. I hope that doesn't sound too political.
No.
The answer.
No, if that's the answer, that's the answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. And I think there's a question here about Arundel, which you've answered. So we've got through a lot of questions there. As in comes Matt Salisbury, racing in bowls to Haynes, who drives firmly to mid-off. And there is no run. One more ball to go until lunch. And we'll let John go and have some lunch as well. Thank you, John.
It's a pleasure, Adrian. I've enjoyed it, and there wasn't one testing question, so that's even better.
Yeah, I think, people have. I mean, the main thing I think people are talking about is performance. There's no question about that.
We all are. We absolutely all are. Yeah.
As Salisbury wheels around and comes into bowls to Tom Clark. Sussex 7 without loss in their second innings. Salisbury in and bowls. Clark defends, and that's going to be a maiden over from Matt Salisbury. Is there one more ball to come? I'm sorry, I've misled everybody. That's dreadful commentary from me. There is still one more.
Makes up for your brilliance on Pajara catch, Adrian.
Oh, thanks, John. So, 2 more games to go. Derbyshire next week, Gloucestershire at home. Do you get a bit of a breather then? Because I'd imagine, you're chair of the club. It's a voluntary role. You're not getting paid 100 grand for doing it, so it must take up.
I don't get paid anything. No, I won't get a breather. The October and November, I think, are going to be very intense periods for working with the ECB in terms of what the future looks like.
Salisbury in bowls. Clark defends into the offside. That is a maiden over, and lunch is taken with Sussex 7 without loss. Clark on 3, Haynes on 4. The players make their way off. Sussex with a lead of my maths is not the best test. John, yours is better than mine. 262 left, 108 is, oh come on Adrian, 154 plus 7 is 161, is that right? Yeah, we're getting nods from the back of the box, so the lead of 161. Sorry, I was talking about your agenda.
You would have thought that a lead of 161, you'd have taken that at lunchtime on the second day, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
So that's good, and let's hope that we can continue to bat well this afternoon.
And just come back to your agenda in October, you expect a lot of meetings going on. Which is going to keep you busy.
Working. In particular, there's an imperative to get the schedule for the 2025 season sorted by the end of March 2024, by the end of this winter.
Right.
And there's a lot of work to be done in order to do that. There's a review of the 100 that's taking place. There's a consideration over the 100 and the blast. There's the
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Wix is your platform to perform on. A complete
Coming down the hill, it was coming straight that we should get. Understood the costs involved is a pool.
It's underneath overs 4 maidens, 3
Game of that.
8 of 120 balls. He gets a.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Eight. Leicestershire resumed their first innings on 68 for 2, so that was their last. Slightly to my surprise, I must admit, I'm sounding a little bit tinny. What do you think, Sonny? Does that sound okay? Your earphones.
You're sounding okay to me.
Great, but I just sound I'm very distant. But anyway, you can let me know if I sound a little bit odd. 7 without loss, Sussex. Clark, Tom Haynes, 3 and 4, respectively, and Leicestershire's lunch might have been a slightly sombre affair in the circumstances. They did not cover themselves with glory, the Foxes, this morning. They need early wickets this afternoon. Chris Wright is going to get yet another chance to impress his new employers, or his employers to be. Comes in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Haynes straight. Haynes turns his wrists on the defensive push slightly, pushes it out to Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill at mid-on.
Yeah, it's not been a morning where Leicestershire have covered themselves in glory, really.
I'm searching for excuses. There aren't many. I mean, I think Sussex bowled extremely well. All the seamers bowled very well this morning. There were one or two slightly conscientious dismissals when you get that in any innings, really. Leicestershire batters. As Wright goes in and bowls, and Haynes drives fluently. Some style through the covers. Nobody moved for a moment before Rahan Ahmed turned and jogged back to do the boundary and extra cover. Full outside off stop. Almost a half volley. The Haynes hit through the line of the ball. Connected in some style. Sussex move on to 11 without loss.
Yeah, it's one of the first really sort of flamboyant shots we've seen today. There's been a lot of digging in and weathering the storm, but not a lot of stroke playing.
Right is in, bowls, it's up, Haynes just a touch, plays it solidly enough, bounces off Budinger at point, just a foot or two.
Oh, that sounds a little bit better. Yep, turned up my mic. Who'd have thought? Decades, and it just occurs to someone to turn up the mic. Sounds a little bit better. 12 without loss, an unexpected
Addition of a single to the Haynes score. It brings Tom Clark down on strike. Another left-hander. Another left-hander called Tom, as right is in and bowls. Clark leans forward, plays it back down the pitch too. I think it's fair to describe him as a veteran seamer.
Yeah, Sussex have got quite a lot of Toms.
They do. All back together as well, which can be a little bit confusing if you're easily confused, like me.
For me, it's sometimes when the batters play quite similarly.
Indeed, right is in bowls. Clark is solidly leaning forward. He's the slightly taller of the two left-handed Toms at the crease at the moment.
But sometimes you get some who are sort of very similar in height, both sort of right or left-handed, and play quite a similar way. And I mean, here we're quite close, we're fortunate, but some of the grounds you can be quite a lot further away and it can be quite difficult to tell.
Made a good start in the first innings. These Sussex openers scored very quickly in taking the score to 50. Right is in. Haynes is looking to chop the ball away through the offside. Doesn't time it. Comes off a bottom edge, bounces down into the ground, and just for a moment he looks back, making sure it isn't going to fall onto the stumps. It's falling wide of the stumps. It's the end of Wright's over. His first post-lunch. Sussex, no alarms in it, have moved on to 12 without loss. If you add 154 to that, they now lead by 166. Were you surprised they didn't enforce all?
I was, because I thought, given how well they both bowled this morning and how easily the wickets came, I was slightly surprised that they didn't try and sort of carry on that momentum. But maybe they felt that this afternoon would be the best time to bat. There's plenty of time left in the game. You know, there's no real reason to wrap it up in as short a time as possible. You want to give yourself the best chance of winning, as Salisbury starts after lunch from the sea end, and it's let go through to the keeper by Haynes.
He didn't let go of the ball.
No.
He's still got it in his hand. He's done it. He did it 3 times yesterday, curiously. So Salisbury got to the crease, but then just sort of ran
the
through.
wicket keeper sort of went through the motions.
Threw it up into the air. It would have been good if they should have appealed, something like that, just to see if they could really confuse the umpire.
Starting with a dead ball after lunch is interesting, as Salisbury comes in, bowls, and this time it is hit straight at mid-off.
I think I would have enforced. I just think they absolutely had Leicestershire on the ropes. I mean, 42.4 overs for the innings as a whole. That includes the however many overs it was yesterday, 16, 17, so not much more than 30. If that, they bowled this morning, so the seamers were fresh, they were moving it around. Leicestershire looked in real trouble. I'd have enforced.
Salisbury over the wicket to Haynes, who drives this into the offside but just picks out the man at cover. Definitely looking to get on the front foot. I'm just looking at his first innings score here when he hit sort of 39 from 29 at a strike rate of 134, so he does like to get after the ball, Haynes.
He got a few balls he could put away yesterday morning and did so. Leicestershire will be clinging on to that though. Sussex in their first innings, 50 without loss.
As Salisbury runs in again from the sea end, and it's flashed off the bat but straight at point. Looking to angle the ball there, but couldn't quite find the gap. He's played 3 nice shots into the offside, and each time he's picked out sort of mid-off, cover and point in succession. Just can't quite find the gap so far this over. After lunch. Pretty regulation field from Sussex, just the one from Leicestershire, just the one man on the boundary. Fine leg, but otherwise all in the ring at the start of the Sussex innings, as Salisbury runs in again to Haynes, who drives, and this one almost finds the gap. It's just stopped by an outstretched arm at cover, and that one looked like it hurt. It looked like it hit him pretty hard there on the hand as he shakes it.
Yeah, good work by Umar Amin. Put out his right hand.
That one has hurt.
He just put it in the fold of the back of his right knee, didn't he? Just to
warm it up a bit. like to see the size of the thumb later on. As Salisbury runs in again. Haynes, who drives that.
Dropped.
Dropped in the slips, and it's run away. It did go quite hard at the slips.
It did. Scott Curry, third slip. When it was about chest high to his right, two hands. Just burst through them.
Yeah, it sort of flashed at it, thick edge, but just...
Should have held it. Should have held it.
Definitely.
It wasn't far to his right.
And I always think if you get both hands to it, those are the ones that you really should be holding on to.
Yeah.
It's the sort of diving one-handed stops that are slightly trickier to take, as Salisbury runs in again to Haynes, who plays this one again into the air, but it's gone into the offside and will run away for 4. Just picked out the gap between point and cover there. Score moves on to Sussex at 20 without loss in the second innings after lunch, with a lead of 170.
It's been a horror show from Leicestershire today. Shi Patel dug in the morning, managed to get to 48. None of the other batters, I suppose Scriven hung around for a while, distinguished themselves, and now it's continuing in the field, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, mistakes seem to compound sometimes, and when you feel like you're on the back foot, sometimes that's when the worst mistakes can happen.
Chris Wright is in and bowls thick inside edge as Clark gets one that just comes back in towards him a touch, and he was getting in position to try and smack it away, I think, through the offside, had to adjust and defend, and was in a little bit of trouble there. Chris Wright has grown a moustache for this match, not quite sure why. Did ask him whether it was anything to do with coming down to Brighton, and I think he's been having a certain amount of flack from his teammates for it, but it's just his current style. He's changed a bit as Wrighty in recent years. Comes running in and bowls. Clark covers up. Straight delivery, pushes it out into the onside, picked up by Hill, coming in at mid-on.
It'll be interesting to see how costly that drop was, because he was dropped on when he was on 9, and then that one went for 4, and then the next ball went for 4. So it was, and given that he can score quite quickly, and I'm guessing he's the sort of player who can take games away from you, it'd be interesting to see how costly that will be for Leicestershire.
Right is in and bowls. Clark is turning the delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Umar, who seems to have, his hand doesn't seem to be hurting anymore after that stop in the previous over, is the fielder. Well, Scott Curry will be wanting to impress. Picked up a couple of wickets bowling. This is his first lone game in a 3-match loan period until the end of the season. One or two rumours flying around that he might be involved next season for the Foxes as well, but he'll be conscious of having let down his side a little bit there, or his potential new side, as Wright is in and bowls. Clark covers up. Straight delivery on middle and off, this time out towards mid-off, where Scriven, as is his custom, reaches behind his neck, where he must have a patch of sweat, and uses that to polish the ball.
Just looking at some stats around Tom Haynes, his strike rate in first-class cricket before this game was 56, but in this match it seems to be a lot faster than that.
Maybe a determined attempt to be more positive. You kind of almost have to be these days if you have ambition, don't you? Certainly if you want to play white ball cricket as well. Wright is in bowls. Clark is turning him off his legs a little late on that one. Bit of a thick inside edge, and as a consequence a bit of pads involved, and it goes quite slowly down towards long legs. Salisbury comes into field, gets his throw away, but Clark had turned for what in the end was a fairly comfortable 2. He moves on to 5. It's lightning fast, this scoreboard, impressively so. 22 without loss.
Well, it's interesting how much the way England play will affect the young players who have those aspirations, because they've sort of made it clear they're not going to pick anyone who doesn't play the way that they want to.
Yeah.
Someone who takes the time like Dom Sibley does and who's been incredibly successful at what he does won't necessarily fit in with this England side. So I guess the younger players are looking to adapt.
Indeed, right. He starts to run in, but he sort of abandoned early there, didn't he? He after 3 or 4 strides, he knew he wasn't going to bowl the ball. He ran through the crease, but slowing all the time, whether he ran into some sort of flying object. There were a few around. There was a couple of huge dragonflies.
Well, I thought they were quite nice.
They're beautiful things, aren't they? But they're big creatures these days, dragonflies. People are going to tell me now they always were. In goes right and bowls, back foot defensive shot, guiding it down towards backward point is Clark, straight to Bodinger, who's back in his sun hat. He briefly went to his Leicestershire cap yesterday evening, but back in his sun hat now. End of the over, 22 without loss. The lead then 176 with all 10 second innings wickets intact. Sussex absolutely in control here.
Have you got the Leicestershire got the bucket hats yet?
They have, yeah. I've got one in the car. They tend to be associated purely with the sort of one day, either T20 or the.
I would like to see someone field in a bucket hat.
One of the.
There's a few, but I'd like to see someone come out in a white bucket hat.
We used to wear them playing sort of club cricket.
As Salisbury starts his over from the C end to Haynes, who looks to drive this one into the offside, but it catches us leading edge and trickles towards mid-on for no run.
But they have become more predominantly sort of bucket rather than sort of sun hat, haven't they? It's very much a style thing rather than a practical.
I love them. I wanted an England bucket hat this summer, but didn't quite manage to get one.
I hesitate to ask this, but actually, which county do you support, given your fondness for Liverpool FC?
I support Yorkshire.
Good.
As Salisbury runs in again to Haynes, who flicks this one off his pads, thinks about a run, but changes his mind. Just flicked towards mid-wicket there. Just a couple of yards away from the fielder, who was slightly slow to get there, but I don't think there was ever a run there, and probably the right decision.
Jonathan Deutsch does tell me that they have produced a bucket hat now. It is available at Headingley in the shop there.
I think all the counties are going to do it now, aren't they?
Should do. Leicestershire's is certainly popular.
You need to do what the Big Bash do and get the free sort of cardboard ones. As Salisbury runs in again to Haynes over the wicket, and Haynes smashes this one through the covers, straight off the back foot, and it's gone away for 4. Lovely shot.
Was. That won't make Salisbury feel any better about the drop, though, or indeed Scott Curry. Salisbury, in his relatively brief Leicestershire career, because of injury, he's missed a lot of cricket this season. He's had quite a few catches dropped off him, and you do sometimes get bowlers like that who just seem to be a little bit unluckier than others. And if a catch goes down, when Salisbury's in the side, odds are it tends to be off him. He always looks fairly philosophical about it, but
it's one of those luck charms that you just can't shake, as Salisbury comes in again to Haynes, who again plays that ball exactly as he did the last one, and it's gone straight away to the cover boundary, perfectly placed into the gap, just stood up tall, waited for it and found the gap.
Just looking at Leicestershire's captain Lewis Hill at mid-off, and doesn't look. I know he's got his back to us, but he's kind of radiating disapproval, isn't he? He doesn't look a particularly happy man out there, and why would he be?
No, especially when you've seen sort of 2 slightly wide, short balls just played in exactly the same way.
Another of those, and he's going to have to give him some cover or take him off.
As Salisbury comes in again for what's been an expensive over so far, and this time Haynes is struck on the pad. There's a big appeal from the bowler, but nothing given from umpire.
The only thing I can think of, it might have just hit him outside the line there, or pitched outside the line, I should say. Let's have a look-see at the replay, because height didn't look to be necessarily an issue.
But the masser didn't look too fast, and it was mostly the bowler who appealed rather than anyone else. It wasn't sort of the team appeal that we saw from Sussex earlier on in the day, perhaps. As we're just looking at the replay now.
Got pitch miles outside.
As Salisbury comes in again to Haynes over the wicket. Haynes plays this one, but this time it's straight at point rather than finding the gap, as he had already twice that over between point and square leg. Sussex 30 without loss. Haynes has moved on to 25 from 21.
I think that comes into the category of an appeal shouted to sort of ease frustration to a certain extent from Matt Salisbury. He knows he hasn't bowled well post-lunch. And then that catch was dropped, and that was just a letting out of frustration, hopefully, from his point of view. I don't know whether to start this over because I have an update to do in about a minute's time, so probably best if I don't. We'll drag Adrian back if he's managed to digest his lunch, and I'll go and do my update.
In the Cromwell round end, it's right, and Clark just plays this defensively off the back foot to mid-off for no run. Sussex have come out very positive from lunch, as I'm joined by Adrian.
Hello, Sonia.
Hello.
I was only half watching, which is a bad confession to make, when that ball whistled through the slips. It looked to me like no one moved. I mean, did anyone get a hand to it? Or?
I think he got two hands to it.
Really?
And it just sort of went through them. Or
That was Tom Haynes.
that was Tom Haynes,
Right.
who then went on to make 8 in 2 balls.
Yeah.
As Wright runs in again from the Cromwell road end, and this time Clark just leaves that ball and it goes through to the wicket-keeper.
Impressed by the pace that Chris Wright bowls at. Sussex supporters will be watching intently. Sussex's recent recruitment of quick bowlers hasn't been the best, looking back to Stuart Meeker, Mitch Claydon, Steve Finn in later years. For one reason or another, it hasn't quite worked, and so there's a bit of scepticism around Chris's age and whether he can really do it. But he's very fit. He's bowling really well here. So this will be encouraging for Sussex supporters.
As Wright runs in again over the wicket, and Clark has inside edged that onto his foot, I think.
I did wonder as well, when all those wickets were tumbling, whether the pitch was playing up. But actually, there's no signs of that, is there? I mean, but it was just good bowling, bit of a combination of good bowling and some perhaps not great shots, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Carvelis and Haynes seem to be getting some movement sort of into the bat that seem to be causing some problems, but I'm not sure Leicestershire have found quite the same fortune. It has brightened up a bit, but not a lot. It seems to be basically the same conditions as it was when Leicestershire were batting, which might be doubly problematic for them, as Wright comes in over the wicket and Clark defends this into the leg side for no run.
So Sussex, I mean, they did enforce the follow-on. What was your take on that? Do you think they should have enforced the follow-on?
I think it depends. If they felt they were out there, that it was good conditions for batting, maybe they thought it might change tomorrow. Maybe there's a bit more cloud around.
Yeah.
If they feel like they can score, as they have been scoring quickly and comfortably, I think maybe now is the time to bat. I think, fans always like the following because it sort of speeds the end of the game, but it might not necessarily be the best, as Wright comes in again and it's flicked off the pads by Clark down towards the boundary. Salisbury gets there, gathers and throws it back in. They come back for 2. Score moves on to 32 without loss.
I think even yesterday the ground staff were saying they felt there was a bit of rain around on Tuesday, and I was looking, which is tomorrow, isn't it? And I was looking at the weather forecast, and there is this sort of band of rain that's coming down slowly across the country, which I think is due to get here at some stage tomorrow. Now, Sussex will be hoping that that's not going to take too much time out of the game. I think beyond then, the forecast for Wednesday is okay.
And if it's trickling down through the country, it might have quite a long time before it gets down to the south coast. As Wright runs in down the hill to Clark, who plays this one into the offside for just cut away perfectly front of square, and the score moves on. There's been a few sort of loose deliveries we've seen from Leicestershire that have just been picked off by the Sussex batters, moving the score along at quite a rate so far.
Yeah, and that takes the lead to 36. 100 and... Come on, is that 200 the lead now?
I believe
Almost.
it's 190, but I might be wrong.
Right. Okay. It was the lead was 100 and. I was also familiar with my maths today. Haynes 25, Clark 11. Salisbury comes into bowl to Tom Haynes. 2 slips in a gully. And he's on his way over the wicket bowl. Haynes defends down the track and there is no run. Your computer's going to tell us, isn't it?
It is 190.
Thank you. That's my maths, which is all over the show.
Should we get you a pencil and a piece of paper and you can do it like at school?
I do. Yeah, ought to be far better, really.
Cricket is a game of numbers.
It is. Leicestershire needing a breakthrough here. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Sonia Twig, Richard Ray back with us in a couple of moments' time. Richard will take over from myself. I can finish eating my lunch as in comes. Oh, hang on, we've got a little cricket update as well, so I'm glad I remembered. Played into the offside by Haynes, and there is no run. 36 without loss, Sussex.
Tomorrow, a mix of patchy cloud and sunny spells. Showers developing in the afternoon. The odd rumble of thunder is a possibility.
The odd rumble of thunder and showers tomorrow afternoon, so we're hearing on the local weather forecast.
Areas of cloud and a few light showers in the afternoon, and Thursday drier, a mixture of sunny spells.
So there is some more unsettled weather over Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, let's bring you up to date with the latest cricket with Adrian Harms.
Yes, well, it's been a really good day for Sussex here in the sunshine at Hove. They're 36 without loss in their second innings. Tom Haynes on 25, Tom Clark on 11. And that will tell you that Leicestershire were bowled out this morning for just 108. They lost their last 8 wickets for just 40 runs. 5 Leicestershire batsmen out for a duck. It gave Sussex a lead that have extended now to 190. I say Haynes and Clark going on very nicely. There are still another 62 overs to be bowled today. Sussex here 36 without loss, leading by 190. Salisbury runs away from us. And bowls cut away by Haynes down to this sweeper on the cover boundary. Picks up a single, one more to the total. I shall vacate the microphone. 37 without loss, Haynes 26. Clark is on 11. And Richard back with us.
Yeah, it's just as you were saying that they might have to put on some cover on the boundary, and they've done just that for Haynes. They've pushed the man out from point all the way to the boundary, which I think is probably the right approach.
He's there for the bad ball only. Do you know what? I've had a few captains who will have said, if I asked for that, would have said, I'm not putting a fielder there for a bad ball. Don't bowl there. But yeah, it's not great from Leicestershire's point of view. Salisbury around the wicket bowls on towards middle and leg this time. Clark turns the delivery, but not with any really aggressive intent. Out into the leg side, fielded at mid wicket by, looks like Will Davis, who's out there, one of Leicestershire's squad members who didn't make the team. No, it's Scriven, beg your pardon. He has that sort of slightly round-shouldered walk that Davis also affects. Salisbury is in and bowling straight-ish, middle and off, full-ish as well. Gunning on the front foot, Clark, looking to drive, not really timing it, and it rolls quite slowly out to mid-off, where Hill is the fielder. End of the 10th over of the Leicestershire attempt to bowl Sussex out for a second time. It is not happening for the Foxes today so far. 37 without loss, Sussex. Extending the lead all the time, getting on towards 200. Now, not quite there yet, but in a very strong position.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the weather forecast, and it says there's a chance of thunderstorms at 11, 3 and 4 tomorrow, so that could be quite interesting in terms of how it affects the day, as Wright runs in from the Cromwell Road end to Haynes, plays this one off the back foot, but it's guided straight point for no run.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Sussex could end up
regretting their decision not to enforce because they actually run out of time if the weather is a factor over the next couple of days.
Well, it looks okay for Wednesday, so should still have enough time, but you'd think they'd want the extra day, and I know Leicestershire will want the extra day with a big game this weekend.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's what they're thinking. We'll get home early and recover.
As Wright runs in again over the wicket to Haynes, who plays this off the back foot, and it's missed by point. Dive, but couldn't quite get a hand there, and it's almost gone to the boundary. He manages to recover and get at it and get the throw in, but it's a 2 that Leicestershire, you take given away there. He really should have been able to stop that. He's sort of on the ground with one hand, but just missed the ball.
Yeah,
parried it almost.
A bit too casual, wasn't it, from Sol Budinger? Yeah, they've decided they want Wednesday off to prepare for Saturday.
Gonna get back to that nice place in Gatwick as well.
I'm sure the hotel's fine, it's just the location.
As Wright runs in again to Haynes, who defends this back towards the bowler, and it's gathered by middle.
Yes, just to explain, if you're listening, Leicestershire have a hotel up near Gatwick somewhere for this game, rather than down here in Brighton or Hove, which surely is half the fun of being down here, you would have thought.
Well, you'd think, when you come down here, you'd want a nice morning coffee looking out at the sea, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Especially
given Leicestershire's not particularly close to any sea.
Indeed.
As Wright runs in again to Haynes, who flashes at that one, got towards fine leg, bounces well before, and it's an easy single. Just looking to open up the shoulders a bit there. We haven't seen that shot so far. It's been sort of more drives, but that was more of a pull shot down towards fine leg. Sussex move on to 40 without loss. It's been quite a quick innings from them. I think they're going at bound 4 and over. And so it's Clark to face Wright. So he runs in, and Clark just defends this into the leg side, and it's gathered and thrown back. No more run. What have you made of this Leicestershire bowling so far?
Hasn't been particularly impressive, has it? Hasn't looked penetrative. They haven't moved it certainly as much as Carvelas and Pacat and Haynes. And Hudson Prentice did this morning.
As Wright comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Clark, who looks slightly more to score, but is straight at mid-off. And at the end of that over, Sussex have 40 without loss, Clark on 11 and Haynes on 29.
Sometimes it does take a few overs for the new ball to start sort of swinging properly. But what are we now, 11 overs in? A little bit of shape, but occasionally, but nothing that Haynes and Clark haven't been able to cope with for the most part. Bat has only been beaten on a couple of occasions. Once taking the edge and was badly dropped by Curry, who's moved to sort of backward point, really, away from the gully. He's just about in a catching position, but it's for the flashing drive, really, rather than the genuine edge. Salisbury's keeping going, though. Thick inside edge there from Haynes, as he was slightly deceived by that delivery. It's gone down to Rahan Ahmed, a backward square, who hurls the ball in very hard and lands pretty much at the feet of Ben Cox, who doesn't take it cleanly. It's becoming a almost slovenly performance in the field as well from the Foxes.
He's just looking at the end of his finger there, so I wonder if it sort of flicked the glove.
Not what you want, is it? I mean, there was no pressure on the, the batters weren't putting him under pressure. It just hurled it in, and it was a horrible throw for the keeper. Salisbury in again, bowls outside off stump, driven for 4.
Far too wide, and this time it's Clark who tucks in. And I mean tucks in because that was a bit of a buffet ball.
Yeah, he's just not quite found his length and line here, Salisbury. It's been slightly all over the place. A few looseners. He started sort of coming round the wicket to try and tuck them up a bit, but it's not necessarily had the desired effect.
5.2 overs, none for 22, and 2 of those overs were maidens. In he comes, bowls again, straighter this time, and no real movement again. Bunted rather than driven out by Clark as far as Hill, moving to his right at mid-off. And there's no run. Both Clark and Haynes, having gotten themselves in, will be very, very keen not to make the mistake they made in the first innings, get themselves out. A few Sussex players did sort of get in and get themselves out as much as anything. Actually, Salisbury, when I spoke to him last night, said there were possibly a few soft dismissals, and I would imagine Sussex head coach Paul Farbrace will have said something along similar lines. In goes Salisbury and bowls on towards middle and leg this time, turned wristily by Clark, but only as far as mid-wicket. And Adrian will confirm that's sort of been one of Farbrace's big messages this season, that the youngish batting group, it's been around, it's had enough experience now to know when to be able to sort of go on and make really big scores at a decent rate. And they've really got a team. They've got their foot on the necks of Leicestershire, and they've just got to keep them down. In goes Salisbury and bowls straight. That's a better delivery, and Clark has to cover up on middle stump.
Well, it's interesting what you're saying, because they've got 5 scores of more than 400 plus this season, which is slightly abnormal for Division 2, but then they've only got 1 win and 9 draws. So it's been one where potentially you're looking at the young bowlers more than the young batters, because as you know, the stats sort of tell us that the runs have been quite free flowing.
Those big scores have all kind of been here, though, haven't they? In goes Salisbury and bowls, slightly squares up Clark then, who was looking to work it and might just have held its own a bit and ended up going back down the pitch towards Salisbury, who looks so he's got the cares of the world on his shoulders now. Looks very sad young man as he walks away with Lewis Hill patting him on the back, saying, "Thanks for now, Matt." And I think it's going to be Scott Curry who will be taking over from Salisbury.
Solemn figure, who's sort of jogging quite slowly down to his position at fine leg. Yeah, I think most of those games have been here, but you know, we've seen a few high scores around the place, and obviously Hampshire yesterday were docked points for or the other day were docked points for a pitch deemed
substandard.
Substandard
phrase, yeah.
As Wright starts his over from the Cromwell Road end to the left-handed Haynes, who defends this into the leg side, managed to get past mid-wicket, but mid-on was there to cover, and there's no run. Yeah, season team high score was 481 at Glamorgan in May. So all of them might not have come here, but Glamorgan have had 10 draws this year, so I think it's safe to say that their pitch is probably quite batting friendly as well. And, you know, it does rain quite a bit in Wales also. As Wright starts the second ball of his over to Haynes, who defends this into the offside. Hasn't gone very far, and it's rolled to Rayan Ahmed. Cover? Yes, this pitch seems to be a bit sort of offering more to the bowlers. Not that we've seen that this innings than some of the other ones so far this year. Just a bit of a discussion in the right and fielder at mid-off before he starts the third ball of the over. And Haynes drives this one into the gap. The fielder's dived and not got it, and it's gone to the short boundary for 4. You think if he hadn't dived, he might have been able to cut it off, but Clark has another boundary, and Sussex move on to 49 without loss. Haynes on 34.
Scriven is one of the better fielders in the side as well. I mean, so too is Budinger, who made
that error down at backward point a couple of overs ago. So it seems to be a general malaise affecting the Foxes at the moment.
It's been far from the clinical fielding performance you like to see. As Wright comes in over the wicket, and Haynes defends this one back down the pitch towards mid-off.
Lead over 200 now. What do you reckon? Declare sometime around this time tomorrow with a lead of 500. It's beginning to feel that way, something like that. And as you say, if weather is a factor tomorrow.
There's also, thunderstorms can be hit and miss, but if they do hit, especially when it's been this hot for so long, they do tend to drop quite a lot of water quite quickly. So clean-up could take a while. As Wright comes in again to Haynes, who plays this up into the air, and it's caught. Haynes has gone for 34. He just sort of top-edged that, and it's caught by wide mid-on. Sussex, Leicestershire have their first wicket.
Yeah, Lewis Hill, the captain. Now, we've seen a couple of dismissals like that in this game. Budinger in Leicestershire's first innings went in almost exactly the same way. Went for the pull, top-edged it. Hill had a bit of ground to make up to his left and had to move forward a bit to take the catch. But, well, the first decent moment of the day as far as the Foxes are concerned.
Yes, and could be quite an important one because he was going quite nicely there at a strike rate of 100 with 7 fours, so he's clearly finding the gaps comfortably. But it is also similar to what happened in the first innings where he's got a score in the 30s and then got out. So when Sussex had this really good platform and later on sort of crumbled, and it was Hudson Prentice's 62 that sort of held it all together for them. So it'll be interesting to see if Leicestershire can take some momentum from that, from what's been a relatively flat sort of performance in the field so far. As Tom Alsop walks out at number 3.
Another Tom.
Do you think they go by their surnames? Because if you walk into the Sussex dressing room and shout Tom, you're going to get about 6 people turning around to talk to you.
To see what the various nicknames are. You can't always trust what people say their own nicknames are, though, can you? But
do you not just add a Y? Is that not what cricket does?
Tends to be. There used to be a little. Occasionally, you get some that are a little more inventive, but. I suppose Allsop, that's a bit risky. It was Soppy, wouldn't it? I don't know.
Surely it's one that's coined at school and you're just stuck with it for the rest of time.
His nickname apparently is Lance. Now, why that might be, Lance, is a famous Lance Allsop? It's not a character from Neighbours or anything like that. I don't know.
I can Google.
See who you get when you Google Lance Allsop.
As Wright comes in again to the new batter who defends this for no run. At the end of the over, Sussex are 49 for 1. I can't quite find a Lance Allsop that would jump out.
Perhaps Adrian knows. He'll be able to, I'm sure, he'll know all their nicknames and their backgrounds and everything like that.
Well,
possibly.
Usually it's a Y added on.
Yeah.
Or an O.
Yeah.
Occasionally you get an O.
Soppo.
Could be Soppo.
Tomo. Well, see if Leicestershire have been lifted by that dismissal, which came at almost exactly the same time as it did in Sussex's first innings. 50. First innings 49 for the opening partnership in the second. Well, Scott Curry owes his side a wicket or two. He's going to come around the wicket and bowl to Tom Clark, who defends carefully. A little bit of a gentle loosener from Curry. It is pushed out to right at mid-on. And there's no run.
What would you do if you play with someone else with the same surname and both your nicknames are related to the surname? And you've got the same one?
Yeah.
There must be multiple counties where there's more than one Clark or Smith.
In goes Curry, bowled, slightly short of length, quite a little bit quicker as well. Clark defends on the back foot, off stump, drops it out towards Umar Amin in the covers. Again, there's no run. Clark, he's almost certainly Clark, isn't he? You would
True,
imagine.
but what if there's another Clark?
Yeah.
Would you be Clarky and Clarko?
Just checking. As in goes Curry and bowled. Clark looking to cut out into the offside, doesn't time it. Wristy sort of cut, was a little bit closer to him than he thought in the end, and chopped it down into the ground. And the retreating Budinger at backward point eventually made the stop. Well, Tom Clark doesn't list a nickname. Ardingly College made 138 for Sussex against Leicestershire up at Grace Road last season. In goes Curry, bowls, jams it back down into the ground, bounces up, and Curry, or tall man, leaps further into the air to make the fairly comfortable stop, it must be said.
He's one of Sussex's young crop of players, isn't he? 22 years old, left-hand bat. Apparently used to be a useful bowler before suffering an injury when he was a teenager, which is always slightly unfortunate to hear.
Curry almost wanders in and bowls down the leg side, a really poor delivery, and Clark sort of swivels on it and tries to flick it almost contemptuously away down towards long leg. Doesn't get anything on it taken by Cox.
Yeah, Clark sort of breakthrough season last year with 765 runs, including a maiden first-class 100. So this is only a sort of full second season in county cricket.
Yeah, maybe Paul Farbrace is being a little bit harsh. Then in goes Curry, bowls to him. He's very solid in that forward defensive. Back down the pitch it goes, just on the onside. Hill and Wright converge on the ball behind the stumps at the non-striker's end. Wright it is who picks it up. End of Curry's first over. It was a maiden, but not the most distinguished of maidens. There are maidens, and that was one of the latter. It makes no sense at all. 49 for 1.
I'm sure the people on the stream will know what you're talking about, even if those listening might.
They'll have an inkling, but as you say, the people on the stream will definitely understand.
As it will be right again from the Cromwell Road end. It's been quite a long spell into his 8th over. But I guess sort of lunch has broken up that a little bit, so he's had a bit of time with his feet up. As Wright comes into Alsop, who plays this into the offside. Just trickled to the fielder for no run. He's got quite a crouch stance also. You see a lot more upright batters these days, but he's quite low. Just taking the time to get set. There's still 2 in the slips and 1 at gully. Backwards point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the boundary. No other boundary cover as we saw earlier, but that was for the dangerous Haynes as Wright comes in again, and it's looked to drive from Alsop, but it's straight into the ground, and Wright gets a hand to it before it's gathered by mid-on.
Yeah, the 10 runs he scored in the first innings took him to 691 first-class cricket for the season, averaging kind of mid-40s. Highest, the 182 not out, one of 2 centuries he's made this season, and 350s. So when he's got in, he's tended to sort of go on, which is a good sign. Just needs to get in a bit more often.
You've got time, I think, as well, if you're 22. And Wright comes in around the wicket to Alsop, who sees this one through to the keeper. Interesting change there. We've seen him come over the wicket to all the left-handers so far, but against Alsop he's decided to come round. There's been a lot of left-handers as well. 3 left-handers at the top of the order is not something you see particularly often.
No. 3 left-handers called Tom. Even less often.
Stop banging on about Toms, Richard.
Must be a record for number of Toms in a team that I'm sure someone can look up. As Wright comes in again to Allsop, who flashes at that one, but it doesn't catch the bat, and Leicestershire have their head in their hands, as that looked quite close, judging from the reaction of the fielders.
Yeah, that was a bit wild from Tom Allsop. And again, perhaps it was about this stage in the first inning that the ball started to move a little bit more. Also, the effect of the heavy roller, which Sussex had on between innings, that'll just start beginning to wear off a fraction now.
Right, runs in again, around the wicket. Allsop lets that one go through. He's sort of been seen quite a few through Allsop, but he hasn't, other than that one that he played and missed at, it hasn't been too much really off the bat with scoring intent. It's quite different to how Haynes was sort of looking to score every ball.
Actually, the heavy roller regulation is one that, if I was asked, it would be one that I would definitely change. I think it's an absolute pitch killer. For too long during games, the heavy roller.
As Wright runs in again down the hill, and Allsop plays this one off his hip into the leg side for one run, just sort of flicked towards a vacant square leg, and at the end of the over, Sussex have 50 for 1.
I understand it at the moment, both sides can use it twice. Is it for 8 minutes during a game, between innings or at the start of a day? I think once is plenty, frankly. Almost updates time.
It'll be Curry from the C end, who's just shining the ball that we haven't seen do a lot compared to how much movement Sussex were getting in their innings. And he will bowl to Allsop, who got a single at the end of the last over the wicket. Allsop edges, and it's dropped again. That's the second drop in the slips we've seen so far this morning, and both at the same end. Managed to catch the edge of the bat, but it's been put down. And Allsop handed a lifeline as he scarpers through for a single.
So Allsop dropped when he was on 1, is that right?
1, yes.
Who put that chance down? We're just going to see the replay. Oh, I think was it short of him? Yeah, I think the general consensus was it did drop short. So maybe a reprieve there for the Leicester slip cordon. Richard's going off to do his update to listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. Then we'll have a change around. Richard will be back, and I'll spend some time with Richard and give Sonia a break. So it's building up a decent lead here.
Yes, and it's looked quite comfortable. I mean,
it has.
As Curry runs in from the C end to Clark, who defends this back towards the bowler for no run.
So the lead on first innings was 154, so Sussex could have enforced the follow-on had they so wanted to, but decided not to. It's strange with follow-ons, isn't it? I mean, I always think follow-on is quite a positive move, but I know that teams look at the pitch. Is the pitch going to deteriorate? Sussex would have had a look at the weather, I'm sure, and probably thought, well, we don't want that to play a factor.
As Curry comes in again, around the wicket to the left-hander, and it's just gone through to the keeper.
Scott Curry would know Tom Allsop, I'm sure, from his time at Hampshire. He's a tall man, isn't he? He wanders back to his mark. Taller than his brother, I think, Brad Curry, who played in this corresponding fixture at Grace Road earlier on in the season.
He's quite tall. Although so many cricketers are tall, your perception gets shifted slightly. As Curry runs in round the wicket, and he looked to play that, Clark, but it's just sort of come off an inside edge and trickled into the leg side.
Didn't quite get to the pitch of that ball, did he? He was playing a little way away from his body. He was looking to play that away through the offside, as you say, but he didn't quite get there.
No, it definitely caught a bit of the bat that it wasn't supposed to, as it just sort of trickled. Definitely not as hard as he wanted to hit it, or sort of almost the opposite direction.
We'll have to look at the league tables in a few moments' time, because if Sussex were to win this...
As Curry runs in round the wicket, and it's defended into the ground by Clark off the front foot.
There are still, at the end of the over, 51 for 1, Clark 15, Alsop on 2. Sussex still with 2 games to go. They go to Derby next week and then home to Gloucestershire, final match of the season. That would give Sussex 20 points if they were to win this match. As it stands, so that would take them how many points behind Worcester?
If they were to win this match, that would take them to 14 points behind Worcester.
Right. Is that an up-to-date table, or was that at the start of play?
I am not sure.
Right, I think that might be at the start of play. Oh, that might update as we go along, so they would need to... I still think they'd need to beat Derbyshire and beat Gloucestershire. But it does put Sussex in the reckoning. Racing down the hill comes Chris Wright round the wicket. He is bowling his heart out here, Chris Wright, against the county that he's going to play for next season.
Looking to impress?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think he's done that. I think he's bowled rapidly. He's picked up the only wicket to fall. But he's very much working hard for Leicester here. This big day coming up at the weekend as well, up at Trent Bridge against Hampshire in the 50-over cup final. Right. Around the wicket, in and bowls. Also drives firmly down the ground. Nice looking shot by Tom Alsop. That could race away for 4 runs. Yeah, he doesn't bother running for that, does Tom Alsop. Drill down the ground through a fairly straightish mid-off. And Alsop goes to 6. Sussex to 55 for 1. Add to that 154 and you get the Sussex lead, which I don't think is shown on the scoreboard.
It's not the Sussex lead by...
Not on an ongoing basis.
Well, 205.
Thank you. Right, in bright sunshine now, runs towards us down the hill, bowls, and Alsop lets that one go. An exaggerated lead from Tom Alsop. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Ben Cox, and there is no run. It is extraordinary, that collapse from Leicestershire this morning, wasn't it? Because there were 1 or 2 dismissals when you got the feeling that the Leicestershire players were just looking at the pitch slightly suspiciously, and I thought, well, crumbs, perhaps the pitch is deteriorating here. But there's been no sign of that at all, is there, in this Sussex reply?
No, and also very little movement that we saw a lot of from the Sussex bowlers. Haynes and Carvelis were getting it to really nip.
Right in again, bowls, also drives firmly to mid-off, and again there is no run. No, absolutely. In fact, I thought Eric Carvelis bowled an excellent spell, didn't he? That's what he does. He just nips the ball around. He's not express pace by any manner of means, but he does a bit with the ball, does Eric Carvelis?
I don't think you need pace in county cricket. We've seen a lot of bowlers be, successful for very long periods of time with it, as long as the ball moves, especially, given when the games are played in the English summer.
Right, wheels around, block of flats behind him, people sitting in the deck chairs at the Cromwell Road end, and he's on his way again. Bowls and Alsop again, just shoulders, arms. What's that one passed by harmlessly outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run. Alsop on 6, Clark on 15. Tom Haynes, the man out. Sussex just looking to build on this lead. They say leading by 209.
I think we've got a few people who've sort of trickled in after lunch. It does seem a little bit fuller than it did this morning.
And after tea, the lads might be able to correct me in the office whether I'm correct in this, whether it's free after tea today, which I think it is here at Hove. In comes Wright, bowls, and that's wide of the off stump. That was a rather more tired-looking delivery from Chris Wright, low down to Ben Cox. Tom Alsop having absolutely nothing to do with it. The ball signals the end of the over. 55 for 1, Clark 15, Alsop on 6. The flags on the clock tower scoreboard, Sonia, are sort of billowing away now, so that hopefully all that horrible humidity is getting blown away into the English Channel.
Yes, I have to admit I went for a run in London yesterday, and I think it was about 75% humidity.
Ouch. How far did you run?
18 kilometres.
Wow. So hang about, in old currency, I reckon that's about 10 miles.
11 miles, I think, yeah.
Right, okay. Is that a regular thing you do?
I'm training for a half marathon as Curry runs in from the sea end, and it's defended by Clark into the offside for no run.
Right. Where and when is that?
It's in October in Amsterdam.
Oh, that's a good place to go and do a...
I thought it's flat.
That's good. I like that.
Don't really like running up and down hills.
So, but actually, you can combine it with a nice weekend break.
Yeah, going away for the weekend. It'd be nice, get to see a city.
You can run round it, yeah.
Yeah, and then you run round it on the Sunday. As Curry runs in again for the second ball is over round the wicket, and it's flicked off the pad down towards fine leg for an easy single for Clark.
And are you doing it for a cause or a charity?
I'm not. I did the Hackney half in May for the Lord's Taverners, but this is just... I signed up for it on the eve of that one going really well and didn't quite plan into the fact that I'm going to have to be doing my training all throughout a cricket summer, which is quite busy. So I haven't been able to train quite as much as I would have liked, unfortunately. So we'll see how it goes on the day. As Curry runs in again to Alsop round the wicket, Alsop defends this straight into the ground and it goes back to the bowler for no run.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
You ought to go there when Brighton and Hove Albion are playing a game in Amsterdam. But that's early November, so you'll miss that, and that'll be on a Thursday night, so you'll miss that happening.
I think it's a good way to see a city when you run round it. It's quite nice.
Great way of seeing it. But you and Richard will go together well, because he's always running all sorts of lunatic distances as well.
As Curry runs in again, and it's defended by Alsop towards mid-off.
Talking of Richard, I'm going to give this headset to Richard, and then we'll change over Sonia at the end of the over, but don't worry just yet.
Yeah, so unfortunately I'm not staying down here tonight, or it would be lovely to do a run along the coast tomorrow morning. Is that how you spent your morning?
Yeah, indeed. A little bit further down the coast.
Which way?
Sort of Littlehampton.
Did you run towards Brighton or the other way?
The other way.
As Curry runs in again, and it's seen through to keeper by Alsop. Although, judging from the reactions of the keeper and those in the slips, I don't think that one was too far away from the stumps.
When you've watched Leicestershire a few times, you'll get used to Rishi Patel in particular at first slip reacting like that to pretty much every delivery. And it's not quite the boy who cried wolf, but quite often isn't as close as his reaction might imply.
Stuart Broad's one for that, isn't he? Huge appeals that he's convinced her out that show up to be not worth the review. As Curry comes in again, this time it's much wider and Alsop plays it to point for no run. At the end of the over, Sussex are 56 for 1, Clark on 16 and Alsop on 6. And I will hand back over to Adrian.
Yeah, and still in pretty much complete control as a consequence. Remember, they lead by 154 on first innings, so 210 for 1, effectively. Louis Kimber's on the field. He's down at long leg at the moment, so I imagine Matt Salisbury is the man who has gone off. He's looked out of sorts today, to me, Salisbury. Just wonder whether everything is okay.
Well, let's hope so.
Leicestershire are going to bowl Chris Wright into the ground, basically.
He'll play in the final, won't he?
He will, yeah. Absolutely he will, but...
I suppose the only good thing is you can say here that at least Leicestershire are going to get some, even if this game goes to Wednesday, he's got a couple of days to recover and...
Yeah, Hampshire have got the week off, as it happens, so they're a bit...
Do you think, will Hampshire sort of bring in their stars who played in the 100?
We're all waiting to see, basically.
Yeah.
We think it's fairly likely that Vince will play, but it'd be very interesting to see. I think Leicester are going to stay pretty much with the side that got them to the position, with the exception that Hanscom's gone home, of course. So
it's an interesting debate, isn't it?
I think you do the right thing and play the side that got you there, but I know a lot of people disagree with that. Scriven round the wicket, bowls outside off stump, left by Clark.
Yeah.
There's no run.
It is an interesting debate, you know, you're quite right. I mean, if you've got a side who's got you there, is it unfair to those players? But if you've got good players you can bring, but you say, well, actually, that's what sport is all about, winning, and therefore you put your best side out. It's not an easy... I can see both sides of that argument, to be honest.
Ahmed, who was at the 100, will come in, but only for Hanscom. As Scriven bustles in and bowls, Clark is on the front foot, playing firmly down into the ground, bounces past the leaping Tom Scriven, but only as far as Hill, who's at mid-off.
I'm feeling slightly inferior in the presence of you and Sonia in terms of, I mean, Sonia was saying she ran 18 Ks yesterday in preparation for a half marathon, and you've been for a run. I took the dog for a walk this morning. I don't know if that counts. There was some exercise.
Scriven down the slope bowls. Clark is solidly forward. Out into the offside. He's setting his stall out, Clark. He's dug in 16 off 58 deliveries. So strike rate of not much more than sort of 23% at the moment.
Yeah. I feel he may be in the category of players who need some runs. I think that's a fair comment. In this back end of the season.
He waits as Scriven is in and bowls edges, inside edge, just misses the leg stump. We had a perfect view of that, and runs down, crosses the ropes in front of us at fine leg. Louis Kimber running around the boundary, absolutely no chance of getting there. Missed leg stump by a whisker.
Yeah, that was... Well, sometimes the luck goes with you. Maybe that's a bit of luck that Tom Clark needs. 15 in the first innings. He made a good half century up at Durham last week. Just hasn't really got on this season to make the big score.
Yeah, 4 half centuries, no centuries.
Yeah.
Tell its own story for an opening batsman. Scriven is in and bowls. He's leaning forward. Thick inside part of the bat sees the ball run out to mid-wicket.
And in fairness to Tom Clark, he is sort of been pushed into this situation where he's having to open the batting by virtue of the fact that Ali Orr has been out now for much of the season, so he wouldn't normally open Tom Clark, so he's in a slightly position he wouldn't expect to bat in that position. Nonetheless, you could say, well, okay, but at least you've got an opportunity.
Scriven bowls. Clark is driving for 4. Well, bounced down and roundabout sort of head high when it flashed past Rehan Ahmed, who dived away to his right. Wasn't a chance, obviously, he hit it hard down into the ground, but Ahmed took off, goalkeeper style, high to his right, couldn't get there. The ball crosses the ropes and Clark picks up what might be described as a legitimate boundary if the first one was not quite legitimate. Thick inside edge just past his own stumps. That one came out of the middle.
Yes, it was. Flying leap, as you say, at cover. Couldn't prevent the boundary being taken. 64 for 1, Sussex. You need to add to that 154. And you get to the Sussex lead as in comes Scott Curry in bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal from the slips. Ben Cox took the ball cleanly and I think heard the appeal from the slip cordon and thought it was worthwhile appealing for that catch.
Flicked the hip, I think, on his iPad. Tom Curry, I'm glad it was you first. Called him Brad.
Yes, I know. I'm not having a good day with names, Richard. Curry around the wicket, bowls also. He's rather tucked up, but plays it off the hip down towards square leg and comes back for a couple of runs. He's very quick between the wickets, is Tom Alsop, and was very keen to come back for the second run. He goes to 8, Sussex 2, 66 for 1. Still a good drying day. That balcony is pretty much the only balcony over on the right-hand side, but there's always washing. And today there's, I can see a turquoisey coloured towel is on there. I can't see anyone else has got their washing out, but it'll be a good day to get the clothes dry today. It's quite breezy today as well, and warm. There's Curry, tall man, runs away from us. Around the wicket bowls to Alsop, that's wide of the off stump, lets it go through to Cox, and there is no run. Were you surprised that Sussex didn't enforce the follow-on?
I was a little. Just thought they absolutely had Leicestershire on the ropes. They hadn't bowled many overs. Everything was sort of coming together. They had a little burst before lunch, another rest, and I not always in favour of enforcing, but I would have done then.
Curry again. In bowls, outside of the offside.
Wasn't far away.
No, it wasn't far away. Good leave by Tom Alsop. Taken by Coxdale. I just talk about Tom Clark. He's made 449 runs at 26. He's a better player than that. But when you take out, that's in 18 completed innings as well. If you took out the 96 that he made, that's sort of 350 runs in 17 innings. That's not great, and he's a better player than that, and that's why he'll feel under a little bit of pressure. Or he should feel under a bit of pressure. Curry. In the bowl was pulled by Alsop, and that's going to go all the way for 4 runs. That's too short by by Scott Curry. Come on, Adrian, get it right. Pulled away for 4 runs. Good shot by Alsop. He goes to 12, and the total to 70 for 1.
Yeah, by and large, well, there have been a couple of top-edged attempted pulls, but the genuinely short ball has been put away.
Yes.
By batters in this game.
We're keeping an eye on sort of the situation in Division 1 as to who might come down. It seems to be between Middlesex and Kent on the assumption Northants are already down. Curry again bowls, and that's another short delivery, and I'm afraid that's rather meat and drink for Tom Alsop, who pulls another delivery to the square leg boundary. He goes to 16, and Sussex to 74 for 1. And a rather disconsolate looking Scott Curry takes his cap and looks towards the scoreboard as if to say, why on earth did I bowl that one there? Because they were 2 rather gimmies, really.
Yeah, the first one gets put away, so, well, all right, I'll bowl another but worse.
Yes.
See if you can put that away. Oh, you can.
So Middlesex bowled out eventually at Old Trafford for 194. Sam Robson making 86 of those. A good recovery, actually, for Middlesex at one stage. They were 19 for 5. But Lancashire putting that score in some sort of context. Luke Wells, formerly of this parish, going along very nicely on 35. He's made a real success of his move to Lancashire a couple of seasons ago. Lancashire 59 now without loss. Middlesex struggling. They will have half an eye on what's going on at Canterbury, where Kent made 446. So just missing out on a final batting bonus point, which will be annoying for them. In comes Scriven.
And bowls outside off stump, and the ball is left by Clark.
Sorry, Richard. And Knotts in reply, 84 for 2. 2 wickets there for the evergreen Michael Hogan, who's... So, you get the feeling that relegation scrap could go right down to the wire in the final match of the season.
And we ought to congratulate Durham as well, who confirmed their promotion. Comfortably the best side in Division 2. In goes Scriven and bowls, advancing down the pitch is Tom Clark. Scriven sees him coming, drags his length back a little bit, and Clark can only sort of work it out towards Umar Amin at mid-wicket.
Sorry, that had rather escaped me. That's because Leicestershire didn't get maximum points, or...?
Because Durham did. They picked up 5, I think, their 5th bonus point today, which effectively confirms their promotion. If Leicestershire do go on to lose this, and it's hard to see them winning it, you never know. I've seen Leicestershire enforce a follow-on and lose a game, so it can work the other way.
Yeah.
That was up at Durham, actually. In goes Scriven and bowls, nicely worked off his legs. Going to have to, I was going to say, hurry a little bit, but Umar Amin had a little bit of ground to make up to his left, and also he is a right-handed thrower, so know your fielders. No. Clark did. But if Leicestershire do lose this game, then it isn't quite all over, but Worcestershire will be a strong favourites then to go up.
Yeah, I'll just...
second place.
Yeah.
Scriven is in, outside off stump, doesn't do anything too much, but the ball is allowed to travel uninterrupted through to Ben Cox behind the stumps by Tom Alsop.
Yeah, just looking at the table, if Sussex were to win this, they would get 20 points because there's no more bonus points available, but they would get 20 points from this game. That would take Sussex to 136. And the level games with Worcestershire, they would still be 18 points behind Worcestershire with 2 games to play.
So, yeah, absolutely. Not quite all over.
Not quite all over.
As Scriven is in, Alsop is driving, but not timing it, and Ahmed makes the stop, not cleanly, but he does enough.
And if Worcestershire were then to win their last game of the season, win their next game at home to Durham, that would give them another 24 points. That would take them to, 174. And they would be almost home and hosed. And Durham will be out, I think, both Bryden Cast and I think Matty Potts has been called up for that one-day series against Ireland.
So there might be a slightly different side.
Yes.
They have both Worcestershire and Leicestershire to play Durham in their final 2 games. Scriven is in, also leaves, hops across outside his off stump and then lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Whereas one hesitates to say easier games await Sussex, but Gloucestershire, one of your opponents, and the other is, you did mention.
Gloucestershire and Derbyshire next week.
Derbyshire, so games are winnable.
Yes. All I would say at Derby is our experience there the last couple of seasons, it's very flat at Derby. It's very, very difficult to get a result.
To get to 20 wickets.
Just looking at that side for the One Day International Series, and absolutely right, Riyad Ahmed, isn't it? Bryden Cast and Matthew Potts are both in that squad. So that does reduce things for Durham. As in comes Curry bowls, driven firmly by Allsop to mid-off, stopped by Lewis Hill. And there is no run. So Worcestershire won't lose anybody to that
Josh
side.
Tongue isn't in it?
No, he's not. But it's the Josh Tongue was injured.
Injured at the moment, yeah.
So, I mean, there's no question. You take 2 players out of your attack for Durham, who have both got certainly Potts has got over 50 wickets. Cars has taken a hatful as well. I know Ben Rain has got 50, but that's, you think of a 3-man seam attack, Rain, Cars, Potts, that's a good county attack. So if you take 2 of the 3 out, as Curry is in, there's a short extra cover got in place for Tom Clark. Clark plays down the track, there is no run. So that might influence. I'm just sort of thinking here, so Sussex. Yeah, Sussex go into that game if they win here on 136 points, 18 behind Durham. If Durham were to win.
Worcester.
Yeah, Worcester, yeah. I mean, a win for Worcester would almost do it for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
In comes Curry again. Allsop plays firmly Clark plays firmly to mid on, and there is no run. Clark 25, Allsop 16, 75 for 1. Sussex. The game's in a very quiet stage here. Sussex looking to sort of build on this lead. She can't afford to wait for things to happen. I just wonder whether we might see a bit of Riyad Ahmed before much longer. Just to see if there's any turn. And again, bowls, Clark drives nicely. Good bit of fielding there in a short extra cover. Prevents a run being taken. Who's that in there? It is...
It's Louis Kimber.
Who's the 12th man?
Indeed. On for Matt Salisbury at the moment. He's sort of warming up, but he didn't turn one in the first innings, really.
No, he didn't.
Rehan. But he might have to. If Salisbury's gone off and has a bit of an issue. Wright has bowled a lot of overs. Curry's into his 5th.
And again, bowls and clipped nicely by Allsop through square leg. That could well run away for 4 runs, actually. The outfield is lightning fast. And just races away towards the Spenkarma Pavilion. 4 more to Allsop, just nicely timed.
Just looking at Hill, Leicester's captain, with his hands on his head there.
And I'm sorry, that's me not concentrating. I apologise profusely. It was Tom Clark who goes to 29, 79 for 1. It is all Toms and it's all left-handers, but I've watched Sussex enough over the last couple of years to know me Clark from me Allsop.
We were talking about the nicknames and whether they're differentiated in that way in the dressing room.
In comes Curry bowls, and Clark again works this one down to fine leg, picks up a single, he goes to 30, the total to 80 for 1.
Allsop apparently has the nickname Lance, and we wondered whether you might know why that was.
Lance?
Lance.
I don't know, I'll ask him. Lance, why would you be called Lance?
Well, we couldn't find a famous Lance Allsop.
I wonder if he's a keen cyclist, maybe?
That'd be Armstrong, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I just wonder whether maybe I don't know. I'm just clutching at straws. I've got no idea. I would imagine that Clark is probably something really imaginative, like Clarkey. And I would
He
imagine
he doesn't list one.
Right. Is Haynes Hainesy? Oh dear, that sounds dreadfully lazy, doesn't it? I bet it is.
Have a look, see. Well, Scriv, or Tom Scriven, comes in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls to Clark. Is looking to drive. It's a little bit too straight and rather ends up shoveling it out towards Hill at mid off. Tom Haynes. Nickname Hainus. Well, that could be very clever. I suspect it isn't. Hainus, as in heinous. But
Right.
I suspect it's heinous.
Right.
But there you go.
Well, I'm going to ask them both.
It's different. It's not Hainey, isn't it? It's a good effort.
Yeah.
In goes Scriven and bowls straight, comes back in as an appeal for leg before, on the basis, I think, that he might have actually not really played much of a shot at it.
Yes. Big cock.
But either way, it's not given by Ben Debenham, now standing, of course, at the Cromwell Road end, it being the second half of the game.
And Ben Cox gets the award for the most animated appeal of the day. He was literally jumping up and down. Not too often do you see a keeper with a floppy sun hat on, actually.
No, it used to be a sort of something of a vogue thing, didn't it? In the days of Alan Knott or even Jack Russell.
Yes, of course, Jack Russell, yes. Bob Taylor as well.
Scriven is in, bowls for defensive, solid from Clark, but they were sort of more in the nature of bucket hats. Almost.
Yes.
They weren't sort of wide-brimmed. They really...
No, I would agree. Yeah. That would be an interesting, best wicket keepers, not Taylor, Russell. That's a pretty stellar lineup of wicket keepers. Certainly in the case of Russell and Bob Taylor would have probably played a lot more test matches if they said they couldn't bat that well.
Scriven is in, bowls, worked off his legs, but it was quite straight off middle really by Tom Clark, but only as far as Armin at mid-wicket, and I had better pop next door.
Which will bring Sonia back in. So perhaps Sonia and I will go through till 3. Is that a good plan? And then Richard come back in. Hello, Sonia.
Hello.
Have you ventured up onto the roof to get the view from there?
I have. That's where I sat eating my lunch.
Is it sort of horribly hot up there?
It's actually not as hot as it was earlier, I think.
Right.
It's sort of cooling off and there's quite a bit of breeze around, so...
Scriven bowls. Clark plays onto the underside, no run.
One of those days where you'll get sunburnt without realising.
I very rarely go up onto the roof. There's always something going on down here, but I have to say on the rare occasions I do, I'm always really worried that I'm going to suddenly stand up and move behind the bowler's arm and someone's going to say, well, sit down, and you should know better, sort of thing.
So you commentate on cricket, you know how cricket works.
Well, yeah, you ought to, really, but, Anyway, Scriven runs towards us, round the wicket, bowls, and Clark punches to mid-off, and there is no run. He just needs to stay patient here, Tom Clark. I just got the impression when he played that shot, he's getting a little impatient. There's absolutely no reason for him to be like that. He's 30 not out. Sussex has seen off, 23 overs with this ball. We think there may be a little bit of weather around, which is sort of the in-saying, isn't it, tomorrow? But there's no reason for Tom Clark to have any rush about this at all. There's loads and loads of time. He just looked to me just slightly edgy, as if he was just thinking, I need to get on with it, but he doesn't. The Sussex lead is...
Well, you will know how he normally plays. Does he like to push the scoring on, or does he tend to take his time?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably the most stylish player in the Sussex side. His off drive and extra cover drive is a thing of beauty, really. Colin Ackerman coming into the attack, the off spinner. But he's short of runs, Sonia, and a few times this season you felt he's just getting himself a little bit becalmed, and then he'll play a shot that he wishes he hadn't. So he's a fine player, Tom Clark, but by his own admission, we were saying he's averaging something like 25 in Championship cricket, and if you take out his top score of 90, I doubt if he's averaging 20. So he'll feel he needs some runs. And this is a great opportunity. He's in. It's a nice day. Good batting conditions, quick outfield.
Ackerman around the wicket to Alsop, who drives this one into the offside for an easy single. Yes, just looking at Tom Clark's average in first-class cricket, it's around 26.
Yeah, and and that's not really good enough in the top 6 of a county side, so he'll know he needs to do better than that. And he's a nice guy, Tom, and I'm sure he'd be very honest about that. He needs to score more runs.
It's Ackerman in again to Alsop. To Clark, who defends this straight back to the ball. Does he like to attack the spinners? Do you think he prefers pace on the ball?
What a good question.
Let you ponder that as Ackerman runs in again to Clark, who defends this into the offside. Good, strong forward defence there.
I mean, I don't know the answer to that question. My suspicion would be that he probably prefers the quicker bowlers. I mean, he likes to get onto the front foot, Tom, and I wonder whether he may get a little frustrated against the slower bowlers.
As Ackerman comes in again, and he's front foot defending that again straight to cover.
I mean, it is worth saying in defence of Tom's figures this season that without Ali Orr in the side, he has been pressed into action as an opener, and that's not his natural position. Normally he would bat 4, I think, would be his favoured slot.
Ackerman over the wicket, and it's defended again.
He is probably the best fielder in the club, certainly the best slip fielder in the club. He used to bowl a bit of medium pace, but he's had a few ankle problems, which is, I don't think he's bowled at all this season.
Ackerman in again to Clark, who goes back to this one, but sort of tries to flick it and find the gap, but it's straight to mid-on. And Richard has just brought in his Leicestershire Foxes green bucket hat.
Has he?
Red inside? Oh, it can be red or green. Reversible for the one day and the T20. That is a great hat.
Very good. I don't get a Sussex hat.
With you in 20 seconds.
OK, we've just got an update to give something to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Thank you, Callum. I can't hear clean feed. There we go.
With Adrian Harms watching Sussex at the county ground. Hi, Adrian.
Yes, hi, Danny. A rare good day for Sussex here. Hurrah for that. They're 81 for 1 in their second innings here against Durham. That's a lead of 235. An extraordinary morning with Leicestershire resuming 68 for 2 and being bowled out for just 108. They added 40 runs and in so doing lost those 8 wickets. 4 wickets for Ari Cavallos and 2 for Anukat, all who bowled really, really well for Sussex this morning. And now building on that lead, Tom Alsop on 17, Tom Clark is on 30, Tom Haynes the man out. So Sussex 81 for 1, leading Leicestershire by 235 in a match they need to win to keep their promotion chances alive.
So come on, Sussex. And actually, when I was looking at the score first thing this morning before they resumed play, you thought, well, 262 for Sussex. Leicestershire, after the start they had yesterday, could have probably made that, but they had a terrible collapse there.
Yes, they did. And in fact, Colin Ackerman, who's one of the Leicestershire players, he scored 277 not out last year here, Danny. So I was sort of thinking to myself, we don't need that to happen again. But he was out this morning. He was the first one out for 22. Then it was a procession of Leicestershire batsmen back to the pavilion, 5 of whom got ducked. So it was a good morning for Sussex. They're building on that lead now, and they need to keep going, hopefully bowl Leicestershire out. And that'll mean Sussex are still in with what would, though, still, Danny, be an outside chance of promotion to Division 1.
OK, let's not get your hopes up too high, Harmsy. Control yourself.
Well, thanks, Danny.
Back with you through the afternoon for updates. Ball bubble.
As in comes Scriven, bowls to Alsop, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And it would still be an outside chance. We were just looking at the table, and if Worcestershire were to beat Durham next week, and let's be fair, Worcestershire have won 5 games in Division 2 of the Championship. Sussex have only won 1. And Durham next week without both Matthew Potts and Bryden Cass, who are away with England. And I thought Matthew Potts was brilliant last week for Durham. I was just so impressed with the way he bowled. I'll come back to that in a moment, actually. As in comes Scriven, bowls and Alsop drives back down the ground. Scriven bowls of his own bowling, and there is no run. Every single ball, Sonia, that Matthew Potts bowled, he just runs in incredibly hard. There is no let up. I mean, every ball he must be incredibly fit. Because he just keeps on coming and coming and coming. And, over 50 wickets. I think he's been actually quite unlucky not to play more for England this season. I mean, I know you've got Anderson, Broad, etc. But he must be up there in line for some more Test cricket soon. In comes Scriven tucked away by Allsop down to fine leg, picks up the single. As Tom Allsop, he goes to 18, the total 82 for 1.
I think he's got a big England future. I think the difficulty England have got at the moment is they've got Anderson, Broad, well, not Broad anymore,
now, yeah.
but Anderson, Wokes and Robinson, who are all just a little bit quicker and maybe offer something slightly more than Matthew Potts. But I think there's a good chance he'll go to India. I think they'll want a seamer who can just bowl and bowl and bowl relentlessly, because they might have to do a fair shift out there.
In comes Scriven round the wicket, bowls, Clark drives firmly to mid-off, and there is no... He just looked a bit frustrated there that he hit the ball straight to the field. You can see just rehearsing his shot there is Tom Clark, but he's still there. He's on 82.5. Yeah, I mean, I would say that Matty Potts is quicker than Ollie Robinson. He just kept on coming last week. It was a really flat track up at Durham, and you think, well, he must be tired. And he just kept on going and going and going. And yeah, I think there's a very good chance he will go to India. Obviously keeps himself very fit. So I'm sure he'll be in the selectors' thoughts, and perhaps no surprise that he's made it to the 50-over squad that's playing against Ireland in the next couple of weeks.
No, well, that's essentially an England A squad, isn't it? As Ackerman comes in round the wicket, also down the wicket, but defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, very much so.
And a chance for, Zach Crawley's taking the captaincy, a big chance for him to step into that role. They're sort of really, with that squad, they're looking to the future as Ackerman comes around the wicket and it's defended by Allsop back to the bowler. They're really looking to get those players international experience, because after this World Cup, it's hard to see how many of that squad are going to be around for the next one. A lot of them are well into their 30s. It's basically a lot of the same team that played the last one. Ackerman round the wicket, Allsop down the wicket, and flicks into the leg side, but it's gathered by a deep mid-on. Just the one run there. Sussex move on to 83 for 1.
Just looking at Matthew Potts, last week at Durham, first innings, 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 49, so he's only going at 2.5 and over. Second innings, just break off.
Ackerman bowls and it's just defended again by Clark. They're just sort of being quite watchful with him. They're not really looking to get down the pitch and attack him.
Yeah.
Only into a second over, and they're just sort of watching what's going on as Ackerman round the wicket, and it's defended by Clark into the leg side, no run.
In the second innings, Matthew Potts 25 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 58, so he took 5 in the match, but he bowled 45 overs, which on a pretty flat deck in September. I thought that was a really good... I'm not the chairman of his fan club or anything, but I just thought he was really, really good.
Ackerman round the wicket, Allsop flicks this into the leg side, but straight to the square leg. No, I think he's very highly thought of. I think he always puts in good work. There's one thing I've always noticed about the fast bowlers, in particular the ones who play for England, is the majority of them are quite slim, like Potts, and they're clearly very look after themselves, know exactly what they want, and it's a credit to how long they've been able to keep going, is how well they've looked after their bodies, to be honest.
Well, I would agree with that, and that was something that they were saying that he does. He works incredibly hard on his fitness, does Matthew. And you can't bowl those sort of overs if you're not in the gym regularly and really looking after yourself. So, and I'm sure that's not gone unnoticed by the England selectors either.
Especially when they're thinking of how, if you take someone to India and it's a flat deck, they're really going to have to put in a shift. You need a bowler who's capable of doing that. Yeah. And it's a 5-test series, so maybe not necessarily one for Anderson or Wokes, but one to give, a young bowler the opportunity, and they're going to have to put a lot of work in for potentially very little reward. I mean, we'll wait and see what the pitchers there do, but...
Scriven around the wicket comes in and bowls, sort of drives firmly into the offside, and there is no run. Well, you think, and it was interesting last week when Ryan Campbell joined us on commentary, and he was talking about the difference that a bowler can make, and he said, the main difference is pace. Pace is what you need for quick bowlers, and so when you think about you've got Gus Atkinson at Surrey now, who's roaring in. He's quick. Josh Tongue is quick. Skippers like to have, and I think Ben Stokes probably likes bowlers who are quick, because they can be a point of difference. In comes Scriven, bowls to Allsop, who plays this to mid-off, and there is no run.
I think the quick bowlers they like them as a point of difference, but you can't ask them to put in potentially as long a shift. I know with Mark Wood, they're sort of 5-6 maybe 7 overs max bursts, and then he has quite a lot of time off. Now, if you're thinking that you're spending a long time in the field on flat decks, you really need to be able to balance that out with some other seamers who can bear the brunt of the work. I think what we've done too often in this country and why we have so many injuries is how we've mismanaged that.
Comes Scriven bowls, Allsop defends down the track. There is no run. Well, we saw an England fast bowler running around the outfield at lunchtime. Who's that a lot of people feel when Jofra went to New Zealand that he was just over bowled.
Over bowled, and also they're not as if you're choosing them for their pace. There's no way you can ask them to bowl that pace for 12 over spells. It's just not mechanically possible, I think. So you need to utilise them in short, sharp bursts, and I think that's what we're seeing from Ben Stokes, is that he's learnt from that.
Scriven in again, bowls, Allsop shoulders, arms. It's that one pass by outside the off stump. There is no run. There's almost a lull in proceedings here, Sonia, isn't there? You know, Sussex are just very keen not to throw this good advantage away, and I'm sure they've got the words of Paul Farbrace ringing in their ears here that, you know, Sussex have got into good positions this season to win matches, but actually haven't really stamped on the opposition and said, right, we're not going to let you win this game. And I'm sure they're thinking, I don't want to give them a wicket away here. By the same token, they won't want to just be creeping along. But I'm sure they just want to consolidate and make sure they get in a position to win this match. Scriven bowls to Allsop, who defends. The ball sort of spins back towards his stumps. They're not in danger of hitting the stumps. There is no run.
Yeah, it's just all looking a little bit slow. You know, the fielders are sort of ambling back to their marks. There's not a huge amount of urgency from Leicestershire or pressure, really. And Sussex just casually taking their time, not wanting to spark a collapse like what happened in the first innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they could let Leicestershire back into the game. Scriven in bowls, Allsop who defends out into the offside. And there is no run. A tidy maiden over from Scriven. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10. 83 for 1. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Sonia Twigg. Bobo Pears is a guest of ours in the box today, sitting at the box very patiently watching the cricket and watching what we do. So welcome Bobo to Hove as well on this. I think it's a bit of a sultry day actually, Sonia. I thought it'd be, there is a bit of breeze around, but there's also some darker clouds and almost a layer of cloud, isn't there, above the ground? Just a few patches of light blue, sort of Manchester City blue, really.
Yeah, it's sort of quite hazy.
It is. That's the word. That's the word.
And it seems to be coming from the sea as well. It looks a bit bluer further away as Ackerman comes round the wicket to Allsop, who drives towards deep mid-on and finds the gap. Easy single. Sussex move on to 84 for 1. With those mid-on and mid-off slightly pushed back, it just offer that opportunity for them to just sort of tap towards them and get the easy single.
Yeah.
I think they're there for the catching, whereas that is round the wicket and driven for 4. Sort of trickled that, but
he strong Tom Allsop through that area, and he timed it beautifully. Actually, here at Hove, Sonia, when the ball starts to run away down the slope, it's Dickens' only job to try and overtake the ball. It's very, very difficult. That was a good shot. Well played by Allsop.
Yeah, just flicked towards mid wicket, perfectly into the gap. It's quite a close boundary as well. So Ackerman round the wicket, and Allsop drives this one into the offside, but it's going to be cut off by the sweeper, and he comes back for 2. So after a watchful first couple of overs from Ackerman, they're just sort of looking to pick out the gaps and push the score on a bit. Just as you were saying, they were looking a little bit sort of slow and comfortable.
Yeah.
As Ackerman sends at the top of his mark and round the wicket to the left-handers, and Allsop pushes that again into the offside. He's found the gap. I think it's going to be cut off on the boundary, and it is by the sweeper. Another 2 to Allsop, who moves on to 27.
Well, highly productive over. This is 11 off of it so far. Just in terms of these fielders at mid-off or mid-on, I'm a big believer, Sonia. I think you're either on the one or you're not. I don't see the point of being in a position where...
Well, you're on the one or you're on the boundary.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just to play... That, to me, that's no man's land.
as Ackerman around the wicket to Allsop, who defends this one straight back to the bowler for no one. I think they're there for catching, but I haven't seen many drives go in the air, so I'm not quite sure what their purpose is. You've got a sweeper out on both sides, so it's not to cut off boundary, you'd say, as Ackerman comes in again, and it's defended off the back foot by Allsop and gathered by cover. No, I agree with you. I'm not entirely sure. They're not even 3/4 back, really. They're sort of about halfway.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't quite understand that. This is end of the over. If you're listening on the headsets or you're around the ground or you're talking to someone and you think, in fact, I could just see someone wandering into the Sussex Cricket Museum. So if you're thinking of something to do here at Hove during the tea break, go and have a look around the museum. Lots of interesting artifacts, I don't know what you call them.
Artifacts.
Yeah, that makes it sound really old, doesn't it? But there's some modern stuff in the museum as well. And there's also a book sale over there today, so please go and have a look. All sorts of cricket books over there, well worth a read. I know they had a really busy day yesterday, did the volunteers in the museum, as Tom Scriven is running in 5 overs into his 6th, bowls to Clark, who hammers that away through the covers. There's a good dive there at cover, takes the pace off the ball. Is it going to prevent the boundary? Yes, it does, but 2 more to Clark, who, an expansive drive. He goes to 33, and some good applause from those sitting in the Spenkarma Pavilion. That stop away to his right-hand side. I think that was Umar Amin who got his right hand to that and cut off a certain boundary, but 2 more to Clark. Sussex to 94 for 1. Scriven, the sun has completely disappeared now. He's in around the wicket bowls, and Clark is resolutely forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. And Clark then takes that opportunity to wander away towards square leg and just collect his thoughts.
I think it was Rayan Ahmed who dived for that one. Yes.
Well spotted. Thank you. There are 2 slips in place, a backward point cover, a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and a fine leg down below us. Scriven is in again. Bowls. Clark defends out into the offside, fielded at short extra cover by the tall figure of Scott Curry. But again, there is no run. Not as big a crowd as there was yesterday. It was free admittance here at Hove yesterday, and plenty of people came in. It was a thoroughly good crowd, and probably about half the size of the crowd today, unsurprisingly, on a Monday. And for those that were listening earlier on, John Philby, the Sussex chair, was here yesterday talking about schedules for what we understand the schedule for next year is going to be pretty much as it is this year. A lot of meetings happening in the winter to talk about the following summer, 2025. And comes Scriven again, bowls to Clark. That's a fine start. There could be a run out here as the throw comes in. In fact, that was Umar Amin. It was a good stop at mid-wicket, and for a moment Clark and Allsop were in the middle of the pitch, not deciding whether to go through for the run or go back, and in the end the right decision was made. Never run on a misfield, they say. Sussex didn't on that occasion, but it was a very good bit of fielding.
It was interesting. I was listening to some of your conversation with the chairman earlier, and I do think that pricing is what puts particularly a lot of people who are my age off going to watch cricket. You know, in the cost of living crisis, can you really afford £30 for a T20?
Comes Scriven, bowls at Clark. Looks to, again, he looked to work that one away wide of slip, and a little bit of impatience, stopped by Ackerman, no run. That's really interesting, because we had an email to that effect, and someone saying he'd like to bring his friends, but they're all saying, well, there's quite a lot of money really in that kind of age group. And he was saying, I forget who sent the email in, but said, you know, I've just finished university, you know, people aren't getting paid fortunes, you know, by the time you've paid your housing costs and everything else.
Yeah, I do think the young person membership, which traditionally goes to 21, should potentially be extended a little bit further.
Scriven in bowls. Clark defends into the offside. There is no run. So we put that out there, actually. I think that's a really good point, Sonia. And I don't know, I can't remember John's reply to that. He was very honest in everything that he said today, John. I'm not sure if there is a young person's membership, but maybe that's something for, you know, Sussex to think about, you know, to encourage, you know, people, you know, 21 is when you might have been working for a while, you might have finished university, but, you know, there's not too many people coming out of university walking into, you know, 50, 60 grand a year jobs, are there?
No, but even, a lot of the time people take years out, or
Yeah.
it takes you a bit longer, especially with COVID. And the idea, I know some places do 16 to 21 membership, but it's not like you have substantially more money at 22 than you do at 21.
Great.
Maybe that should be extended to looking to 24, 25.
There we are, Sussex marketing team. I'm sure they're all listening. And that's from the horses. That's not from an old bloke like me. That's from Sonia.
Well, that wouldn't, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to get a cheaper one, but I can
but
see that, I know
you're in
lots of
touch.
younger people.
Yeah.
As Ackerman comes round the wicket to Clark, who comes down the wicket, and that flicks off the pad, and he's almost run out there, but he managed to scramble back into the crease.
And that is one of the things about county cricket that people say that, generally speaking, I don't know what the average age of people is in the ground today, but I would imagine, I would be surprised if it's less than 40.
Do you think I'm lowering the average? As Ackerman comes round the wicket to Clark, who flicks this one much more comfortably off his pads down towards the sweeper for a single.
Well, it's a
Apologies, that was Allsop who flicked that one off the pads.
It's a dangerous game guessing ladies' ages, Sonia, but I would suggest that you are less than 40.
I'm in my late
Comfortably.
20s.
There we go. You see. I knew I was on safe ground, but I agree. It might attract more people of that age group in to watch the game.
As Ackerman comes round the wicket to Clark, who flicks off the pads, and that's hit something on the way through to Rayan Ahmed. It definitely
Did bobble.
bounced off something in the... don't think towards the umpire, but I'm not sure quite what that was. Maybe the replays will show us, but it's just the single to keep the scoreboard ticking along, gone straight out to Rayan Ahmed on the leg side boundary. As Ackerman comes in again around the wicket, and it's defended back to the bowler by Allsop.
The applause there was because the Sussex lead is 250. The little ripple of applause around the ground. I would like to see Rayan Ahmed bowling here.
As Ackerman moves around the wicket, and Allsop flicks this off his pad to Rayan Ahmed in the deep for an easy single. That one didn't really have the pace or intent as the ones earlier on in the over, just sort of trickled out towards the boundary there, and I think it had almost stopped by the time Ahmed got there, about 10 yards in. But the score moves on to 97 for 1. Ackerman around the wicket to Clark, who plays this towards mid-off for a single. There's a slight run-out chance, but I think he was always in. Maybe that's why they're slightly further back.
Yeah, I just think that I can understand why they've got the mid-on and mid-off in, because they're trying to encourage Clark and all sorts to tip over the top, so they encourage him to come dancing down the wicket. So I understand the tactic, but by the same token, it seems slightly crackers to concede a single. I think I'm going to get my wish, and I think we're going to get spin from both ends here,
I think we are. Rayan Ahmed just putting his hands in the dirt and working out his field.
Yeah, let's cheer up against it here. Sussex going along very nicely. 98 for 1. And Rayan Ahmed into the attack, the leg spinner. In the first innings, 12 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 32. I wonder if there's going to be a bit more help for him in the pitch today.
Well, you'll know the conditions here almost as well as anyone. Does it tend to spin? Is it conducive to spin?
Well, I think the pitches here this season, to be fair, have been very batter friendly. In comes Ahmed, bowls short, pulled away by Tom Clark. He's not going to let him get away with bowling there, and he picks up a single. He was probably a little fortunate, Ahmed, just to get away with a single. Clark goes to 36, Sussex to 99 for 1.
99 for 1.
Why the applause? I don't know. Did I miss something?
Don't think so.
Applause around the ground, which was... Anyway, Ahmed in bowls. Also plays this through mid-wicket. Now that will bring the 100 up for Sussex. Is it slightly louder? There we are.
Marginally.
Yeah.
Maybe people thought it was the 100 and thought they'd come back for 2.
No, it may well have been. Was it for the 50 partnership?
It might have been.
Right. Okay, so people were more awake than I was, for which I apologise. 100 for 1. Clark 36, Allsop on 30. Ahmed in again. Bowl stretching forward is Clark. Plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. Sussex building this. Yes, in fact, the first wicket went down at 49. So my apologies. Those who did applaud on 99 were absolutely spot on. Ahmed in again, bowls, and Clark tickles this one down to fine leg. That's going to be 4 runs. Very little chance of cutting that off. The ball rolls over the boundary rope, just literally down below us, and not too much that Rishi Patel could do about that. And Clark goes along to 40, and the Sussex just starting to step on the accelerator a little bit here. 104 for 1.
Yeah, I think with the field being slightly further back, there's just a lot more opportunities for them to push into the gaps and find those singles that perhaps they were lacking when there was a tighter ring. And I think that's allowed them to keep the scoreboard ticking along. And, you know, with spinners, you're always going to get that slightly one that doesn't quite hit the mark or is dragged down a little bit short.
Ahmed in again, bowls. Clark stretches forward. There's a large crowd of no. I think that came from Tom Alsop at the non-striker's end. And there is no run, 104 for 1. Flag starting to flutter away again on the clock tower scoreboard, and just one or two of the trees outside the ground starting to just sway a little in the breeze. Bowl short, pulled away by Tom Clark, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. That's a poor delivery by Rehan Ahmed, and Tom Clark determined not to let him settle, but it was a poor ball really, and with only the one fielder out in the deep on the leg side, he just pulled it back to the square. The ball raced away for a boundary. Tom Clark goes to 44, and Sussex to 108 for 1.
Poor first over, really. I think there were 10 off it, and just couldn't quite find the length or line really, and a couple that were dragged around short. I mean, we said after the first ball that was lucky not to be put away to the boundary as the last one was, but yeah, he just didn't quite seem in the right rhythm there, Rehan Ahmed. And we're going to have a change of bowling at the C end, and they're instead of going for spin from both ends, they're going to bring back Curry.
They are. Scott Curry, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. We've still got another 9 overs to go until tea. 41 overs left in the day. So if Sussex were to score at 3 and over from here on in for the rest of the day, that would be another 120. That would take the lead somewhere near 400.
Well, they've been scoring a bit quicker than that so far. I think the run rate so far has been 3.48.
Okay, so it could be a lead of over 400.
As Curry comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Alsop, who defends this one. It's good Yorker length, and it's just sort of blocked out of the ground by Alsop back to the bowler.
I did mention earlier on, and thank you, Martin Collins, part of the Sussex media and marketing team here at Hove. We were talking about coming into the ground later today, and it's always free after tea here at Hove. So if you're listening around Hove and you can get here, why not come and have a wander, because you're going to see 32 overs of cricket after tea. What's not to like, really?
What more could you want to do on a semi-sunny Monday?
Yeah.
As Curry comes in round the wicket to Alsop, who defends this towards mid-off for no run.
No, I think that is a good initiative. Letting people in after tea, particularly because it's a sort of time of day, isn't it, when if you started work early, you might think, well, I'm finishing... You know, if you started at 7 o'clock, you might be finished by 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and think, well, I can go in and see a few overs of cricket. So,
well, I know there's a few people in London who start at 8, finish at 4, and head to Lord's for the final session.
And is it free there after tea?
I think it can be sometimes.
Yeah.
As Curry comes in again, and it's just seen through to the wicket-keeper by Alsop. I'd like to see more sort of school initiatives as well, like having kids' days and things.
Yeah.
When I was doing commentary at Kent earlier this season, they had a kids' day, and it was great to see about 2,000 kids, and they had like blow-up darts and all these activities for them, and it really did sort of liven up what can be, you know, quite sparse crowd sometimes. As Curry runs in again to Alsop, who defends this into the leg side, and the fielder at mid-wicket has dived well for it and managed to stop that trickling for an easy run.
I think that was Patel out.
That was Budinger.
Sorry, Sol Budinger. Yeah, and that's actually here at Hove. They're very good at that, at getting school children. Gary Wallace-Taylor and his team around the community are very good. You often see school parties come in, coming to watch some of the cricket, which is, you know, I agree with you. It's good to see.
As Curry runs in again to Allsop, who sees that one. That one kept very low on the way through to the wicket-keeper.
It's horribly wide as well, wasn't it?
Very wide. Didn't trouble the batter, but it's interesting to see that one kept a lot lower than some of the previous ones in the over. I mean, when I was at the women's test match last year in Taunton, and they had about 2,000 kids in for the first few days, I did feel very sorry for them when it rained, though. As Curry comes round the wicket to the left-hander, and Allsop flicks that down towards fine leg. I think it's just cut off on the boundary, and that will just be a single. Sussex move on to 108 for 1 at the end of the over. Clark on 44, Allsop on 31.
We're just keeping an eye on matters in Division 1, because it would seem that with Northamptonshire almost certainly relegated, the battle to see who's going to go down is between Middlesex and Lancashire. And Middlesex are fighting back at Old Trafford. At one stage yesterday, they were 19 for 5. They eventually got to 194, really courtesy of Sam Robson, who made 86. But in reply now, Lancashire 96 for 3. Phil Salt, the latest man out. Out first ball, formerly of Sussex. Bowled by Josh De Cares, Mike Atherton's son, who's picked up a couple of wickets. So Middlesex battling away towards the foot of the table. Kent doing similarly, but not batting themselves into a good position at Canterbury. Kent making 446, so missing out on the final batting bonus point. Knots 132 for 2 in reply, so all to play for. Northamptonshire, who were pretty much down, bowled out for 250 at Edgbaston, Warwickshire, 46 for 1 in reply. Very much looked like the relegation scrappies between Middlesex and Kent, who have both got 2 games left to play. In comes Rehan Ahmed, bowls to Allsop, who plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Just having a quick look at who those sides have got left to play in the Championship. As in comes Ahmed again, gave that a bit of air, played onto the onside again by Allsop, and again there is no run. So Kent go to Taunton to play Somerset. Middlesex at home to Warwickshire, so take your pick there. Then final game, Middlesex away to Notts. Kent at home to Lancashire. In comes Ahmed again, and also plays that to slip, and there is no run. Richard back with us in a moment. I've completely lost track of our rota, for which I apologise. I need to be more organised. We're going to something organised after tea, which is due in another 7 overs after this one. Ahmed in again, bowled. Reverse swept by Allsop. I always think it's a dangerous game. Of course, when it goes for 4, it looks great, but when you're out, it doesn't look quite as clever.
I'll tell you what, I've never been able to manage it, but if I could, I would use it all the time.
Right, yeah. Well, it looks great when it comes off, doesn't it? But and brings a lot of runs. Ahmed in again, bowls. Oh, and he's bowled him, and Tom Allsop has gone. Now, I think he may have played on there, Tom Allsop. He was back on his stumps. And Rehan Ahmed gets the breakthrough. Brought into the attack, he picks up a wicket straight away in his second over, and Tom Allsop is on his way for 31. And Leicestershire pick up their second wicket. Sussex are 109 for 2. It looked to me like he might have played that on. We'll get confirmation in a couple of moments' time. Nonetheless, Allsop is gone. The second wicket goes down. The view from the box is that I clearly need to get to Specsavers, because it looks like he might have just bowled Tom Allsop, who wanders off, gets a good round of applause.
No, just bowled him.
Right. Well, a good bit of bowling in that case.
It's turned a lot, actually, that one.
Did it? Well, that's interesting. So the partnership between Allsop and Clark was worth exactly 60. So partnership with the first wicket worth 49. And then 60, but we've seen this in this pitch where we've seen collapses. We saw Sussex getting off to a very good start yesterday. At one stage, 50 for 1. But wickets went down pretty regularly after that, as out comes the new man, who was Chetishwar Pujara, to the crease. Was that the end of the over from Rehan Ahmed? No, I think he's got I will hand over at the end of the over. I'm not sure if you're due a break, Sonia, or me. I think it might be me. Yes, it is. Right. So you guys can go through till tea, and then I'll get my act together and get a rota drawn up for after the interval. Whether we get any cake today or not, I don't know. Generally, we do get a cake brought up, and that's just a message to Jamie. I don't know if he's around. Jamie. If a cake does appear, we need to be very quick. We need to get Bobo from the back of the box out to the press box pretty smartish, because there's quite a few lads in the press box today, and that could disappear at a rate of knots. So we shall see. 109 for 2. Clark 44. Cheteshwar Pujara just coming to the crease. Welcome breakthrough though for Leicestershire. It will give them some hope on, if they could pick up another one here before the tea interval. It'll give some hope to Leicestershire, but it's a long way back from here. Ahmed in, and I don't think Pujara was quite ready. One more ball to go in Ahmed's second over. He's in on bowls. Pujara is forward, plays back down the track, and there is no run. It is indeed the end of the over. Time for me to go on cake duty and see what appears. But I'm going to leave you with Sonia and with Richard.
It is at the end of that over. Sussex on 109 for 2, just after that wicket, still with a very healthy lead of 263. Pujara facing just the one ball, and Clark edging towards a half century with 44 from 99, as I'm joined by Richard. Hello.
Hello, he says, switching on his microphone. Did turn. Stayed a bit low as well, but turned appreciable. Whether it was out of the footholds with him bowling to the left-hander might have helped.
It's Curry in round the wicket to Clark, who defends that into the leg side for no run.
Nice to see, though. I think that's just his 6th first-class wicket of the season. Rahan, let's have a look. Let's see, didn't pick up any in the first. His 7th.
Clearly very highly rated.
He's clearly a very talented cricketer, no question about it.
There's Curry in again around the wicket. And it's driven in towards the offside, but straight off the toe of the bat, and also picked out straight at covers for no run.
So what is the lead now? 267. And there will be those who argue that might already be enough, given what happened in Leicestershire's first innings. And whatever happens, they're going to have to score the highest score in the first of the match in the 4th innings, which is always extremely difficult to do.
Curry in again, and also flicks that, but it's gone absolutely nowhere. It's gone about 3 yards. The wicketkeeper sprinted in, but got nowhere near that. I think it must have come off a glove or something. I'm sure we'll see on the replays, but it was a little bit awkward.
My stream is a couple of balls behind, so I'm going to refresh it. It sometimes helps.
As Curry comes round the wicket again, and it's defended into the offside, and they have taken a single. It's just gone a little bit wide of cover, and managed to scarper through for a quick single. Clark moves on to 45.
Powell on the stream. Congratulations to Durham, well-deserved promotion, and with Ackerman and Parkinson playing for them next season, they should be a strong Division 1 side as well. Might depend on how much Matty Potts plays for them, how much impact they can have on Division 1. You can certainly see them holding their own up there.
And how much Bryden Cars can play for them as well.
Absolutely.
He's been in and around England squads recently and for a while, as well as being slightly injury prone. Curry over the wicket. Pujara, who flicks that off his pads down towards the man on the square leg boundary for a single, just keeping the scoreboard ticking along. He must be such a luxury to have for Sussex, someone with that quality coming in.
Bit tough on the bowling side, isn't it? 109 for 1, and in comes Pujara.
I think it was tougher at the start of the season when you get 2 quick wickets, and then that just brings 3 quick wickets, and then you get Smith and Pujara. It's not much better. As one banged in short by Curry, but it's sort of pulled by Clark down towards the leg side boundary for a single. Haven't seen too much of that from Leicestershire so far.
No. By and large, they played the short ball fairly well. He kind of ducked a little bit at that one, didn't he, Clark? But still managed to swat it away behind square on the leg side. Keep the strike.
Yeah, was sort of swatted off about middle stump, but, kept it down and
he was kind of in control, wasn't he? Knew what he was about, just about. Wasn't entirely convincing, but Will Davis on the field, I see. So whether Louis Kimber has gone off and the 12th men, Leicestershire did bring a biggish squad down here, are rotating a bit. Just if I can still see Louis out there. Can't, so it may be just that. Rahan Ahmed will continue from the Cromwell Road and goes round the wicket, bowls to Clark, who is forward, big stride, suspicious. Dab out into the offside. Cox scrambles out towards point to field. No run. 46 to Clark of 105 balls. He'd love to go on to 3 figures. In goes Ahmed, bowls. An appeal for leg before, not really though from Ahmed. Turned, sort of made a polite inquiry of umpire Debenham. There was an awful lot of bat involved at some stage. A suggestion from Cox and the slip that it might have been pad first. Forward goes Clark, defends that one. I don't often see Ackerman with a sun hat on. And jars slightly. He's a cap man, Ackers. So whether he's just looking after it for somebody, I'm not quite sure. Might be actually sitting on his cap. In goes Ahmed, bowls back to the slightly short of a length. Delivery goes Clark, tries to force it into the offside, mistimes it as it spins back into him and sort of jams it down into the ground, and it all looks a little bit ugly.
Yeah, not the most fluent shot there. Clear the intent, but it wasn't quite what he wanted to do with that one, I think.
Trying again, cutting it down into the ground, bounces up. He's going to have to hurry back in there, Pujara, who advanced down the wicket. Clark was standing rather gawping at the ball where it had gone. Suddenly looked up to see his skipper halfway down the track. He had to come screeching to a halt, Pujara, and scramble back in. Ackerman sprinted out towards the ball and did throw the ball at the stumps at the non-strikers and missed them. But again, odd piece of cricket as Ahmed is in. A little bit more air to that one. Bunted back past him out towards mid-off, and he's chosen his fielder well. Clark, right. Never the quickest down to the ball. Didn't even bother hurling the ball at the stumps because he knew Clark had made his ground and kept the strike. He moves on to 47, 113 for 2. Sussex building on, well, you wouldn't exactly say remorselessly. They're just building.
It's not what you want as Pujara, is it, to be stranded halfway down?
No.
35, Indian international, got over 100 test caps to his name, and he's made to scramble back because someone was ball watching.
Especially when it's your captain as well. Not a good move from Clark, however good-natured a man Pujara is.
Just bringing another one into the slips, so there's 2 in the slips and 1 less on the offside, and as Curry runs into Clark, who defends this back to the bowler, kicks it up and takes it. That looks quite smooth, that, but he did seem to have to also run for the ball once he'd kicked it up, so...
Some are pretty useful sort of all-round sports, aren't they? Cricketers, by definition. They've got
some of them are.
sense.
Some of them are awful at football.
Are they? Name names. You know any who are terrible?
Well, some of them, when they used to warm up, there was usually quite a lot of difference as Curry runs in again. To Clark, who flicks off the pads, but it's straight at mid-wicket.
Just seeing if Scott Curry mentions anything else. Any other sports? Describe yourself in 3 words. He says, Brad's little brother. Bless. So he's got a sense of humour.
Do you reckon that's what he was known as at school throughout his whole life, as Brad's little brother?
Well, he's got a nickname, but I defy you to guess it.
As Curry runs in again, and it's almost stopped by mid-wicket, but it trickles through, and they think about a second, but just a single to Clark, who moves on to 48.
I've just worked it out. I'm very slow today, but it does make sense, his nickname.
Is it something?
It's a girl's name, but it does have an associations with his surname.
Is it India?
Kind of, but it isn't. But it is kind of.
I'm confused now.
What do Cockneys call a curry?
I don't know.
A Ruby Murray.
Ah.
So he's known as Ruby, apparently.
Isn't Ruby Murray a type of curry?
I think it's just a curry. It's the rhyming slang.
Yeah. I wonder if that's his actual nickname, or whether it's the one that he's chosen to put in the book.
Exactly. You never quite know. In Hampshire.
It's Curry over the wicket to the right hand. Pujara, who lets that go through to the keeper. That one sort of banged in a bit short and just looped over the batter's head without troubling him at all, really.
See, curry in Leicester is a serious business, so I'd be surprised if that continues in the Leicestershire dressing room.
Think maybe his nickname's Brad's little brother.
It could be that, and he wants to change it.
As Curry comes in again, bangs it in slightly short to Pujara, who flicks it off his pads. It's gathered by deep square leg just for a single, so it'll be Clark to face on 48. Pujara moving on to 2, Sussex 115 for 2.
Given he's 6'5", however, a little bit out of date.
Well, I know someone who's got quite a senior role in football whose nickname is Tiny, despite him being 6'6". As Curry comes around the wicket to Clark from the C end, Clark plays that one into the offside to move agonisingly to within 1 run of the milestone. Just couldn't quite find the gap there. They found the man in the deep cutaway into the offside. At the end of that over, Sussex have 116 for 2, Clark on 49 and Pujara on 2. Sussex with a very healthy lead of 268.
Leicestershire, if they can, how many overs now until tea? We have got 4. So if Ahmed can pick up 1 more wicket, they'll enjoy their tea, I suspect, rather more than they probably enjoyed their lunch. Well, they're still very much behind the 8 ball as Ahmed goes in and bowls, clipped by Clark, neatly out towards wide-ish mid-on. And that is the single he needs for his 50. It's been a hard-working 50 from Tom Clark. It's taken 115 balls to get there. He's hit 7 fours, and he's been out there for 2 hours and 22 minutes. But it's the only figure that really counts is the 5-0 against his name at the moment, but he'll need to go on. He'll want to go on. In goes Ahmed over the wicket to Pujara. This could be a fun battle. Pujara just goes forward and pokes the delivery out into the offside. Budinger fields at a shortish extra cover. He's there for the drive in the air. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Pujara does drive, at least pushes the ball firmly along the ground all the way out towards mid-off. Umar Amin is beginning to warm up a bit. He just bowled a few overs in his first game, but he did pick up a wicket. I think he's top of the Leicestershire bowling averages, theoretically, as a consequence. Ooh! Now, Pujara plunged forward at that one from Ahmed, and he was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and it popped up into the air off his bat for a couple of feet, miles from any fielder, but he certainly didn't play it with a huge degree of confidence. Ahmed is in and bowls. Back goes Pujara, plays that one nicely. It was a little bit short and he cut it away behind point. Louis Kimber is still out there, so has Davis gone back off? Can't see him out there. Mar bowls a loosener, so he's going to get an over or 2 before tea as Ahmed is in, looking to clip him off his pads. Is Clark, doesn't get anything on it. His sort of shirt is hanging out of the back of his trousers, Clark, and he's been out there a while. He's just beginning to look a little bit untidy in sort of the way he's playing as well as he looks. He looks like he's ready for tea. He needs a break, and I think just to recompose himself, maybe being a bit harsh there, but just needs to dig back in, start again, so to speak. See how long he can go on for.
And you were right, we're going to see a change of bowling at the C end with Umar Amin coming in for Curry, who I actually thought was bowling quite nicely.
Settled into a better rhythm, hadn't he?
Well, we haven't seen any more of Salisbury since his slightly disappointing first spell, but it'll be Amin from the C end up the hill.
He's not been out there though, has he?
To Pujara?
I just wonder whether he's picked up a and niggle.
As he just loosens up with some casual throws to mid-off.
Yeah. 2 overs, 1 for 8 are his Leicestershire figures. Umar Amin. Who was his victim? Look back and find out for you.
And this is a very interesting field. They've got 2 people almost next to each other on the offside at short cover as Armin comes in and bowls, and it's defended back down the pitch by Pujara. Have you seen that before? 2 sort of fielders on the offside, almost in identical position.
The lofted drive. It's not a tactic Leicestershire employ very often, I must admit.
There's Armin over the wicket and Pujara struck on the pad. There's a big appeal, but it doesn't look like the umpire is moving at all.
Outside the line, I would
He did get quite a long way down the pitch and there's a strong foot out.
He was playing a shot as well, wasn't he?
He was.
In fairness.
I mean, and again, over the wicket to Pujara, who flicks that one off his pads into the leg side, but it's straight at the guy, the fielder at mid-wicket, for no run. Just sort of, they've got a slip, a gully, the 2 very close at shortish cover. Not short enough to need a helmet, but as Amin comes in over the wicket, and Pujara sees that one through to the wicket keeper. Got a deep, sort of fine leg backward square, and deep cover on the offside, and otherwise a mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Zamin comes over the wicket and is cut away by Pujara towards the man on the boundary, who has to dive and get there. It's cut away well, but he manages to slide and stop it and restricts the scoring to just the 1 run. Sussex move on to 119 for 2.
Josh Shaw was Umar Amin's victim. Gloucestershire player, Yorkshire born, of course, Wakefield born, former Yorkshire player.
There's some tinkering with the field now. With the left-hand, right-hand combination that we haven't seen so far. It's been all left-handers until Pujara came in. So something different for Leicestershire to contend with. As Amin comes over the wicket to Clark, who defends that into the offside. They've gone for a similar field to Clark, with sort of 2, one at sort of point cover and one at cover, both quite close in, but not quite as next to each other as they were on the other side. And at the end of the over, Sussex have 119 for 2, Clark on 50 and Pujara on 4, with a lead of 273.
Two overs until tea. Sorry, Sonia.
I think we might be seeing someone go quite close in because they've got a helmet.
Might as well see if we can get one to pop up. It's going to be Sol Budinger with his dyed blonde mop, now hidden by the helmet. Silly mid-off, very silly mid-off. Cox.
Almost seem to be putting off Ryan Ahmed there.
Yeah. Cox was just moving the field. He's moving Umar Amin a little bit wider at extra cover. In goes Rahan, forward goes Jeteswar Pujara, getting right on top of the bounce. Budinger fields. Ahmed just pulls back the sleeves on his cricket shirt, then goes in and bowls. Gives it some air, driven wristily, but only as far as Umar by Pujara. If I'd have been Budinger, I'd have been flinching slightly there, but he stood up tall and brave as it shot past his left ankle. Back goes Pujara, cuts that slightly short ball from Rahan Ahmed out to Louis Kimber on the backward point boundary. Single taken. 120 for 2, 274 the lead. It is going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Tom Clark, which means that Budinger goes in at short leg instead of silly mid-off. Ahmed is in and looking to turn it past short leg. Hits him on the pad. Clark, and Budinger makes the stop to his right. Now what is troubling Paul Baldwin here? Did they have 3 behind square on the leg side? We've got Patel at short fine. We've got Kimber at backward square leg, but I don't think. Well, Budinger was behind square. I thought he was in front of square at short leg. He might just have been. Anyway, that one is turned out towards Kimber, the next ball, and one is taken. But
I think he's in front because he's in front of where the crease would
he
mark
was certainly for that delivery. But I'm just trying to work out why Paul Baldwin called it a no ball. I'm pretty sure he did. The previous delivery back goes. Pujara plays it to Budinger on that occasion. Yeah, it's gone down as a no ball. And that can have been. It wasn't overstepping. I mean, it sort of lands well short, but I'm pretty sure that's why. I think Budinger just crept behind squares. That one is defended by Pujara towards mid-on. That is the end of the over. Curious little incident. You don't often see that. But I suspect Budinger just stepped the wrong side of square at short leg.
And Amin's going to keep going from the C end here. It'll be Clark's face. Rayan Ahmed in at cover. Close-ish mid-wicket, and then they've got two close in at cover, so really trying to put the pressure on before the tea break as Amin comes in, and it's driven away by Clark, but straight, without sort of any power or direction. It's easily gathered by, I can't tell, by Budinger at cover under the, that's a more bucket hat rather than the old-fashioned wide brim cap there, as Amin comes in over the wicket to Clark, who lets that one go through to the keeper. There's a bit of zip there, actually.
Actually, if he does bowl in the Notts League, from whence he has been plucked, as whence he was playing, probably picks up the odd wicket.
Amin, and again from the C end, slightly shorter, and Clark, much more comfortable for Clark, who's able to defend that one.
Trying to work out whether he's trying to bowl little cutters or...
For some shape.
Yeah.
Amin in over the wicket to Clark, who defends that one straight back to the bowler for no run. Tidy little over this one so far. Just something, sometimes it's nice for teams to have that sort of extra option that throws a bit of spanner in the works. I know in the English summer we saw Harry Brook against Australia far earlier than we would have expected. Just something a bit different as Amin comes in again, and it's defended by Clark. There's a little bit of shape. I can't try to see from the replays exactly what it's doing. It seems to be sort of going across Clark, sort of like a cutter would. And maybe that's why they've got the slip gully and two in a sort of shortish cover. As Amin comes in again, and it's defended back to the bowler, towards the bowler for no run. At the end of that over, Sussex move on to 123 for 2, and that will be
tea. Whether or not we're going to get cake, Bobo is on cake watch. But I've yet to see any of it. Oh, there is some. Bobo, what does it look like?
Sponge.
Great.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the final session here on the second day at Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Sonia Twig. We've had, Sonia, a very nice cake. So thank you to Jamie and the guys in the media team. We've been sort of, I don't think we've been very discreet, if I'm being honest, requesting cake. But they have come up trumped, because that's lovely. It's sort of got icing on the top. What do you think the filling is? Is it lemon?
I think it's lemon curd, or a sort of lemon curd-like thing.
Yes, it is, isn't it? I can see that. In fact, I've got a piece in front of me that I'm going to eat when I come off in about 15 minutes' time. So it's very nice. So thank you, Sussex, for our cake, which is greatly appreciated. I don't think the players have had cake for their tea. They probably had a sort of, I don't know, something horribly healthy, I expect.
I don't know. I think...
Do you think they have cake?
The problem is, if you're out there and you're bowling, you're burning quite a lot of calories and running around.
They do, then.
I think generally during games they're sort of encouraged to eat as much. I guess if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to bowl after tea, you probably, even in club cricket, if you're an opening bowler, you're not stuffing your boots at tea. You're just hoping that your side bowl first, so that you get to put your feet up for a bit and not have to bat until 5 o'clock or whatever it is.
I think you might be right. Riyad Ahmed is going to open the bowling after tea. He's picked up the wicket of Tom Alsop. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. We have seen wickets go down in real clusters in this game. Sussex in a great position. Let's be honest about it. As Ahmed gets ready to bowl, 123 for 2 at D. And we've had 40 overs of this innings. As Ahmed comes in and bowls, and Pujara gets things underway straight away after tea with a little clip into the leg side from Cheteshwar Pujara. He goes to 6, Sussex to 124 for 2. The Sussex lead now 278. Sussex's job here, I guess, to bat Leicestershire out of the game. But I'm sure they will have half an eye on the weather forecast. That will be, I would have thought, something that... I'm not saying it's going to... I mean, there's so much time left in this game. Ahmed in bowls. Clark is forward. Plays out to the offside. There is no run. And certainly you were suggesting, Sonia, that Wednesday's forecast looked pretty good.
Lots of forecasts are available, and I'm sure they all differ. I know at times this summer every weather forecaster said something different. Yeah.
Ahmed, he gave that some air. Bowls to Clark, who's forward, hits him on the pad. The ball bounce on the onside. There is no run. Thank you very much, Bobo, who's made me a cup of tea. Thank you. Much appreciated.
It's milking the work experience people.
That's unkind. Here comes Ahmed, bowls to Clark. Well, that really should have gone out the ground.
Yeah, that was short and wide. That should have... Although maybe he had one eye on the fact that there is a man at deep backward square.
Yeah. But it was short. It was a horrible delivery, really.
Well, it was not a good start.
Rather got away with it. Ahmed in again, bowls, and Clark is struck on the pad, I think. Let's wait for umpire decision, and indeed it is signalled as a leg bye. So one more to the total. 125 for 2 as the numbers go up. I was going to make a point and I got totally distracted then, so can't have been that important, can it? Ahmed in again over the wicket, bowls. Again, it's a little too short, really. And Pujara's onto the back. He's not really... I think he's probably looking to pitch the ball up and get Pujara driving, but it was too short, and Pujara able to go on the back foot and just play the ball into the covers. There is no run. End of the over. The over rate is level. That'll please Leicestershire, so no points deduction coming in that area. But what Leicestershire need here is wickets, and they're going to turn to their strike bowler, who will be at Sussex next season. It's going to be Chris Wright, who is going to bowl this time from the C end of the ground. For those of you who don't know Hove, it means he's going to be running up the slope. And it just kind of feels like conditions that Chris Wright might enjoy here.
It's just got hazier and cloudier as the day's gone on. There was quite a lot of sunshine out earlier. I know when I went up to the nice terrace just above us, I had to have some sunglasses on, but when I went out there sort of later in the day, they weren't needed. So, yeah, it's just got a little bit cloudy, a little bit more moisture around, maybe sort of getting ready for those thunderstorms that may or may not hit tomorrow.
I know what I was going to say about weather forecasts. So I mentioned this, it was yesterday or up in Durham last week. Just explain more after
As
this.
Wright comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Clark, who sort of looks to fend that off towards the leg side, but doesn't get near it, and it's easily sort of caught by the wicket keeper. No run.
That was a loose delivery, wasn't it? Straight after tea. A couple of weeks ago, I was looking at what the weather was going to be like in Durham, and I looked at the 14-day forecast, and it had 4 days of solid rain in Durham. This was about 10 days before we were due to go. I thought, oh, crumbs, that's not good. We had 4 days without a cloud in the sky, lovely hot weather. So I think these weather forecasts at about 14 days are nonsense, to be honest.
As Wright runs in again, and it's fended off by Clark into the offside, but no run, so it's gathered by point.
You know, I find it extraordinary. We often say the 14-day forecast is, well, it's a guess, really. I think. I'm sure if you can't really plan that far ahead. Well, that's my opinion anyway.
No, but I think if you look for, I mean, when I was at the Old Trafford Test match, it kept changing for the next day.
Yeah, well, there you go. There we go. And it did. I remember on the Saturday of that Test match, Sussex were playing in Leeds.
As Wright comes in again, round the wicket to Clark, who defends that back to the bowler for no run.
And the forecast, actually, I don't know it was rained off on the Sunday, but the forecast on the Saturday was bad as well. And I was driving down the motorway over Leeds because we got rained off in Leeds. They said it was going to rain all across the north of England. It was pouring with rain on and off at the Open in Liverpool. And yet they were playing in the Test match. And I was thinking, well, hang on a minute. They were saying it was absolutely no chance of any play today. So it did keep changing in Manchester.
It did also keep raining in Manchester.
Yeah.
As Wright comes in again to Clark, who defends that one again down the pitch for no run. Yes, the weather in Manchester was not one which any English or Australian in Manchester particularly enjoyed.
So you were presumably at the Oval for the Stuart Broad moment, were you, Sonia?
I was.
Oh, that must have been amazing.
It was amazing. It was one of those sort of fairy tale endings that don't happen too often,
Yeah.
and it's something that, you know, those people lucky enough to be there, including myself, will probably never forget. As Wright comes in up the hill to Clark, who defends that to the offside.
You're not going to believe this. A friend of mine went with his wife to the Oval that day, and when it rained, they decided halfway through the day that they weren't going to get back on, and that would be it. And they left and went home.
I know someone else whose wife went out for dinner,
And
like an early dinner, and was, you know, said, "Oh, it's raining, I'll leave early," and missed it.
Here we are. Never go until it's called off.
As Wright runs in again to Clark, who flicks that off his pads
Shot.
down towards the boundary, and that's gone for 4. It was a lovely shot, just sort of flicked towards the deep square leg boundary.
Massive opportunity this for Tom Clark. He's on 55, he's taken his time. Sussex are in a great position. The ball is 42 overs old. This is a real time to cash in now, and I'm sure we were talking about, you know, you're batting with one of the best players in the world. This is an opportunity to really say, I'm setting my stall out here, I'm going to get a big score here today. I'm sure he'll, you know, he's playing for the team, so he won't want to dawdle along, but this is a real opportunity for Tom Clark to just show he can bat for long periods of time. We all know he's got the ability, and now's a great opportunity to cash in and really show that he can do it.
Well, he's got 2 first-class hundreds, hasn't he?
He has, but he hasn't made 100 this season. Top score of 96. And he's a better player than that average suggests. In comes Rehan Ahmed over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara drives to mid-off, and there is no run. Going back to his mark. In again. I think that's a little short, to be honest, and Pujara's able to go back on his stumps and play the ball firmly down the ground to mid-off and pick up another single. Sussex just picking up the 1s and 2s here at relative comfort.
That's all you need to do, really. There's so much time left in this game. Just sort of keep the scoreboard ticking along and pick up those runs when you can. There's no need to sort of start chasing after things that aren't quite there, and that's how you end up in problems like they did in the first innings, needing Hudson Prentice's 60 to sort of rescue a total.
Indeed. Ahmed in again, bowls to Clark, who smothers the spin, plays it out through the slip cord, and Colin Ackerman runs back to field, and there is no run. And at Durham last week, they were 110 without loss, bowled out for 266. It's been a reoccurring theme, and they'll be desperate for that not to happen today. Ahmed in bowls to Clark, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, we saw with the Leicestershire innings, it was all down to sort of Rishi Patel trying to hold it all together.
Yeah. If you just joined us, live cricket on the BBC, every ball of every match of every competition right through the season here on the BBC. As in comes Ahmed Bowl, short, that's a poor delivery, clipped away by Clark onto the leg side. They'll get a couple of runs there because there's a chase around the leg side boundary. And 2 more to Tom Clark. I think that's the 12th man who's run around to field the ball. Is that Swindles?
I'm not sure, but it's definitely the 12th man, just looking at the list of team numbers that I've got in front of me.
Clark to 57, 132 for 2. Ahmed in bowls, and Clark at it again, keeping the 12th man occupied down there at deep backward square. So Sussex really, without taking any risks in that over, have scored 4 runs. That's about the run rate that they're going at. 133 for 2. Clark on 58. Pujara on 7. Adrian Harm, Sonia Twigg, Richard Ray, your commentary team. Richard back with us shortly. He's giving his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. And a quiet hush around the ground. I think people are just sitting around enjoying the cricket. And from the home supporters' point of view, they haven't seen a home county championship win, or they haven't seen a county championship win since the first game of the season. So this is a rarity for Sussex to be in a position where they're ahead of the game and in a position potentially, because you never know what could happen, to win this game.
Against Durham, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Durham's only defeat of the season.
Well, tides have changed.
Yep.
As Wright comes in up the hill from the sea end to Clark, who defends that into the offside but picks the gap and is able to come through for a single. Just found the gap between point and cover there. Yeah, first game of the season.
And in fairness,
Only defeat was also against Durham.
Yes, it was. So that was last week. So they went 9 matches where they drew those games. Now, the 2 games against Yorkshire, Sonia, Sussex would have lost had it not been for the rain. Conversely, there's a very good chance had it not had a washed out day on Worcester. I think they would have beaten Worcester because Ollie Robinson was playing and from memory took 14 wickets in the match. I think they'd have beaten Worcester. I think they would have also beaten Leicester at Grace Road, but we had a day washed out for rain there as well. So it's as broad as it's long. They might have won 2 more. They'd have certainly lost 2 more, I think, but they'd have probably ultimately have got a few more points.
Well, the rain this year has sort of had quite an impact on the season. As Wright comes in again, it's flicked away by Pujara, but they've got a man on the final leg boundary. Lovely flick off the pads there to move on to 8. Why do you know why Ollie Robinson isn't playing these games for Sussex?
Yeah, so Paul Farbrace said last week, initially we understood that Ollie Robinson would be available for some of the 4 games in September. He hasn't played since the Ashes test at Headingley. Yep. You would have been there. And in fact, he didn't bowl in the second innings at Headingley either.
No, he had a back spasm.
That's right.
But they normally settle down fairly quickly. As Wright comes in again, and it's defended by Clark. I would have thought he would play at least some part in this, given that there is no cricket for him until sort of the tour of India in February.
Well, I think that was certainly the feeling, and that was some frustration amongst Sussex supporters because he didn't play at Durham last week. Sussex supporters, and I was expecting Ollie Robinson to play, but he didn't play, and he's not Sussex's player. He's an England player, so they determine when he plays. And Paul Farbrace was told he would only be available for the last 2 games of the season.
As Wright runs in again to Clark, who defends this off the back foot, back to the bowler.
But there seemed to be some uncertainty around Ollie's fitness even for those 2 games, so we don't know whether that's a reoccurrence of the back spasm or whether it's a general fitness issue or quite what it is.
As I understand, back spasms, normally they happen when you're bowling, like you bowl too much in a short period of time, which would make sense why it flared up in the 3rd Ashes test, given that he played the first 3.
Yeah.
But you'd have thought something like that would have been settled long before now. As Wright runs in again up the hill to Clark, who fends that one towards the mid-wicket boundary for an easy single.
So yeah, we don't know the answer, but if Sussex did have him back for the last 2 games of the season, that would be great. I mean, particularly for the last game here against Gloucester, if indeed Sussex are in with a shout. Just to read a couple of emails before Richard comes back in on commentary. Stuart from Sunny Ferring has been in touch. He said, "Hi Adrian, I've been listening while assembling a shed in my back garden." That sounds good, doesn't it? Thanks for the commentary. I would be hopeless at assembling a shed. I just wouldn't, I can't put anything together from IKEA. I'm hopeless.
I love IKEA stuff. As Wright runs in again to Bajara, who fends that towards point. It's like Lego.
Yeah, but you've got 136 for 2. That's the end of the over. So do you like putting IKEA furniture together?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well done. Well,
it's quite a sort of a satisfying puzzle, and at the end you get furniture. I don't mind IKEA. There are some other furniture companies with slightly more confusing, some of those instructions that are clearly translated from another language that end up making no sense. Those ones can be quite difficult.
Yeah, I'm hopeless. Anyway, Stuart says, "I had a great surprise this morning when I heard Mr. Philby on the show. As a Sussex supporter, I feel we have a great future to look forward to, thanks to John and the team. Hopefully, I will be able to attend even more next season." Says Stuart from Sunny Ferring. So thank you, Stuart, for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. Moreover, I'll do as in comes Ahmed Bowles, forward comes Clark, plays to mid-on, there is no run. In fact, there's a couple of quite long emails, so I don't want to keep Richard off air because he's our Leicestershire man. So to George and to James, I'll read your emails when I come back on air in about half an hour's time. But I'll leave you with Sonia and with Richard.
As Ryan Ahmed comes in and bowls to Clark, who defends that into the leg side. It's quite a sort of net of players around. There's a slip, a gully, there's a slip, and then a leg slip and a short leg, or close in round the back for Ryan Ahmed, who comes in again to bowl, and it's sort of fended off by Clark into the leg side, just going between slip and short leg there. And he gets a single to move on to 61. Hello, Richard.
Good afternoon, even, he says.
When you can work the mic box.
The QB. Yeah. Where do Leicestershire go from here? Just on the defensive, really, and try and slow things down a bit, try and nick a wicket here and there.
Ryan Ahmed in again, and it's defended straight back to the bowler by Bajara.
And I suppose, in a way, hope the pitch doesn't start to deteriorate or start to turn too much, because every run, well, they're going to have to probably score well over 400 to win the game.
Ahmed in again to Bajara, who defends that into the open gap behind point and manages to come back for 2. Just well placed there, just opened the face on the bat and allowed it to trickle down towards the boundary.
And that is an unlikely prospect on a 4th day, or 3rd and 4th day pitch, perhaps.
You had any emails from Leicestershire fans?
1 or 2 just bemoaning, obviously, the absence of 1 or 2, and a little bit early to judge on some of the new guys.
There's Ahmed in again to Bajara, who smashes that one into the ground for 6. It's the first 6 we've seen so far today, and he's just picked up that length perfectly and sort of flicked it really towards the mid-wicket boundary. Lovely shot, lofted over and just crashed into the advertising hoardings that line the pitch.
A drag down from Rahan. He doesn't bowl many, in fairness, compared to some leg spinners, but that was a little bit whisper, a drag down, and Bajara's eyes lit up, clumped it away. Yeah, I just wonder what he'll have in mind as a figure. Obviously not going to declare tonight, then not that daft, but presumably sometime around lunchtime tomorrow, if there's a bit of weather around, they'll want to pull out. The mustachioed right will continue from the C end. 11 overs, 1 for 39.
I do like the idea of having a C end.
The C end, yeah. Scarborough, the square runs, of course, the pitches run parallel to the sea, so you can't really have a C end. There's the Trafalgar Road end. Oh, what's the pavilion end, isn't it, basically? Although the pavilion is at sort of slight an angle. I remember seeing David Bairstow hook Michael Holding onto the roof there and breaking a tile.
That was about 1974, which, as you've kindly reminded me already, is before you were born. Right, around the wicket to the left-handed Clark is in, and Bowles goes past the outside edge. He's edged. Clark, no, he hasn't. Wright started to celebrate, but he sold me a really good dummy there, because Wright was almost a celeb appeal, wasn't it? He was running down the pitch as though, yeah, that's all done and dusted. I don't need to turn to the umpire. And Clark didn't help by turning and taking a step or two towards the pavilion.
I can only apologise for how I described the 70s to anyone listening who remembers it fondly or not fondly. No, I tell you, I do feel a bit of a fraud when it comes to cricket, and I'll tell you why in a minute.
Right is in. Bowles. Clark gets a good delivery on off stump. He's down on it and dropping it out towards Ackerman, who's at a shortish extra cover at the moment, back in his cap, which I feel is how he always should be. It's certainly how I will remember him when he departs for Durham at the end of the season.
So, having spent a lot of time sort of in and around cricket press boxes, a large majority of the press back are in their 40s, so they're sort of founding memories of late 80s, 90s cricket. And I'm very spoiled in that I don't remember any of it.
Right is in, looking to drive and getting it past Ackerman, and that's going to run away for 4. Hill can only turn and ends his pursuit relatively early. Had to reach for it a little bit, Clark, but he got all of it and got it away through extra cover. And once you do that, when the bowling is from the sea end here at Hove, you are hitting the ball down the slope, and it's hard to drag it back.
So all that sort of cricket that everyone bemoans in the 90s, and I was, born in the mid-90s, so wasn't necessarily aware of any of that. So my first big series that I remember was 2005.
In goes Wright and Bowles straight, and it is blocked by Clark out into the offside. Michael Corkery says it's the Peasholm Park end. Peasholm Park is where they stay, is the park obviously behind that end, at the sort of north end at Scarborough, at North Marine Drive. And they stage, it's going to sound really weird, you may know this with your dad being a Yorkshireman, but they stage recreations of the Battle of the River Plate on the pond with model boats. I know that sounds really weird. In goes Wright, and he's turned to mid-wicket this time. It's jolly entertaining if you ever.
They say you learn something new every day, but that's something I definitely didn't know about and would now love to see.
Next time you're there, every Sunday I think they stage them, and they have little explosions and sinking ships and the works. It's jolly good fun. Now that's what I call entertainment.
I do know someone who went to the match
Social
in Scarborough recently as part of their stag do, actually.
Yeah, I can. They went to the game.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
It's a lovely town.
Wright is in, and Bowles short pulled for 4. Clark. Ooh, has he hurt his left knee slightly there? He started to limp as he hit that shot, and he's just stretching it now a little bit. I think he's hurt himself a little bit. He's touching gloves with Pujara, but he really did fasten onto that one quickly. Tom Trafford, is this the right we have signed? Yes, mate, it is. He's just the conditions are not conducive. Don't worry. He'll be fine. He'll get you 40 wickets or so next season.
He doesn't look comfortable, does he, Clark? He's sort of taking his helmet off and is sort of stretching out his knee.
Left knee.
Just going to watch the replay now and see what it was. It doesn't look like anything, really.
Hopefully just a spot of cramp, but it looks fairly specific. Anyway, with that 4, he's moved on to 69 off 152 balls.
As Ahmed runs in again to Pujara, who drives this one, and he's found the gap, but the fielder's going to get there and cut it off and keep it to 1. Almost looked like it just played it perfectly between those two, but it was... Man, Extra was able to run round and get there and prevent it sort of racing away, although it is uphill to the boundary on that side of the pitch. Are you just looking at the what happened to his knee? Could you see anything?
No, I mean, he's swiveled, so he might just have sort of jarred it slightly. See if it just encumbers him at all.
Ryan Ahmed to Clark, who defends this one back to the bowler for no run.
Stretched forward okay there, didn't he? Seems to be okay.
Might just have felt something, needed to walk it off for a minute. As Ahmed in again to Clark, who does almost exactly what he did the last ball and just far forward, strong forward defensive and just blocks the ball. Trying to counteract that spin that we saw bring Ahmed the earlier wicket that just sort of whipped around the pad and kept quite low. As Ahmed in again to Clark, who defends this, looking for the run but trickles towards the fielder. At mid-on.
Sort of cloud bank is just drifting away now. It's very pleasant out there now. The sun is just about back out.
It's Ahmed in again to Clark, who opens up the face and tries to find the offside but hits it straight to cover. Starting to look slightly frustrated perhaps, Clark. He's had a few where he's gone for and just picked out the fielder and hasn't quite been able to keep that scoreboard ticking along as he would have liked. As Ahmed comes in again to Clark, who opens the face again and plays it into the ground straight to cover.
Ahmed looks a bit cross with himself, doesn't he? He takes his cap from umpire Debenham.
It was a tidier over in general though. He's had a few sort of loose ones, but that one was a lot tighter, and Clark was having to come right forward to defend. It wasn't sort of straightforward at all.
Be interesting to see if he plays against Ireland. Rahan.
I think he might do. I think Will Jacks is also going to play and offers a spin option, but England seem very keen on Ryan Ahmed, and I think they'll be wanting to, I think he'll definitely go to India and play in some capacity, and I think they'll want to give him as much opportunity before that, because that's going to be one of the most difficult jobs for a spinner.
Chris Wright is in from the CN, bowls short outside off stump, cut down into the ground, bounces up nicely for Ruby Curry to field. Threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps at point, doesn't bother doing so, gives it a little polish before handing it. I think Will Davis is still out there, I think. Could be Scriven. They're not dissimilar in build. Hill has put himself in at a short, straight mid-wicket, almost a silly mid-on position, as Wright goes in and bowls. Pujara is playing very straight, off stump out into the offside. Scriven it is who runs in to pick it up. Budinger, who's got pads on underneath his whites, is a genuine shortish mid-wicket. I say shortish, he's about 3 pitches back. Hill, ditto. Ackerman is at shortish backwards squared, just about in a catching position, but you always know when a side's in trouble when they're trying sort of funky fields and things like that. Pujara won't be put off as Wright goes in, bowls straight to him. Again, a very correct forward defensive press from Pujara. He remains on 17. Sussex 154 for 2, so double that. It was 154 the lead, wasn't it? Yeah. So 308 the lead now. Leicestershire would need 309 if Pujara has a brainstorm and declares right now. He won't, of course. Wright is in and bowls, just drifting on towards middle. And Pujara turns his wrists on the push out towards Hill.
Someone on the stream has just asked why Jack Carlson didn't bowl, and I think the answer is because he didn't need to.
I was going to say 108 all out.
42 overs is not necessarily when you'd think to turn to your spinners.
He's been in touch saying he can't remember the 80s either, but that's because he was a student. Right, hair flopping is in, drags his length back a little bit, still straight. Pujara on the back foot defends. Hill fields with his red tinted sunglasses perched atop his green Leicestershire cap. decent crowd in, considering they've had to pay today. Maybe 500 or 600, something like that, as Wright is in. Bowles, Pujara is forward, pushing carefully into the gap. It's a race between Davis and Curry to get to the ball. It's Curry who slides and wins it, gets his throwaway on the bounce to Ben Cox. Pujara settles for 2. He moves on to 19, 156 for 2, the lead 310. How many overs remain tonight? 24. So if they continue to score at sort of roughly 3.5, 4 and over, Sussex are going to be leading by over 400 at the end of day 2.
Overnight declaration?
Probably not. They'll probably come out and whack it around for an hour, and I would. And
Well, we might
get 500 ahead and really bury Leicestershire.
Might depend on the rain.
Yeah. Run up and down the pitch a few times accidentally.
As Ahmed comes into Clark, who defends this one into the leg side for no run.
And then maybe you'll see Carson bowling tomorrow.
Maybe. Well, we have seen a bit of spin on offer for Ryan Ahmed.
He turned one back in, and you can't help thinking it was probably out of the footholes a little bit. Not that that's disqualifies it, but it will have helped.
It's a spinner's weapon, isn't it? The footholds.
Yeah.
As Ahmed comes in again to Clark, who defends this one into the offside this time, but for no run. He plays that defensive shot, really smothers the ball, doesn't really give it a chance to do anything, but also no hope of getting sort of any runs, as we've seen Pujara sort of open the face and run the ball down. He sort of smothers it straight into the pitches. Clark, once again, there's a huge appeal, and he's gone.
Well, playing across the line. Was it the googly?
I guess we'll see on the replays, but played across the line, and he's been given out by the umpire. He looks a bit annoyed with himself as he has to leave the pitch, but out of nowhere, Ryan Ahmed has broken this partnership. And Clark was looking good for his 69 runs. Just played all across that. Drifted in.
It must have been the googly. It must have straightened a bit then, because it pitched about middle and leg. And if that had been the leg spinner, then you would say the odds are it was going on to mid leg stump. But it pitched middle and leg, so he was looking to play it down the leg side, and it must have straightened, so it must have been the googly.
Clark's innings coming to an end. 69 runs from 159 balls. He's out there for 3 hours and 7 minutes. That's quite a long stint for the reward of just 69 runs. 10 fours.
As you say, he'd be really disappointed, because chance to go on and get the elusive 3-figure score.
And in to join Pujara is James Coles.
One comment from a Leicester supporter, and I quote, "That would not have hit another set." So he didn't think it straightened at all. As I say, it did pitch middle and leg, and it... well, that's from a Leicestershire supporter. It did look a bit leg-sidey.
It did.
It really did.
And it did take Clark a while to leave the field as well. He didn't look too impressed about that decision. James Coles was 19 from Buckinghamshire. Played 17 first-class matches with a high score of 180.
Beautiful late summer's afternoon at Hove now. The sun pretty much out.
The stream does make it look sunnier than it is to those of you joining. There's one end where everything looks quite yellow and bright, and while it might be like that now, it hasn't been like that all day.
No, it has been a little bit cloudy, but it's lovely now. I do like Brighton Hove. It has a sort of vaguely disreputable air when you're walking around here as well. There's something rather sort of louche about it. I don't know what it is.
As Ryan Ahmed comes in over the wicket to the new batter, who turns it away down towards the final leg boundary for 4. Great start from James Coles, off the mark with a boundary in his first ball. Just slightly wide, that one from Ahmed, just pretty easy to just sort of turn the ball down towards the boundary there.
And he's fed up with himself. Bounced a bit, but direction was all wrong.
Well, he hasn't come over the wicket before, so maybe this is sort of slightly messing up his line as Coles defends that one down straight into the ground off the front foot. I mean, we've seen a lot of left-handers potentially. We saw 3 left-handers at the start, and then obviously a left-hand right-hand combination between Clark and Pujara, and now we've got 2 right-handers. As that one goes past the bat, sort of vague appeal, but nothing given. Coles survives that. He did prod forward, and it did sort of move past the bat.
Yeah, might have turned a bit. We'll have a look at the replay, but hello.
And at the end of the over, Sussex move on to 160 for 3, Coles on 4, Pujara on 19 from 34.
But as I say, I'm pretty sure that Sussex, he did play down the wrong line, basically. But they won't be displeased to see turn and bounce now when you're leading by, 314 now? Yeah. Which can do all sorts once you're in that position of strength. The more, the better. Right, we'll continue from the sea end over number 14 in the Sussex second innings. Bowls outside off stump, forced off the back foot. Nice looking shot, but didn't manage to get it past Davis, who's at extra cover. Again, no Salisbury. Hasn't reappeared, so beginning to assume that he does have an issue. I can see, I think, Louis Kimber down at long leg. So who's the other one off as well? No, it's just Kimber. That's Scriven. He has a really similar build. Having years watching Davis, I'm now mistaking him for Scriven. In goes right, bowls. Defended off the back foot again by Pujara. Just drops it out towards point where Curry is the fielder.
Talking about first series, you remember when I said mine was 2005? I've just had a tweet from Steve Harris who says the first series I remember was 1966 v West Indies, particularly the 5th test. Sobers caught close, bowled Snow for naught. Look up the scorecard, it was amazing. That's the comment from Steve.
Was that the one when Cowdy went out to bat with a broken arm? In goes right and bowls. Pujara again defends the straight ball, this time into the on side. In my big first series, it's not the first I remember, but the really one that made a huge impact was Botham's Ashes. 81.
In 66, I don't believe Cowdrey did play that one.
It might have been 63 then. Right is in, forward is Pujara, then immediately lifts his bat up towards James Coles to indicate there's no chance of a single as Curry quickly closed on the ball at point.
I mean, it was interesting, and while reading sort of cricketers, because it was my generation, I guess, everyone said, 2005 was what made me fall in love with cricket. So I wonder what those sort of 23 and 24 feel.
Right, bowled short, pulled in the air for a while, didn't get that at all. Really, Pujara bounced miles short of Umar Amin, who's right out on the square leg boundary, a long old way from the bat. Pujara picks up a single, rehearses the pull/hook, moved on to 20, really playing like the Pujara of old at the moment, but he's there, giving his side, helping his side build. 161 now for 3. Ackerman leaves the sort of backward square and goes in at a conventional slip. He's still got the shortish mid-wicket. Budinger, who's gone back to a cap from the sun hat. Right is in, bowls. Coles just goes back and tucks it away neatly off his legs out towards Umar, who comes in to meet the ball around 20 yards inside the rope at square leg. One is taken.
You did say earlier you thought he was a cap man.
Ackerman, yes, very much so. Budinger does prefer the sun hat by and large, but yeah, I don't think I've ever... Actually, I can see... Oh, I can see... Oh, no, he is so... There you go. So Ackerman is... He's putting the sun hat on, but it's Ben Cox's sun hat, and he's put it on over his cap, so Cox can put on the helmet to stand up to Ahmed. Only took me best part of an hour and a half to work that out.
All day. As Richard's going to take a brief break, and I'm going to be joined again by Adrian as Rayan Ahmed starts his over from the Cromwell Road end, and it's defended by Coles back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I must admit, I was sitting at the back of the box with Bobo when we watched that, and immediately, I must admit, as soon as it hit Tom Clark's pad, I said, oh, that's out. Just because it looked to me like he was playing across the line.
As Ahmed in again, a full toss.
Oh, that's a
but
horrible
Coles
ball, isn't it?
picked out the fielder. They really should have been punished and flown through the offside, but he managed to drive it straight to extra.
Yeah.
Ahmed in over the wicket to the new batter Coles, who cuts this one away, and it'll be into the gap, but there's a man on the boundary and it will just be a single. Sussex move on to 162 for 3.
Tom Clark will be disappointed. I think there was 100 there for the taking today. As you say, he seemed to be in a bit of discomfort. I don't know whether it was an injury or maybe a bit of cramp. I don't know. Paul Farbury spoke last week about players' fitness. I don't know whether that might have been a factor. I don't know.
Ahmed over the wicket to Pujara, who cuts this one away, but it's going to be cut off by the sweeper on the offside boundary. Just the single.
But he'd done all the hard work, and you think this ball is now, what are we, in the 51st over, so it's very soft. The Leicestershire bowlers are... it's been a punishing couple of days for Leicestershire.
Definitely, as Ahmed comes over the wicket to Coles, who cuts this one away, almost identical to Pujara, straight to the man on the offside boundary for a single to keep the scoreboard ticking along.
Way to the east of the ground, those clouds look horrible. I think they've gone, actually, Sonia, but they do look very threatening. Away to the west, where generally the weather comes from, it's lovely blue sky, so let's hope that's where the weather is coming from.
Rayan Ahmed in, and it's defended back to the bowler by Pujara. At the end of that over, Sussex 165 for 3, Coles on 7 and Pujara on 21.
Yeah. This lead, the lead is now 319. I don't know whether Sussex have a total in mind where they'll declare, or whether they're thinking about time or whatever. I guess first of all they want to make sure they put this game beyond Leicestershire. If they win the game, I think they'll take 20 points. They'll move to within 18 of Worcester. But a Worcester win next week against Durham, well, if Sussex were to win with 24 points, I guess then you go into the last game. But Worcester would only need 6 points, so it's all Sussex can do is to win their games and hope for the best. In comes Chris Wright, racing in, bowls and clipped away. That's a nice looking shot by James Coles. He's very strong off his legs. Clips it to mid-wicket, picks up a single, does James. He goes to 8. I struggle at this time of the day, Sonia, because the sun is right on that scoreboard, and I'm looking at James Coles. Does that say 8?
Yep, 8 from 9.
Thank you. To add to the 44 that he made in the first innings. Just listening for the update to come to our listeners, then Richard will be back, and I think Sonia's going to go and see if there's any more cake about. It was nice, wasn't it, that cake?
It was lovely.
Comes right again, bowls, and driven by Pujara to mid-on, and there is no run. Footed there by Lewis Hill. Got to admire Chris Wright here. I mean, he's running in really hard, isn't he? He's bowled more overs than anybody else. He's the strike bowler. 14 overs, 1 for 51. He's bowled from both ends.
1 minute.
He has got this big cup final coming up at the weekend against Hampshire in the 50 over, but we're hearing he's a model professional, keeps himself very fit, and that's on the back of his mind at the moment. Right in, bowls, and deflected by Pujara onto the leg side, just plays the ball comfortably through mid-wicket and picks up another single. Does Pujara? He goes to 23, Sussex to 167 for 3. The lead is 321. I just wonder whether Sussex might look at this and think, right, that's sort of a lead of, well, I don't know, it's a little way off, maybe 450, and you say, crumbs, if we can't bowl, I mean, they'll be mindful they've got to take these wickets. Sussex have got to bowl Leicestershire out.
They will, but there's 2 days left. I mean, I know, you know, fourth innings chases are always difficult. You rarely see particularly high scores. I think they'll back themselves.
Sussex also.
Yeah. And comes right.
Cricket update.
Sussex hosting Leicestershire in the
Right,
County
bowls,
Championship at home,
Coles.
being watched by Adrian Harm.
Yes, thank you, Danny. Sussex have lost a wicket since you were last with us, but still in a very strong position in this match. Tom Clark, the man out, he was LBW to Rehan Ahmed, the young Leicestershire leg spinner who's everybody's talking about in cricket circles, being selected for England. He's a fine bowler. He's picked up 2 of the wickets to fall, but Sussex in a commanding position. They lead here by 323 runs. Cheteshwar Pujara on 22. James Coles is on 8. We've still got 20 overs to be bowled tonight and 2 days to go in this match. Sussex hot favourites to win here and keep their slender hopes of promotion alive.
I'm not unhappy about it, but what happened to Leicestershire?
They just had a really poor morning. I have to say, give credit to Sussex, particularly Ari Kavelos, who bowled beautifully. He picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 14, but that's a pretty dramatic collapse. They lost 8 wickets for just 40 runs. There were 5 ducks in there as well, so really disappointed from Leicestershire. They didn't bat well. Sussex bowled really well, and there's nothing wrong with the wicket, Danny, because Sussex are showing here 167 for 3, that it was a combination of good bowling and poor batting from Leicestershire.
Right, steaming day yesterday though. What's the weather done today?
Yeah, it is fresher. I can see that the flags on the clock tower's scoreboard are billowing away, Danny, and the trees just gently swaying outside of the ground as well. So there's a bit of breeze across the ground. Not so much sunshine today, but it's just an ideal cricket watching conditions, and free entry here at Hove after tea. So if you fancy coming along and watching 20 overs of county championship cricket, well, it won't cost you a bean.
Well, there's an invite for you. Get yourself down there. Adrian, enjoy the rest of that.
Thanks, Danny. So, end of the over, 160. I'm sorry about my eyesight. Is it 168 or 169, Sonia? 168 for 3?
Yeah, 168 for 3.
Yeah, 9 to Coles, 22 to Pujara. Thank you, everybody, for your emails today. In fact, I've got a couple more now that I'm going to read out. So, people take the time to send in the emails, and we're always extremely grateful. So, thank you. As Rehan Ahmed starts another over from the Cromwell Road in Bolster. James Coles plays at the offside now run. This is your over, I'm sorry.
It's all right, don't worry. I'm happy for you to take the first ball.
I'm going to see if I can find these emails that people have very kindly sent in.
There's Rehan Ahmed over the wicket to Coles, who sort of flicks that one off his pads towards the leg side boundary and picks up a single.
So John Philby was with us earlier on today, the Sussex chairman. It was good of John to give up an hour of his time to come and sit and talk to us. We covered a wide range of topics. We had some emails just break off.
As Rehan Ahmed comes in over the wicket to Pujara, who goes outside the off stump to drive, doesn't quite get hold of it, and it's gathered by the player on the offside boundary.
We had some emails that agreed with John, some that disagreed with John, so it was all a healthy debate. And I guess from a Sussex point of view, the main point of the morning was, people do care.
Rehan Ahmed over the wicket to Coles, who defends this one straight into the ground, and it's picked up by short leg.
Which sounds actually a really crass thing to say, but they want the best for the club, and it's a case of how Sussex go about that, which is perhaps dividing opinion. That's perhaps a better way to put it. I'll read some of those emails in a moment.
Rehan Ahmed over the wicket, and Coles goes at this one, but hits it into the ground and straight towards cover.
So Julian sent an email in. Julian was saying about some of the players not being good enough a little earlier on. So I'll read your email, Julian.
And Rehan Ahmed comes in over the wicket to Coles, who defends this one towards extra for no run. At the end of the over, Sussex 170 for 3, Coles on 10 and Pujara on 23.
Sonia's going to take a breather. Richard's going to come back in. Thank you, Sonia. I'm not sure if there's any cake left. I'd imagine the press boys have long snaffled it. Yeah, it's all gone. Those press boys, there's a good attendance in there today, and the cake's gone. However, emails. Julian, thank you. I hadn't seen your earlier email, which was sent just after lunch, so I do apologise for not reading it out. He says, I guess I've been removed from the chairman's Christmas card list. I don't think he's that fickle, Julian. But he goes on to say I would never condemn a player in public, so I think that was... That was an interesting choice of phrase. He thought that word was a bit strong. Just like any supporter of any sport, I have my opinion as to who may or may not make it. I'm usually wrong, he says. Let's see who's in the first 11 next season. However, said that, I do appreciate the chairman agreeing to be interviewed. So thank you, Julian. That's going to be a change of bowling. It's going to be Tom Scriven, who's back into the attack from the C end of the ground. Ian Arbour got in touch. Hello, Ian. He said, Adrian, hi. I was listening to your interview with John Philby. He doesn't fill me with much confidence. Some of his answers with the acceptance of the situation makes me feel he is part of the problem, says Ian. So thank you for getting in touch, Ian. Everybody's entitled to their view.
I tell you what, a lot of Leicester supporters were listening as well, and they were very, very impressed by the fact that the chairman fronted up and was prepared to take questions through an independent medium, if you like. It's not always the case at some clubs, and the fact that the chairman stood up and with equanimity took every question you threw at him, hostile or otherwise, because I can promise you not every club is like that.
No. Scriven runs away from us up the hill. Leicestershire run did a strange field, actually. Bowls to Bujara, who plays out into the covers, and there is no run. We've got Keeper Cox standing up to the stumps. Then on the leg side, there are two interesting field placings. There's a shortish mid-wicket that's fairly straight, and one a little more towards square. Both of those no more than, 2 cut strips away from the bat? Far enough away so they don't need to wear a helmet. Sol Bodinger in there and Colin Ackerman, so maybe that little slightly lofted drive onto the leg side from Bujara. I wonder whether it'll work. It's obviously a little plan that Leicestershire have. Scriven in, bowls, and Bujara is caught behind, he's on his way, and I just wonder whether those field placings may have played a part in that. Catch taken by Ben Coles. Good bowling change by Lewis Hill. And Cheteshwar Pujara is on his way for 23. Always a big wicket as far as Sussex are concerned. Big wicket for Leicestershire. Good catch by Cox standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, it was. Bounce, a little bit of bounce from Scriven, who continues to impress with the ball. 46 balls for Cheteshwar Pujara's 23. It was a little bit laboured, wasn't it? But
yes, he's looked in quite top-notch form here.
No.
Cheteshwar in this game. But a fourth wicket goes down for Sussex.
The lead is 324.
Yeah, which is still very healthy. So I'll just read a couple of these emails, if I may, Richard, and thank you for those comments. And I think that, however, whatever side of the fence you're on here at Sussex, whether you agree or disagree with John, the fact that he came on, I think, speaks volumes. And all we can do is to facilitate that conversation, and that's what we try to do. Warwick George, he was in Chichester. I was near Chichester on Saturday. I went down to Wittering for the day. It was beautiful. I'm very much enjoying your discussion with Mr. Philby re the development of a young squad of players, many of whom have strong local connections. It's a delight to observe the improvement in technical ability and playing competence of several of those playing in this match, viewed over the last 2 seasons, whom I had the pleasure of watching yesterday. The coaches at Sussex, along with the senior players such as Pooja, are doing a great job in building a strong team for the near future. I do not agree with any proposal to buy in mercenaries from other counties, if this is at the expense of talented youngsters such as Messrs Haynes or Carter, for instance. All the non-playing staff at Sussex are to be congratulated for sticking to their guns during this rebuild. So there we are. There's an email very much in support of what the club are doing. So thank you, Warwick George from Chichester. Lovely to hear from you. Sorry I didn't read your email out a little earlier. We're just trying to sort of pay a little bit of catch-up. We had the email from Stuart in Sunny Ferring, who was putting up his garden shed. I wonder whether he's done it. As in comes Scriven over the wicket bowls. Carter plays down towards third man. They've taken one. They're going to look for 2 here, but there isn't a second run there. A good bit of fielding down there on the third man boundary. Just 1 more to the total. Carter is on his way. 171 for 4. Are you good at putting together furniture, Richard? I mean, if you had to put this together, I mean, Sonia may be quite depressed saying how she likes putting together IKEA furniture.
Yeah.
Only depressed.
No, I am just about. Yeah, I remember putting IKEA furniture together when my family was young, and I first came to the UK.
Scriven in bowls and cut away to backward point, and there is no run. I just always found that there was it says all you need is a Phillips screwdriver, and I always needed a bit more than that, I think.
Just coming back to your comments about the chairman, Springsteen Cricketer tweeted, Foxes to me, great to hear the chairman of Sussex answering questions live on air. Can we get the chairman of Leicestershire on air during the next home match, please? I have a couple of questions for him.
Scriven in bowls. Coles, that's one of his favourite shots, clips the ball back from the square on the leg side. They've taken one. Bencock's accidentally whipped off the bails there by mistake. Throw comes in, and it's 2 more to James Coles, who goes to 12, 173 for 4.
Robert Coe, hello Robert, played his first game of cricket in East Yorkshire in Hornsey in April. That's on the sort of Humber coast almost, really. Absolutely ruddy freezing, he said. He bowled 20 overs and wore 2 sweaters throughout. Playing for the mighty Hull Zingari, an 11.
Scriven. Final ball of the over. In and bowls. Coles defends to mid-off. There is no run.
You were talking about late finishes in April. We finished at Grace Road. We had to finish a couple of overs early because the sun set.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It set down behind the meet and you couldn't see a thing. It just suddenly went black. It went dark and night fell. It was so late. It was about 25 past 7, I think.
That is bonkers.
But in April, that is dark.
Yeah. James has been back in touch. James is over in Toronto. James Hurd. I'm not sure James, presumably, I don't know, presumably maybe not. I shouldn't make any assumption. Presumably you lived in Sussex at some stage, or I don't know why you're a Sussex fan if you live in Toronto. Maybe you've emigrated or you're out there on business. Let us know why you're in Toronto, James, but I will read your email. He says, and this is, I'm sorry if this sounds a bit Sussexian, I don't mean it to. Hi, Adrian. Thanks for posing our questions to the chairman. Despite what he said, there were some very tough questions. He just decided to bat them away, says James. So this is the other side of the coin. I found it very concerning how his dismissive response to some genuine questions from fans who deeply care seemed completely at odds with what Paul Parbrace has been saying recently. So I'll read the rest of your email at the end of the over because Ahmed does rattle through.
It's me then. Forward, is it?
Sorry, yes it is. Sorry.
I wasn't sure. Forward goes Ollie Carter, defending. He won't get in as big a stride as Pajar. He's a much smaller man. Now Ahmed tosses one up, little bit short, goes back, cuts. Kimber scrambles to his left. He's an outstanding fielder, Louis Kimber, and he made the stop. Carter, though, there was going to be one there. Coles responded to his call, made his ground comfortably enough in the end. Carter on to 2, 174 for 4.
A bit of fielding, that
was. Louis Kimber will surely play a part on Saturday against Hampshire. In goes Ahmed, bowls left by Coles, taken by Ben Cox, who just claps his gauntlets together, as does Ackerman, in sort of slow motion, clapping the hands together. Ackerman at slip, Budinger at silly mid-off as Ahmed goes in and bowls. Coles defends on the back foot down into the on side. Cox comes out and fields.
Sussex are in a great position here. The score rate has been, well, they're just going a little over 3 and over, aren't they?
Ahmed bowls, gives it some air, pleasantly driven by James Coles. Hit it down into the ground, so it just needs to gather a bit of momentum, and Hill continues chasing until pretty much the end, gives it up about 2 yards inside the ropes at wide, extra cover slope / long off. Going up the slope is always worth just pursuing it for a little bit longer, just in case it slows up. It didn't sufficiently, and Coles moves on to 16.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Was.
He's a sweet timer of the ball, James Coles.
Is in and bowls short and down the leg side and helped around the corner by Coles. I think he was looking to pull it a little bit wider than it actually did. Came off a bit of a thick bottom edge, runs down to fine leg. There is no long leg, fine leg or deep backwards square, and it's a short boundary, so that was not quite delivered with a ribbon on it, but it was a bit of a gift. Coles on to 20 with those consecutive boundaries. Sussex on to 182 for 4, and maybe, just maybe, they are just pressing down on the accelerator a little bit. Here's Sussex as they look to build to 400 and beyond.
Yeah. So I just finished your email, James. He says, Farbrace has questioned if the players are good enough and very clearly stated we need more experienced players to work with. Fans are very supportive of this young team and the individuals in it, but the performance has been mostly poor, so I found it incredible how the chairman was so defensive. It's very easy to look up stats. Will you be questioning the coach about this after play? Would be interesting to get his response to his chairman dismissing most of what he's had to say. I don't think that's quite the way that I interpreted it, as income scriven bowls to Carter players like into the offside, there is no run. I also found his response to a promotion question extraordinary, almost a fear of getting promoted because the squad could use another season in Division 2.
There's a few Leicestershire supporters like that. They don't, not, you know, they'd much rather win the One Day Cup than get promoted because they fear that a season in the First Division would not be particularly enjoyable.
Yeah. But James finishes by saying thank you for the commentary and the interviews, especially with Paul Farbrace, who's been very refreshing and honest. Income scriven bowls to Carter plays the ball down the ground, and there is no run. So lots of views. They do have members' forums here at Hove, an opportunity to question what's going on. So it's been a good debate during the day, but I don't want to, it's a Leicestershire commentary as well, and so we don't want to completely bore our friends from Leicestershire.
It absolutely doesn't, because many of the issues are very similar. It's fascinating to hear another club's take on them, essentially.
In comes Scriven running in and bowls. Carter defends onto the onside, and there is no run. One thing I didn't speak to John about is the work that's going on in the community. Actually, there's a chat going on here between Ben Cox, who's just come from behind the stump to have a chat to his skipper, Lewis Hill. So maybe they've just spotted something there and a little plan being hatched between Hill and Cox. What was I going to say? I completely lost my thread there, Richard. Yes, about the community project that's going on in Crawley, which is quite a densely populated area where there's a real feeling that there is a lot of unearthed talent. And Sussex are working really hard to uncover some of that talent and get them in club, and trying to pick kids up who don't come through the private system as well. In comes Scriven, bowls wide of the off stump. Carter plays that without timing to back the point. There is no run. The result of the field change is that the two mid wickets are now a fairly short, almost a silly mid on, who's Sol Budinger, who is in there. Looks a little bit like Rob Andrew away to our right hand side, who's in the Players Club.
I saw him earlier. Yeah, he is around.
And it looked to me, I may be completely wrong, it looked to me like Luke Wright was over there as well, former Leicestershire and Sussex player, now an England selector. In comes Scriven bowls. Carter defends down the onside. I can't be certain of that, but it just looked a bit like Luke. Perhaps having an afternoon at Hove. There is no run. Rick's been in touch. I don't think there were any questions to Mr. Philby about the ICEC Equity and Cricket report. That was, I'll read some of that as I go through, actually, Rick. There's quite a lot in that email. In comes Scriven bowls to Carter, who stands up, and I don't think he intended to hit that there at all. I think he was going to play that one through point as he rehearses the shot. And there is no run. End of another over from Scriven. Thanks bowled very well here, Richard. 8 overs, 3 mains, 1 for 15. I imagine he'll be playing in the final on...
Definitely, Saturday.
He's bowled extremely well throughout the match. 182 for 4, 20 to Coles, 2 to Ollie Carter. It means the lead for Sussex is now 336.
It is, with 6 wickets in hand. Gloucestershire, Derbyshire looks like it's got a feeling of a draw about it. Gloucestershire 377 all out, Derbyshire 177 for 3 in response. Yorkshire clocked up exactly 500 all out against Glamorgan, who are 66 for 3 in response. Ahmed is going to continue. It's been a mammoth spell, really, albeit broken by T. 13 overs on the bounce. It is bounce with Ahmed, who is in and bowls. That bounces a little bit, but from slightly short of a length. Coles was on the back foot, sort of waiting for it. It's fairly slow bounce, though, so not really a threat at Ahmed's pace. In He goes, bowls, that's a better length, and Coles is respectfully stretching forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, killing any nascent spin, pushing it back up the pitch to Rahan.
In fact, I don't think that is Luke Wright over there.
Is in, this time Coles on the back foot defensively, past Budinger out towards Scott Curry at mid-wicket.
But it certainly is Rob Andrew, he's only a natter.
Talking about the Rugby World
Yeah,
Cup,
probably
I'm sure,
is. Yeah.
amongst other things. Ahmed is in, forward is Coles. There are no games tonight. I don't.
No, I think, and some of the teams got a really long break. I think Scotland don't play for 2 weeks. Yeah, that's incredible. That seems bonkers. Yeah, a lot of problems. Getting into the stadium in Marseille was apparently a real nightmare on Saturday.
Ahmed is in. Coles goes back and cuts out towards the man coming in from the point boundary, who is Will Davis, who's out there at the moment. One of Leicestershire's various 12th men. Single taken. Coles on to 21. Ahmed into Carter, goes back and turns the googly down into the onside, but then just scampers off in pursuit. Picks it up at backward square, and one is taken. Carter keeps the strike. Moves on to 3, 184 for 4.
Farbrace, the Sussex coach, is sort of sitting all on his own. He's come off the players' balcony, sitting around the right-hand side in one of these sponsors' sort of little boxes that they have by the clock tower scoreboard. Looks like he wants some me time, doesn't he, Paul? He's sort of just down by the clock tower scoreboard, just sitting on his own.
Underneath the sign that says "Easy for you."
Yes.
As if it is. It isn't.
Rick Piper, actually, Rick was in touch, and he was talking about levelling up and getting kids from state education into cricket, and he was saying across Sussex 13 out of 14 children go to state schools, which is quite an interesting stat.
It is. I mean, is that reflected across the country? That is an interesting stat.
Yeah. In comes Scriven running away from us, in and bowls to Carter, who's forward, plays to... Is that Budinger in there?
It is. Almost with his left foot on the pitch.
Is that
not quite?
Is that his natural hair colour? Or is he... No,
it isn't.
Right.
And he's not, he's not precious about it. He's quite happy to... hence the fact he's got number 1 on his back and a shock of blonde hair. He's a confident young man.
Is he? Okay. Well, he's right in there close. He's virtually standing on the cut strip. Then comes Scriven racing away from us. In and bowls to Carter, who plays slightly away from his body there. To backward point, there is no run. Didn't really move his feet, did Ollie Carter. His total remains 184 for 4.
Over 8, pleasingly, from Leicestershire's point of view, is level, which is where it should be, given that Ahmed has bowled 14 overs on the trot.
Yeah.
But we're still going to be finishing...
Oh, we are going to be late.
1:45, 10:26, something
I
like
reckon.
that.
Yeah. Scriven races in bowls. Carter defends. As he pushes the ball down to third man, so not correct to call it a defensive shot. Sort of halfway between attacking and defensive. He gets a single down to third man. He goes to 4, and Sussex to 185 for 4. Now, Rob Andrew is wandering around. He's going to disturb Paul Farbrace. He wants some me time, I think. Perhaps he doesn't. Perhaps they're having a meeting. Perhaps that's a scheduled meeting between the chief executive and the head coach. Oh, sitting down, aren't they? I wonder what they're talking about. I think we should send Bobo round and see if he can stand the other side of the glass.
Pretend to be a waiter or something.
That's right. He comes driven and bowls to Coles, who plays into the offside. There is no run. Oh, James has been back in touch from Toronto. Wonderful. I grew up in Horsham, so I was a Sussex member. I moved to Toronto 9 years ago. The only Sussex game I've seen since then was Joffre's hat-trick at Lords against Middlesex in 2018. I was there for that occasion. I think it's the only time there's been a T20 hat-trick at Lords. Hope to be back in Hove for April if the fixtures work out. Toronto, now that is cold in the winter. As in comes Scriven again, bowls, and Coles, well, if there's a slip in place, he's on his way, but I suspect that maybe James Coles wouldn't have played that shot had there been a slip, and he gets 4 runs down to third man. Coles goes to 25, the total to 189 for 4. I think it's the Toronto Blue Jays. Is that right? I've got the thumbs up from Sonia in baseball. Yeah. And are they playing the Sky Dome? Is it the Sky Dome they call it? I think so. Anyway, it is cold there in the winter, but I would imagine it can get very hot in the summer. Which has got nothing to do with cricket, but thank you very much, James, for getting in touch from Horsham to Toronto. As Scriven turns and runs away from us, coming into bowl to James Coles is in and bowls. Coles again runs that one down to third man and picks up a single, a languid, casual shot outside the off stump. He goes to 26, the total to 190 for 4. I had the pleasure of going to Canada in the winter. I went to Vancouver, which was a lovely city, and up to Whistler. I'm a dreadful skier, but it was great to go there. And I was surprised at the population of Canada, which is only about 30-odd million people, but it's massive.
It's huge, yeah. I admit I haven't actually been in winter, but I went to visit a cousin who was living in Toronto at the time in summer, and it was very hot and very, very humid.
Right. In the middle
and we
of Toronto?
did go to watch. We did, yes, and we did go to watch baseball. Actually, we went to watch the Blue Jays. Yeah.
Cool.
They don't have cricket, so I had to go watch baseball.
Yeah. I've got a funny feeling they might have played cricket at some stage in the Sky Dome. I think it's called the Sky Dome. James would let us know, I'm sure. The person who I thought Luke Wright, I don't think is Luke Wright, so I apologise if I've got Luke into trouble. He just looked a bit like him the way he walked in. Anyway, Rehan Ahmed is going to carry on, and Sonia Twigg is back with us.
Yeah, it's carrying on from the Cromwell Road end to Coles, who defends that one into the offside, and it's trickled away to point for no run.
Can anybody remember the order now? We did agree, didn't we? And am I off now and then Richard comes back on for me? I can't remember. It's been a long day.
I think so.
Yes, I think you're right.
Rehan Ahmed in, and it's defended again by Coles into the offside, and bowler walks to pick it up for no run.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
We did have a schedule.
We did, and
I also think we only had a schedule until 5, so I was never sure what happened after that.
Just interesting watching umpire Debenham just coming down and looking at where Rehan Ahmed's landing his front foot, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Rehan Ahmed over the wicket to Coles, who turns that one away down towards fine leg, and that might go all the way. No, just sort of lost pace there as it trickled down the hill, and the man from square leg, deep square leg, was able to come round and cut it off, but 2 more to the total and 2 more to Coles.
Yeah, we'll just keep a close eye on that, you know, because it was a definite look from the umpire.
Do you think it's front foot, or they're worried about him running down the pitch?
Yeah, I think running down the pitch, I think. Or maybe a bit of both. Just see. I just thought he
Well, Richard was saying he lands far short, so Rehan Ahmed in over the wicket to Coles, who chops that one down into the ground, and Slip puts out a hand to stop it.
I think you're spot on, Sonia. I think it's not his front foot. I think it's as he follows through, his right leg is... I think that's the concern. You watch this delivery.
Rehan Ahmed over the wicket. Yes, he does follow through quite straight as Cole defends that into the leg side for no run.
Yeah.
He's just being given a warning.
Yes, just maybe sort of a little sort of a word of advice. I like to think that with umpires and say, look, just be a little careful here. If you keep doing it, then you're going to find yourself in trouble. But
Rehan Ahmed over the wicket, and Coles chops this one away into the offside, but it's going to be cut off before the boundary. Yes, just 2 runs again. He's done well this over so far, just finding the gaps and not hitting it straight to the man on the boundary, but making them run round and stop it to be able to come back for those crucial second runs. At the end of the over, Sussex move on to 194 for 4. Coles on 30 and Carter on 4.
And a lead of 348 elsewhere in the county championship here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Hums, Sonia Twigg, Richard Ray, your commentary team here today and tomorrow. You're here tomorrow, aren't you, Sonia?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Elsewhere in the county championship, Kent have lost a cluster of wickets. A lot of wickets. 190 for 6 in reply to the Kent total of 446. Kent could do their survival hopes a power of good by beating Notts. Kent still leading by 256 on first innings. Lancashire have recovered somewhat at Old Trafford, but they're off a bad light in the northwest of England. 125 for 3 are Lancashire in reply to the Middlesex total of 194. Warwickshire going along very nicely at Edgbaston, 117 for 2, trailing Northants by 133. Northants, all but down. But really the battle is between Kent and Middlesex as to who's going to join them in Division 2 next season. And it's going to be Tom Scriven who's running away from us in lovely sunshine here. Bowls to Ollie Cart, who's forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. Ben Cox standing up to the stumps. There's a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's this very straight, silly mid-on, who is now Lewis Hill. There's a more orthodox mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg all the way on the boundary. For the record, the other two games really are pretty meaningless in Division 2. Yorkshire made 500 against Glamorgan in Cardiff. The hosts in reply are 78 for 3. And at Bristol, Gloucestershire made 377, Derbyshire 188 for 3 in reply. As in comes Scriven bowls and Carter is going to get a boundary. No, he's not. That's a brilliant piece of fielding down at third man. Very good indeed. Is that Rehan Ahmed who's down there?
I believe so.
That was excellent, wasn't it? Because Carter was looking to drive that one away through extra cover. A big thick edge. The ball went at great speed down towards third man. And Ahmed covered, I reckon, 20, 30 yards and stopped the ball going for a boundary. So that's an excellent piece of work. Saved a boundary. Carter goes to 6.
Did you say they were off a bad light in Manchester? You can't imagine that it's the same country looking at this.
Yeah.
We've got glorious sunshine and blue skies.
Bobo, who's been here watching us today and hopefully had a nice day, is off there tomorrow. As in comes Scriven and bowls, and Carter flicks this one down to deep backward square, picks up a single, he goes to 7, 197 for Bobo, who's here just watching what we do. And I don't know whether you learned anything listening to us guys, but it's been good to have him here. But he's off to Manchester tomorrow. Back to uni. So,
that's a long way.
Yeah, so we hope Bobo has an enjoyable term up in the northwest of England. His final year at university, so I hope it all goes well. But yeah, so it's gloomy up there today. It's glorious here. In comes Scriven, bowls, and Coles defends onto the onside. And there is no run. 197 for 4, Coles 30. Carter on 7. I want to get Richard back in commentary, actually. I think he's just gone wandering off to see if there's any cake. And I'll get we were just inquiring whether you were on the prowl for cake, but it's all gone. Richard, I'll bring you back in at the end of this over, then we'll keep things juggling around for the last half hour or so we get a spread of voices on our commentary.
We've had more than a usual spread today because you had the chairman on for an hour.
We did, indeed we did, yeah. Scriven in bowls, Coles defends onto the onside, and there is no run. What do we could get on tomorrow? Don't know.
Any ex-players around?
Oh, you never know. Lewis Hatchett, who was an ex-Sussex seam bowler, sometimes comes in and has a chat. It's always good to hear from Lewis. Who recently, in fact this is probably worth a little plug for Lewis, recently interviewed Jofra Archer. Don't hear Jofra interviewed too much, but he spoke to Lewis. He knows Lewis from his playing days. Lewis, whose career was cut short by injury, smashing fella, and so I must make a note to listen to that interview. As in comes Scriven bowls, and Coles tucks that one away back to the square. They've taken 1, they'll look for 2. There must be 2 here, yes, comfortable 2. The ball fielded way out in the deep. I ought to know who that is, but I can't see the number on the back of the shirt. Nonetheless, it is 2 more to James Coles. He goes to 32, 199 for 4 at the end of the over. I'm going to bring in, Sonia's going to stay, and we'll be joined again by Richard.
It's Rehan Ahmed to continue, I think, from the Cromwell Road end. Yeah, he's just getting his cap off now and ready to bowl again as the shadows get slightly longer as we move in towards the evening here on the south coast. Still a lovely day. We've actually got more blue sky around now than we did earlier, and the breeze seems to have dropped just looking at the flags by the clock towards our right. So it's turning into a very pleasant evening. And Hove, Rehan Ahmed just practicing a few to one of the fielders before he starts his over here.
16. Ahmed.
Long stint. Ahmed over the wicket to Carter, who goes all the way back to that and then just fends it into the offside. got a slip, short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, as Reynard comes in again, and Carter defends that straight into the ground. Mid-off, extra, covers slightly further back, and a backwards point. Just the one sweeper out at the square leg boundary. Reynard in again, and it's pushed out by Carter, but straight into the ground and trickles towards extra.
I'm thinking there might be those out there wondering whether Sussex actually should completely shut Leicestershire out of the game.
As Rayan Ahmed comes in again over the wicket to Carter, who goes a very long way back to that and then just sort of puts his bat in the way of it. I'm not sure that was really a shot, more just getting his bat there almost, but no run.
I want Leicestershire to play their shots up to a point, however, and it is a very big however.
Rayan Ahmed in again, it's flicked slightly more into the leg side by Carter, but again, no run.
They're going to have, weather permitting, the best part of 2 days to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time, and it only took 40 overs first time.
As Rayan Ahmed starts his run up again over the wicket, and Carter tries to sort of pull this one away off the back foot, but ends up sort of shoveling it straight towards mid-wicket for no run at the end of that over. Sussex 199 for 4, Coles on 32 and Carter on 7.
And they know, Sussex that is, that Leicestershire have to try and chase anything. They can't completely shut up shop because they know a win is not completely vital. If they were, for example, to take away somehow a draw from the game, you know, they'd still be well behind Worcestershire in terms of points, something in the region of 14 or 15, but they wouldn't be completely out of the promotion picture, whereas a defeat almost certainly does shut them out, really. So from Sussex's point of view, I think they can get that sort of 450, 500 ahead before declaring, and you know, if Leicestershire were to somehow get that, well, good luck to them. I would suggest would be the Sussex attitude. Scriven is in, bowls down the leg side, takes his bat out of the way of the line of the ball, half stopped, well, fully stopped by Cox, not cleanly stopped, bounced away a few feet towards square leg. Standing up to Scriven is tricky for Cox. He's lively, Scriven, and he gets as much movement as any of the Leicestershire players. He's probably bowling sort of, I don't know, late 70s, something like that. And the odd one that nips around, not easy for a keeper. Standing up, Scriven is in and bowls. Coles is driving a little airily, did turn the bat face on it, and it ran down towards deep backward square. The applause is because it's the single that brings up the Sussex 200 for 4 in their second innings. The lead then now 354.
It's quite hard to guess speeds when you don't have sort of any frame of reference, really. You can sort of tell someone might be faster than another, and you can think, oh, that looks quick, but without any sort of speed gun, you don't really have a reference to what these speeds actually are.
Hill is jogging up to silly-ish mid-on. He's about a pitch length away, but he's in a catching position as Scriven is in. On driven, firmly bounces down into the ground. Carter is walking away to short leg as Hill juggles with the ball at that straightish, shortish mid-on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Leicestershire are really trying for here. They've got a couple of catches in, but I haven't really seen many balls lofted in the area that they've got 2 in to catch, so I'm not quite sure what the tactics are.
Scriven is in, Carter is defending on the front foot. Hill is again picking up the ball in that position. It doesn't, it's not exactly for the sake of it, or for the sake of being seen to try something different. But he's got the attack that he's got, Hill. There's not a great deal he can do. He doesn't look completely desperate to take a wicket, curiously. He hasn't sort of gone back to
Umar Armin or something like that. Somebody you might think has got a golden arm. Or there's no Kimber who bowls some useful occasional off spin. In goes Scriven and bowls. Carter is forward. Then suddenly realises that point has Rishi Patel, who's got a few feet to move to his left, and calls through for the single.
And you were saying you don't think Salisbury's on the field either, so he might not have that option.
No, Davis is still out there. I haven't seen Salisbury back since lunch. Since his spell after lunch, I should say. He left a sort of hour after that, so one can only assume he has got something of an issue, which I'll ask Hill about in the post-match interviews. Could be just precautionary. Scriven is in, bowls, cut but down into the ground, bounces up very gently, a nice loopy parabola into the hands of Rishi Patel at point, and it's the end of the over. 201 for 4, 355 the lead. 10 overs still remain to be bowled. I thought we'd got past, but it is going to be not far off 6 by the time we're done. Are you driving back tonight? Are you on the train?
I am driving back, yeah. I don't trust trains at the moment.
The BBC spring you for a hotel down here?
It's not really worth it, to be honest. If I needed to, my dad lives in South London, which is a lot easier to drive to.
A couple of hours, isn't it? But there you go.
I don't mind too much. It's not too far. It's not sort of 3-4 hours to get there or anything. As Ryan Ahmed comes in over the wicket to Carter, who defends that, just trickles off the bat towards short fine leg. Short fine leg / backwards point. Sort of between the two, really. As Ryan Ahmed comes over the wicket, and Carter slightly more pushes at this one, but it's straight at extra cover for no run.
Game's just drifting a little bit at the moment, isn't it? Not quite sure what target Sussex have in mind.
Ryan Ahmed in over the wicket. Carter goes for this one and smashes it straight at the stumps. Sussex are appealing. Leicestershire are appealing, thinking that it's sort of flicked Ryan Ahmed's hand on the way through to the stumps, but nothing given. I suppose we'll see on the replay just how close that was, but he's driven that hard and too straight as it's crashed straight into the stumps at the other end.
Coles did well to get his bat back down, if indeed he did, in time. And Ben Devon just sort of tilted his head. He did brush Ahmed's fingers, but Coles had got his bat back down. Good work.
Ahmed over the wicket to Carter, who fires this one towards cow corner, and it's gone straight through to the boundary. Just first one we've really seen him open up, just lifted that over the infield, and there was no player out anywhere near that. Just slightly dragged short from Ryan Ahmed, who is into his 17th over.
Even the ebullient Rahan will probably be feeling a little bit tired now, his shoulder.
It's quite a lot, especially when you're used to, recently we've seen a lot of very short cricket, and even shorter than T20 in the 100s. So you go from bowling a max of 20 balls to suddenly 17 overs. It's going to be quite a big change for any player. As Ryan Ahmed comes over the wicket, and that one is cut away by Carter, but straight towards cover.
Yes, it's probably be. Well, now. Looks like Cole didn't have his bat back.
Ryan Ahmed in, and it's been swept away perfectly by Carter, who plays it behind square, and the man at square leg could only watch that. That's come straight off the middle of the bat, a lovely textbook sweep shot. And at the end of that over, Sussex on to 209 for 4, Coles on 33, Carter on 16.
Brilliant work from our man on the replay screen. It's frozen it perfectly to as the bails were disturbed, to show that Coles' bat wasn't back down. Yeah. So if it did brush the fingers of Ahmed, and it looked to have done, he was out. Check afterwards with the Leicester chaps whether Rahan did get his fingers to it. Not that it makes any huge difference in the overall scheme of things.
If you were a bowler, you'd say you got your fingertips to it, wouldn't you?
Absolutely not. Yes. Scriven is in and bowls. The appeal for leg before that looked to be a little bit high, and it also looked to me to be going down the leg side. But other than that, it was fairly
Other
close.
than that, it was out. Other than being too high and going down leg. We're also slightly at an angle here. We're not sort of, as you sometimes are, right behind the bowler's arm, so these angles can be slightly more difficult to see. We're sort of behind mid-on rather than being directly behind the bowler's arm, so you can't sort of, slightly harder to judge those things live.
It is. Coles was looking to work it to the leg side. Scriven bustles in. Bowl, straight, a bit thick inside edgy from Coles, then sees it's going to the right as we look from behind him to the left. As Coles looked at Hill at mid-on and called Carter through for a pretty comfortable single in the end.
Average age of these batters is 20. One is 19, one is 21.
Nobbut lads.
Well, the real one everyone's been looking at, who of course has been injured for Sussex, is Ali Orr, who had an incredible start to the season, but I mean, to Sussex's detriment that he's had a couple of injuries since then.
Scriven is in, bowls to Carter, who defends, then immediately holds up his bat to James Coles as he sees Rishi Patel at that point, picking up the ball in his throwing hand, his right hand. 210 for 4. 364 the lead.
It's hard to believe that Sussex and Leicestershire are playing on the same surface. We saw it cause all sorts of problems for Leicestershire in their innings, and Sussex have made it look quite comfortable from the outset.
They have. And as a consequence, they've got themselves into a really strong position in the game. Still 8.5 overs to go today. Down the leg side. Oh, brilliant stomping. Oh, fantastic work by Ben Cox. And irony, I suppose, that it's Ollie Carter who is the man dismissed. But it was a foolish delivery down the leg side. Carter just overstepped as he tried to help it on its way. Taken by Cox and flicks off the bails with his right hand. And that is what you get with a top-class wicket keeper. Scriven picks up his second wicket, but that is a Ben Cox special.
It was a lovely bit of glove work, absolutely brilliant. Just noticed the batter was just overbalancing slightly and whipped those bails off so quickly. Something that wicket keeping can sometimes go under the radar. You don't necessarily notice when they're like every ball, I think, but a really good wicket keeper is something that's always valued and can always buy you those crucial wickets with that extra skill. And I know it's often been talked about, international level, but I think a really good wicket keeper, especially one who, we've seen stand up to the stumps at about 78 miles an hour, just gives you that extra dimension and bit of quality that can bring you a wicket when you need it and from nowhere.
We'll be looking forward to a bit more of that next season and the rest of this season, of course, as well. But that just a little moment out of the blue. That's one of the great things about sort of county cricket. Nothing much can be happening, nothing much going on, and then suddenly you get a moment of athletic brilliance and coordination like that, which fairly lights up the evening session. Scriven, a second wicket for him. So rewarding for the bowlers if you think you can pick up a wicket that way as well. But really hard work. And not necessarily a good ball. I mean, he wasn't bowling for it. He didn't spear it down the leg side on that basis, and Cox made something happen.
And out comes you'd probably say bowling all-rounder, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
He batted beautifully in the first innings. 54, I think he made. Very much an all-rounder, though, as you say. 54 would just suit Sussex's cause nicely. Take them into tomorrow and take the lead past 400. At the moment, it's 364 with 5 second innings wickets now remaining. Scriven runs in and bowls solidly forward is Finn Hudson-Prentice. Very good Brunty. Brilliant stumping by Cox, which Ollie Carter will no doubt will mull it over. Mull hyphen it over. Yeah, the opportunity to use Mull in the context of Ollie Carter is, not to be resisted. Well done, Bronte.
You spend your time coming up with these to use on commentary, just saving them up.
Just jot it down. Absolutely. In goes Scriven, and it's turned by Hudson Prentice to mid-wicket. Sadly, we don't have any mullets in the Leicestershire side, so I can't sort of, it's one for Harmsy to jot down, but he's too kind. He's too kind about.
Well, he's not the
hairstyles.
one who's been lamenting all day about hairstyles and hats and which players are cap players and which players are bucket hat or wide brim hat players.
Just a quick check, so I've got an updated news. So should we pass the headphones down to the right side? So Richard takes Sonia's headphones. Or Richard's got one in a minute as well. So then I'll start with Sonia and then Rich come back and replace Sonia. That sounds like a plan, doesn't it? What a bit of wicket keeping that was. Just some interesting information has come through from the ECB this afternoon. A list of sanctions against Middlesex have been announced, as in comes Rehan Ahmed, bowls and Coles defends on the offside. So the England and Wales Cricket Board, Middlesex County Cricket Club and Middlesex Cricket Board have agreed a number of conditions to be imposed on the club on board following breaches of the county partnership agreement and financial regulations. Following an investigation into funds provided to Middlesex Cricket Board and Middlesex County Cricket Club, as in comes Ahmed bowls to Coles, placed him in off no run. Middlesex have accepted non-compliance of their CPA, what does that mean, of their county partnership agreement. The club has been financially mismanaged over a number of years as in breach of the ECB financial regulations. This is serious stuff.
Rehan Ahmed over the wicket and it's defended back towards the bowler by Coles.
Given the acceptance that the failings identified have largely resulted from a lack of effective governance and oversight of the financial position of Middlesex Cricket, the parties have agreed a written business plan needs to be approved by the ECB.
Rehan Ahmed in and Coles defends this one straight into the ground off the front foot.
So, as a penalty, the ECB will reduce payments to the club by £150,000, of which £100,000 will be suspended until the 31st of October 2025. There will also be a points penalty. ECB, I'll just do it after this.
Rehan Ahmed in over the wicket to Coles, who flicks off his legs towards the man at deep backward square and will come through for a single.
The ECB will impose points deductions on the club equivalent to the maximum points for one win in each of the County Championship, the One Day Cup and the T20 Blast, suspended until the 31st of October 2025. So not effective this season, and I'll just read a statement from Richard Gould, who's the ECB Chief Executive Officer, in a moment.
As short cover comes in, and Rehan Ahmed in, and it's chopped away on the offside by Hudson Prentice for no run. At the end of that over, Sussex on 211 for 5.
So Richard Gould says we have agreements in place with all our county cricket clubs and county cricket boards to ensure that ECB funding is used appropriately and for the purpose for which it is intended. Where breaches of our regulations and agreements take place, it is right that we take appropriate action. It is vital that all our members have the necessary governance arrangements in place to ensure ECB funding is used appropriately. We will work closely with Middlesex County Cricket Club and Middlesex Cricket Board in the period ahead to ensure the conditions we have agreed are met. Andrew Cornish, the Middlesex CEO, said Middlesex is determined to ensure that financial management and governance of the club going forward is of the highest standard, and we are resolved to work closely with the ECB to ensure that this is the case. So there's some breaking news this afternoon from the ECB. Tom Scriven makes his way away from us, comes running into bowl to James Coles, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. That stumping was probably the best stumping I've ever seen live. That was absolutely magnificent by Ben Cox.
It was a really nice bit of work, wasn't it?
Absolutely top draw. It really was.
And sometimes you see sides go for an extra batter who can keep rather than a wicket keeper, but I think sometimes you really see what having a high quality wicket keeper does bring to teams.
I mean, I watched Ollie Robinson keep here for Durham earlier this season, and it was a masterclass. A good wicket keeper is fabulous to watch. Scriven in, bowls, Coles defends into the offside, there is no run. And also, it means that you could take wickets in that manner. I mean, Tom Scriven is not a slow bowler. He's a, I'd say medium quick bowler, and it's a stumping down the leg side. I mean, that is a fabulous piece of work by Ben Cox.
I've been lucky enough a couple of times this year to commentate on Surrey, and it's always a joy watching Ben Folkes keep.
Yeah. Well, I think Ben Folkes, Ollie Robinson, they're right up there. Scriven in bright sunshine, in bowls. Coles defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. A bit of credit here to Leicestershire, who would have been pretty demoralised to lose those 8 wickets for just 40 this morning, but they've stuck to their guns here. They're way behind in the game, but who knows? You just never know with cricket. Maybe this pitch might flatten out over the next day. I mean, it's an awful lot of runs that Leicestershire would need to score, but it has been done before. Still 5 wickets Sussex have got in hand. Scriven is on his way again, running away from us. In bowls. Coles. That's a favourite shot of James Coles, just back to the square on the leg side. He picks up a single little glancing clip behind square. He goes to 30. I can't see with the sunshine. Is that 36?
36 off 55.
Thank you.
So you read out that Middlesex statement from the ECB. So what does it actually mean in terms of, for Middlesex?
Well, I think it means there's going to be a points deduction that is suspended. So it looks to me like they've got the opportunity to get their house in order. They've got to provide regular reports and accounts to the ECB to make sure they are now being governed properly. So it's a recognition that they haven't been governed properly, which is not great. In comes Scriven bowls, played by Hudson Prentice to backward point, and there is no run. So no immediate sanction. It does look like some of their funding is to be withheld, if I read the statement there correctly.
That's going to hit Middlesex quite hard because, of course, they're one of the only few grounds in the world, really, who don't own their ground.
Yeah, so where did it say about the money? Here we are. There were reduced payments to the club by £150,000, of which £100,000 will be suspended, so they're going to lose £50,000. So in comes Scriven and bowls. Played into the offside. There is no run. End of Scriven's over. I think he's bowled really well here today. 13 overs, 3 maidens. 2 for 30, Sussex 212 for 5, Coles 36, Hudson Prentice yet to score. So I think what we're really saying here, Sonia, is they've got to now provide all sorts of accounts and make sure their compliance is in accordance with what the ECB expect. They're going to lose £50,000 immediately by the looks of it, and if they don't comply with what the ECB expect, then the points deduction and the fine will be increased. But they've got 2 years to get their house in order by the looks of it. So it doesn't sound too punitive at this stage, but it's not a great look for Middlesex, is it?
No, and it's also difficult for a county that doesn't own its ground, so it doesn't necessarily get all the takings as Rayan Ahmed comes over the wicket, and that's driven straight back at the bowler. And I think that struck Rayan Ahmed on the foot from Coles. And he seemed to sort of hobble slightly after that.
Let's hope he's okay.
As he comes over the wicket, and that is defended back to the bowler.
Where Adrian Harms is watching Sussex play Leicestershire.
Yes, thanks very much, Danny. Sussex continuing here to build on this lead. They're now 212 for 5. They lead by 366. James Coles is on 36. Finn Hudson Prentice is yet to score. A wicket has fallen since you were last with us. That was Ollie Carter, who was quite brilliantly stumped. The best bit of work I've seen from a wicket-keeper this season by Ben Cox. Down the leg side, off of the bowling of the medium pacer Tom Scriven. It really was worth the attendance money alone. But Sussex in a really strong position here, Danny, having bowled Leicestershire out for just 108 this morning. The last 8 wickets falling for just 40 runs, with 4 wickets for Ari Carvelas.
Wow, that was cheap, wasn't it? OK, so listen, you've got 2 more days to go in this game. So does Sussex keep going to their all-out, just build a massive score and then hope to skittle Leicestershire out? What do they do?
Yeah. Well, I think if we were due 2 really sunny days, Danny, I think that's exactly what they would do. But there's a threat of rain around tomorrow. So listening to the weather forecast, maybe a shower or 2. And what Sussex won't want to do is to find themselves thwarted by the weather. So I'm anticipating they'll perhaps step on the accelerator first thing tomorrow morning. Maybe a lead of around about 400. Call it a day, because they don't want to be in a situation whereby the weather intervenes and they can't go on to win this game. So I think that'll be the tactics, but what do I know, Danny?
Let's hope they're listening. Thanks, Adrian. Back with you later on. Ball by Ball commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app. So,
that's our last update for the day. 213 for 5. So 7 overs, is that right? No, must be less than that now. Scott Curry coming back into the attack. 8 overs, 1 maiden. He hasn't taken any wickets so far, and he's conceded 24 runs. So thank you everybody for getting in touch today. Thank you again to John Philby, the Sussex chair, who came and joined us this morning. Lots and lots of questions for John, and hopefully that provided an interesting discussion for an hour. And thank you to our Leicestershire listeners as well for joining in. It's been good fun today. It's always good fun, actually. Is it you or me? I think it's me, isn't it? Yes, you did Rehan Ahmed's over. So it's Scott Curry, who's going to run away from us. We have got just 5 overs remaining in the day. Sonia is going to make way for Richard as Coles plays out into the offside, backward of square, and picks up a single. Thank you, Sonia. Been great to see you today. Safe journey back home, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Richard comes back in, having updated the good folk of Leicester. 214 for 5. I don't know if they were dancing in the streets of Leicester on Saturday after England's result and Steve Borthwick's association with the city.
No, there will be next Saturday, and I'll tell you why in a minute.
Oh, right, OK. In comes Curry over the wicket bowls and defended by Hudson Prentice. Kept a bit low onto the onside. There is no run.
Because BBC Radio 2 are taking their concert in the park to Victoria Park, which is only a couple of 100 yards away from where I live, where the pop princess herself, Kylie Minogue,
Kylie,
will be on stage. Soft Cell, Tears for Fears.
Oh, that's good.
Pretenders. Mate, from our generation's point of view, this means nothing to the young folks sitting behind us. Well, they might have heard of Kylie. They might have.
Soft Cell, Tainted Love.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Classic stuff. Short and pulled away by Hudson Prentice. He's off the mark. This is probably your over, isn't it? So crack on.
That's all right. I was just getting the words of Tainted Love in my head. Anyway. And Tears for Fears.
Yeah, they're all there. Pretenders, Brass in Pocket.
Yeah. Everybody Wants to Rule the World.
Yeah.
Tears for Fears.
Bananarama.
But there we go then. Let's think of a Bananarama song.
They're all about the same, aren't they?
Curry over the wicket, short, and it balloons over the shoulder of Finn Hudson Prentice, and I think that's been signalled as the short ball of the over. In fact, it was James Coles. I do apologise.
Something about Robert De Niro's Waiting. That was a Bananarama song, wasn't it?
Which one?
Robert De Niro's
Yeah, I think it was Robert De Niro's Waiting.
No, don't sing it.
Yeah, it was. So we're being asked about interviews after the game. Who should we interview? I think we ought to interview Tears for Fears or Soft Cell. That sounds like a great lineup.
It is. It's
you ought to go.
Well, I'd love to go, but they sold out ages ago.
And you'll be at Trent Bridge.
And as you say, it just happens to coincide with quite a big day in Leicestershire's season. But it is Saturday and Sunday.
Right. Well, that's a great lineup. Hope the weather holds. In comes Scott Curry over the wicket bowls. Forward comes Coles. Defends down the track. There is no one. One more ball to go in the over. Then we'll have a quick word to Jamie Burnett, who we're indebted to today, not just for our lunch vouchers, but for our cake as well, and our coffee and everything else, really.
Absolutely.
Who's this down below us?
It is Sam Evans and Dips Patel. Dips being one of Leicestershire's coaches, usually head coach with the second team, but he's also often helps out with the first team. And Sam, as I say, is an opening bat. 3 centuries last season.
Curry in again, bowls short, and Coles has to duck underneath it through to keeper Cox. There is no run. He did about 20 laps of the pitch last night after close of play.
Dips did, didn't he?
Yeah.
He likes his running.
Well,
slow, but he gets there, steady.
It's depressing, all you runners. We've got Sonia, Dips, and you as well, Richard. Right, I'll have a quick word to Jamie, and we'll see what we're going to do for interviews.
4 overs remain to be bowled today. Would seem harsh not to let Rehan Ahmed bowl through the entire session, and indeed that appears to be what he is going to do, because he's going to continue from the Cromwell Road end. 19 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 66. He did get a leading edge out of Hudson Prentice in the last over. Flew just wide of Rehan, and well, he almost deserves another wicket for
the mammoth nature of his spell on a not particularly helpful track. Ahmed is in and bowls. Hudson Prentice stretches forward and plays it down to Budinger, who's at the silliest of silly mid-offs.
Nearly fell over my chair there.
Ahmed is in, gives it a little bit of air, goes back, cuts it away from outside off stump Hudson Prentice, but can't get it past Rishi Patel at backward point.
I presumed he was asking how Sussex might play this, Rich. I'd be interested to get your thoughts, Barry, when there's 2 days left.
Ahmed is in. Hudson Prentice again is going back, not really cutting, guiding that one, but again the result is exactly the same, goes to Patel at backward point, and there is no run. Ahmed is in. Hudson Prentice is forward. No run again as Budinger fields. I assume they're looking to bat most of tomorrow morning, if not all tomorrow morning, get the lead up to, by then, hopefully from Sussex's point of view, maybe around about 480, 490, even 500. Back foot defensive shot that time from Hudson Prentice. And, maybe have 4 overs, 5 overs at the end of the morning session at Leicestershire would be the ideal, I would imagine, from Sussex's point of view. Ahmed bowls, pushed by Hudson Prentice, actually through the covers at a rate of knots. Hill is in pursuit. I don't think he's going to get there. He does. He uses his feet. No, he doesn't. Or does he? It's picked up by Davis. Hill just sort of looked up to the heavens as he just put his foot on that one and stopped it just inside the ropes. But did it just dribble onto the ropes? Davis is signalling... I thought he signalled 4 there. Who Davis was following up on Hill and picking up just inside the ropes, but I don't think there's been a signal, has there? Yeah, there has, because Hudson Prentice is on 4. Because he was on 1, wasn't he? And he stayed at the far end, so that must have been 3. So he must have just stopped it. Hill. Perhaps he was just lamenting the fact he'd had to chase so hard at the very, very end of the day. 218 for 5 is the score with 1, I beg your pardon, with 3 overs remaining. I was getting ahead of myself there.
And it's going to be Curry. Scott Curry goes running in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who just plays that through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single. Sussex is contented to pick up the ones and see out these remaining 3 overs at the end of the day. As Richard was saying, the lead now is 373.
Yeah, requests coming in that we interview Bananarama. No, they're not here, they're up in Leicester, sadly, next week.
Isn't one of the members of Bananarama married to... I think it's another... I'm trying to think who...
Are you thinking of Jerry Halliwell married to Christian Horner of Red Bull?
Maybe. In comes Curry, bowls, and an attempted drive by Coles, but drives it into his pad. There is no run.
But Jerry, of course, was one of the Spice Girls.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's someone from Bananarama.
Okay.
But I can't think who to.
Young people, do we know Bananarama? One of the Bananaramas married to somebody famous? Sonia's nodding her head, so she knows.
Really?
Yeah.
In comes Curry. Lovely evening sunshine, bowls to Coles, who just eases that into the offside and picks up a comfortable single. James Coles, he goes to 39. 220 for 5 are Sussex. As the lead increases by 1. They were formed in 1980. Or Bananarama. Is one of them married to Andrew Ridgeley?
Really?
Wham. I might be wrong.
What a combo.
I watched a really interesting this is I don't know why I'm talking. We are here to discuss cricket, but there was a very interesting programme on Wham recently on one of the we watched, and it was very interesting actually, about Andrew Ridgeley and George Michael. Anyway, in comes Scott Curry, bowls, and Hudson Prentice looked to pull that one on the leg side. He was rather surprised. I think that might have hurt Hudson Prentice, you know. Yeah, he's rubbing his midriff. That was nasty. It sort of seemed to balloon up, Richard.
Yeah, went for the pull, missed it, got it in the midriff, just on the right side happily, but they have a bruise there in the morning. I suspect he won't have any padding there.
You've got it quite right about Robert De Niro's waiting. You could have had Cruel Summer. I heard a rumour. It Ain't What You Do.
Oh, that was a big
Venus, Love in the First Degree. They were all Bananarama records. Songs? You don't call them records. I don't know. In comes Curry over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice really reaches for that outside of the off stump, stares it to backward point, and there is no run. We're in the
gramophone records.
2 more overs remaining in the day after this. A day that has seen 8. We've seen 13 wickets today. We saw 12 yesterday, 13 today. For those of you just joining us, Leicestershire beginning the day on 68 for 2. As Curry is in bowls and Hudson Prentice drives to mid-off, and there is no run. 2 overs remaining in the day, Sussex 220 to 5. But Leicestershire losing their last 8 wickets for just 40 runs. Rishi Patel sort of stood defiantly. He made 48, but there were 5 ducks in that Leicestershire innings and 4 wickets for Ari Cabelos. Sussex with a lead, therefore, on first innings of 154. They've now extended that lead at the end of the over, as I very quickly, hastily look through, because my mathematics is not the best. The lead is extended to 374. For Sussex, Clark making 69, Haynes 34, Alsop 31, Pujara 23. James Coles is currently 39, no doubt. Finn Hudson Prentice on 5, so plenty getting in, but no one going on to play the really big score for Sussex.
Ahmed is in. Forward is Coles, thick outside part of the bat. Ball runs out towards backward point. Rishi Patel closes on it quickly. There is no run. This will be, to his relief, I'm sure, Ahmed's last over of the day. In he goes, tosses it up, driven by Coles and driven out towards the extra cover boundary. Will Davis is in hot pursuit, puts in the slide, picks up. He's a fine fielder, Davis, and gets his throwaway from in front of. Those are sort of marquee / tents dedicated to the players' families, aren't they? They're sort of player family rooms or something over there on the extra cover boundary. Coles picks up 2 down the leg side, and attempted a little paddle sweep from James Coles, and doesn't get anything on it, or doesn't get it, comes off the pad and just trickles onto the leg side, picked up rather disdainfully by Ben Cox. Ahmed is in and bowls a little bit short but straight and on the back foot. It is defended by Coles down into the ground. He remains on 41, 222 for 5.
Actually, they've got through overs very quickly here, Leicestershire.
Yeah, we're only going to be about 20 minutes late. In goes Ahmed, turned towards mid-wicket, picked up by Scott Curry, moving to his right there, but a single taken. Coles on to 42, 223, so 154 added to that is 378, the lead now. With 7 balls, legitimate deliveries, that is, to be bowled today. Ahmed is going to try something new with his very last ball. He's going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Finn Hudson Prentice, and Budinger therefore goes to leg slip. Ahmed is in, bowled, and Hudson Prentice, all care and attention, is on the back foot. He drops that out towards short leg. End of Ahmed's over. Mammoth spell by him. 21 overs, albeit it was punctuated by the tea interval. 21 overs, 2 for 71 for Rahan.
He's had a good long bowl. It's been a pleasure to watch him as well. Just to conclude what we were talking about Bananarama and Andrew Ridgely. Andrew Ridgely was in a relationship with Karen Woodward, a member of the group Bananarama. They lived together in Cornwall near a place called Wadebridge, which I think is not far from Padstow, until 2017. So there we are. They weren't far off, but they were never married, apparently. So there we are. That clears that one up. Cricket, pop, all sorts of things we've discussed today. But the final over of the day is going to be bowled by Scott Curry. 10 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 28, 223 for 5. As in comes Curry and bowls. And James Coles is caught. Is he? No, he's not. I thought for a moment he'd be caught down at third man. There was a cry of catch it, and I completely lost track of where the ball had gone. But it bounced in front of the fielder down at third man. Coles rehearses the shot. He'll be furious if he got himself out in that manner in the final over of the day. He goes to 41. And 5 balls remaining in the day. In comes Curry. Oh, that's a wild delivery down the leg side. That would have certainly been a one-day wide, and a very good bit of wicket-keeping by Ben Cox, who... That's stumping, Richard. That's as good as I think I've ever seen live. That was absolutely brilliant.
It was lightning, wasn't it?
Wow, you know. Well, you know, you're standing up to a bowler of the pace of Scriven, who I would say is medium quick. You know, he's taken a ball down the leg side and whipped off the bails. That was wonderful. And he comes Curry bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays that back to the square. They've taken one. They're going to think about coming back for the second, and they do. In the end, it was a comfortable second, really, for Finn Hudson Prentice. Applause around the ground is for 2 runs, or is there another landmark I've missed? I missed one earlier on, which was the 50 partnership between Clark and Alsop. I don't think I missed a landmark there. 226 for 5. Curry in bowl short, and Hudson Prentice is going to get 4 runs, but not at all where he's attending. Well, that was a pretty expansive shot to play. In the final over of the day, it was short, and he's got a big top edge. The ball has flown wide of Ben Cox down to the fine leg boundary. And Hudson Prentice goes to 11. There was an element of risk in that shot, but he took it on. Sussex go to 230 for 5. 2 more balls left in the day. Well, it's been another terrific day's cricket down here at Hove. Curry is in bowls. Hudson Prentice again looks to pull one down the leg side. Another good take by Ben Cox, who's had a really good day behind the stumps. He didn't have a great day with the bat. He was one of 5 Leicestershire players who unfortunately didn't score.
Yeah, he left one, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Bowled him.
To Ari Carvelos. 1 ball to go in the day. Scott Curry looks a little weary as he wanders back. He's bowling up the hill from the sea end of the ground. He's in now to bowl to Hudson Prentice, who plays a forcing shot through the covers for 4 runs. Well, that's a nice way to finish the day for Sussex. And Finn Hudson Prentice goes to 15, and Sussex finished the day on 234, Richard.
It is.
234 for 5, which means they lead by 388. It's been a good day for Sussex, who will build on this lead tomorrow and then look to bowl Leicestershire out to win the game, to just try and keep their hopes alive in this promotion hunt in the county championship. The ground staff make their way on. It just remains for me to say a few thank yous. Thanks you to Sonia Twigg, who's been our 3rd voice today. It's been great to see you, Sonia. Thank you for all your hard work today, which is greatly appreciated. Thank you to Richard as ever. Always great fun working with Richard. It's great to have Bobo Pears here in the box, who's a student who's come to watch what we do, and I hope you enjoyed yourself, Bobo, as well. And a massive thank you to John Philby, who's probably not listening, who is the Sussex chair, who came and gave an hour of his time today to answer all sorts of questions. So thank you to John. Paul Farbrace, the Sussex coach, wanders across the ground, having had his chat there with Rob Andrew. He'll be very pleased looking at the scoreboard, I'm sure. Final word from you, Richard. Tough day at the office for Leicestershire today.
It is. They stuck at it, but that is about the best that can be said, really. Couple of moments of